And I'm telling you, I went out there and looked, and you could see the covers moving. It was like, and he just, he don't believe in a lot of stuff, but he has seen things and heard them, and he still questions.
I'm surprised you didn't pull your service revolver and just start shooting it. Hey, everybody. Do us a quick favor and hit follow and smash that like or subscribe button wherever you're listening right now. It'll help us keep getting great guests and make it so you don't miss the next episode. Now on with the show. You're in a haunted room?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Very, very common. You're up here at the King's Mansion. Reports going back, to the 80s and 90s.
Welcome, everybody, jumping in. Folks in Insta and as the bodies jump in. That's the Sleepy Hollow joint, right?
Yep.
Very cool.
So, yeah, it's part of the Terrytown House estate. And this place has ties to the B&O Railroad, like the Monopoly piece. And, the guy who owned that. And it was like it's a whole thing. A lot of history here.
No kidding.
A lot of history. So, it's a cool spot.
Very cool, man. What can we tell you while we wait? We have a guest today.
Nice.
Hopefully they will be coming in shortly. But what can I tell you? So we've had a couple of good episodes drop to finish out our February. Had that Patty Negri episode, which I hope people got a chance to see. If not, it's there forever. And you can see it
forever.
At any time.
Yeah.
The Chip Coffee episode is doing very well.
Yeah, that was a fun episode. We had fun when we did that.
A lot of people like it. A lot of people don't like it. It's a good mix. Because I guess when it's somebody so popular, it's funny. I've gotten a few complaints like, you guys keep cutting him off, like we were kept interrupting him and stuff. And I rewatched it, and I don't think that's the case. I feel like we did it at the right.
To hear him.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like they don't acknowledge like when he cut us off, or they just don't realize, when you have a show that's about an hour, you have to keep the pace moving, and you can just sort of tell when people, and everybody does it. I do it. You do it. When we start to either get off point or ramble, we've got to cut him off.
Yeah. Got to get to the meat and potatoes,
Yeah. It's just, but it's like, I was watching, and here's the thing, like, even if we cut him off, there's no question we asked that he didn't get an opportunity to answer. Do you know what I mean? He answered everything. I mean, it's a great episode.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Yeah.
And so Cal, we just did an episode with Patty Negri. It's a great one. Check it out. Check it out live. If I'm looking over here, that's where my Instagram window is. But yeah, it's a fun one, man. So
yeah, and you got to go to her house too in the episode.
Dude, it was crazy. It was great.
Yeah.
And it was like such good luck because that woman is never in town.
Yeah, she's always traveling.
She is always traveling.
It worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah, which is great.
How's it? Is it really bad weather-wise?
No. So look, it's cold, right? But it's not too windy. I might even do a spirit board here tonight, and if I do it, it'll be outside on the balcony. Is I got access to a beautiful balcony right here. So as long as you're not outside for too long, it's one of the better nights we had, but now, you remember what February is like in New York. Now we're all over the place. Today was 45 degrees and it's dropping down to 20 something. It's
dude, today was gorgeous here in LA. I'm not going to lie to you. It was amazing.
Was it? Nice.
It was amazing. It was the first great day we've had, in a while.
Nice.
So it was, you can't beat it.
Yeah. It's always nice when you get those days, especially if we're not having them for a while. I'm still waiting. But the crazy thing is, when I leave for Texas, when I come back to New York, it's going to already be at that change in March.
When are you going to Texas?
What happened?
Well, you're going to Texas?
Yeah, I'm going to Texas. I told you this. I'm going to Texas the second week in March. And I'm meeting up with Netzel, and we're going to do, he's going to take me to a bunch of places down there that I've been wanting to go. And then at the end of all the fun, he's getting married. So, me and Brian are going to stay for his wedding. And then I am leaving. And then on my way back to New York, I'm stopping at another location. So that's going to be a surprise.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Are you driving?
Yeah. We decided we want to drive. Yeah, we want to drive. Yep. Nope. We were going to fly, and then we were like, screw it. Let's drive. So,
dude, how long is that going to take you?
So it would normally take us about 22 hours if we drove straight through, but I'm going to stop to stream at certain locations. So the trip's going to be about 24 hours total, 24, 25 hours.
Jesus. All right, dude, listen, I don't know where our guests are today. This is the first time. I think maybe we got stood up.
Hey, maybe. It's a possibility.
How dare, I mean.
Have you ever, hey, off topic, have you ever been stood up for a date? Have you ever,
I've never been
went
stood
to
up.
have you ever, you've never been stood up?
I've never been stood up. I've never been like sitting there waiting and no one has showed up when they were supposed to. But dating was like, I feel like dating for me is a different time.
Yeah.
You know, now people meet, like it's very much organized that way of let's meet here.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. It was used to be, maybe it's a little old, I don't know, Gen X. I just sort of would pick people up.
Yeah.
Or, it's very rare that I would go and meet somebody and they didn't show. I've had people show up really fucking late.
Yeah.
Like
I've had that. Oh, yeah.
Where it's like, I thought I was about to get stood up.
And they show up at the last minute and you're like, oh, I'm about to bounce.
I was literally about to bounce, like, and then it's kind of sad to stay as long. I mean, I'm almost embarrassed to stay how long I've waited for people to show up. But, I'm just trying to think how many times in LA I had a very short window of the dating life. So it was the traffic here is so bad. You would always just assume, it could be
someone's late because of traffic.
Someone could be late,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. But
Yeah.
this would be our first time getting stood up in the podcast. So I hope everything's all right with them. Well, we'll see if they come in. Anyway, let's talk a little business, or tell me about where you're at, dude. Talk about this place. So we got some new faces here on Instagram, and they're wondering, like, is this a paranormal thing? What's going on?
Yeah.
Some people did themselves. So if you guys don't know, by the way, welcome. This is Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me. I'm Gary, and this is John Santa from Santa Paranormal. So be sure to hit that like and subscribe button and follow if you're watching here, Insta, Facebook, or YouTube, or Spotify. We drop live episodes every Thursday, and we drop new episodes every other Tuesday. John, if you don't know, for some new faces that I see, Santa Paranormal's been on for years. He's got over 1 million followers on TikTok. You might have seen him cleaning headstones. He documents spirits all over the tri-state area predominantly. And we're sort of here trying to have fun figuring out and answer that question, what are spirits? And we interview mediums and witches and parapsychologists and academics and authors and ghost hunters. And we have a lot of good times doing it. And, anyway, for those who don't know, now you know. Feel free to follow, and you can check out older episodes. But John, sorry, go ahead. Tell us where you're at, and set the scene.
Yeah. So this is the King's Mansion, part of the Terry Townhouse estate, and this is let's just put it this way: one of the top 10 restaurants in the entire United States is below my feet right now. Like, this is a very high-end place, but even high-end places have their spirits, and they have a very famous spirit here. In fact, back in the day, because as we know, paranormal has changed over the decades. This is a place where the old school used to go and investigate the paranormal. And in the room that I am in room 293, there have been reports of a woman named Sybil who has been seen, felt, dreamt of, and the crazy mystery of the numbers 1865, which back in the day used to appear on technology that we don't use anymore, right? Like, all analog stuff and whatnot. Stuff would get changed to 1865. I mean, you could leave a calculator out and it would happen. Like 1865 would appear on the calculator. Like, those types of claims.
Interesting. What do you think it means?
So I might have an idea from what the spirits have been telling us every time we come here. It might be a secret society. It actually might be a secret society, or a code to get into a secret meeting of some sorts. So, and all the players in this area, all big money, big tobacco, railroad, such things like that.
Sleepy Hollow is an interesting place. I liked, that when we had that conversation with Sam Baltrusis.
This is that place.
Yeah.
This is that place.
And if for anybody who doesn't know Sleepy Hollow, by the way, that's in Westchester, New York, and that is the infamous spot of the Headless Horseman, right?
Yep,
I mean, that is probably arguably the first American monster, right?
Yeah,
if you can
Main Street. Main Street.
If you consider monsters, right up there with Dracula, the werewolf, the mummy, and all that stuff, right? So that's and we talked about that idea of, because it's so known and famous for being haunted, with that, did the people create and manifest the ghosts, or were the ghosts part of the town? It's a really crazy place. Oh, our guest is here. Yeah. But go ahead, finish the story first, then we can get into it.
So basically, I added this place into my documentation. The Terrytown House Estate is so welcoming. The staff, the management, it's an incredible place. And there's even a promo code. If you ever stay here, you come to Sleepy Hollow, around Halloween, you can stay here. And that is Santa. And you can put it right in their website, and you get a discount on, your room.
We'll have to put that. We'll put that link up. Tell everybody what the link is.
So, it's just a promo code, Santa. You just when you go to book your stay here at the Terrytown House Estate.
The Terrytown House Estate. Yeah. We'll put a link up here when we're all done, so people know.
It's a great place to stay if you're going to Sleepy Hollow, right?
All right, right on.
So,
and just a reminder about Sam Baltrusis, John. You're going to be at his Paracon or Mass Paracon, and that was in
October.
October. We got a lot of fun stuff coming. All right, so listen, our guest is here. She showed up. She did not stand us up. I love it.
Cool.
We've got Mandy Cummings, and Mandy is a part of the Ghost Sisters of Ohio. Here's what's interesting, man, about these. They're biological sisters. They are active ghost investigators. And it's an all-female family team. And it's I don't think they even have like a token dude, which usually you see all dudes with a token girl. But this is like they're out there doing it. Mandy's she founded the team. I think she's the oldest. She used to work in law enforcement.
Nice.
And then her sister, let's see who's with her. I don't know if she's sitting by herself or what's going on, but let's let her in the room and let's welcome Mandy from the Ghost Sisters of Ohio. There she is.
So, guys, I do apologize. My sister kept saying it was March 12th, and she even sent me an event where it said March 12th, and I was like, no, I'm pretty sure, Chastity, it's tonight. And she's like, Mandy, why is it saying March 12th? So
did I do that? Does it say March 12th somewhere?
Yeah, she sent it to me.
Where?
It does. And I'm like, wait a minute, are you sure? Because I'm almost positive it's today.
Did I fuck?
Yeah.
We can blame the spirits. Blame the spirits.
I'm going to blame the spirits. Wait, now I got
it.
I am. Where did I put March 12th? That's crazy.
And I got my hair done. I'm like, oh my God. So I'm like hurrying up, trying to get on. And I told my sister, I said, I knew it was tonight. And
no, it's tonight. I mean, I sent you the Evite, both of you guys. Well, didn't that come? Isn't it on the calendar?
It came up on here. It says.
Yeah, it's right here. I sent the Evite out today. Let me see. No. You can blame Gary if I fucked it up. She's right. I fucked it up.
These spirits.
It's totally my fault. I did. I sent him a calendar invite, and the calendar invite was off, but it was today, and it's the date. I am so sorry about screwing up that calendar. Oh my God.
It's okay. Chastity's sick anyway, guys. She caught COVID, and so she wasn't going to be able to get on. So.
Well, I hope she feels better.
She's resting, actually. So
yeah, good.
Oh my God. Anyway, I'm embarrassed and I apologize.
No, don't be, because I'm embarrassed. I'm like, because I should have known better. Listen to her.
No, but Mandy, I was bad mouthing you about 2 minutes ago before you got on. I said these girls are standing us up.
No.
It's like, Gary, we ever stand up? You ever been
And
stood
then we
up
were talking
before?
like, I don't think I've ever been stood up before. And then it turns out I'm the one who showed up who sent you the wrong date, which is great. You want to hear a funny story? Totally out of the next. I once crashed a little kid's birthday party because of the calendar was wrong. So I take my son. He was like in preschool. We show up at one of those indoor playground places, right? And I don't know. He's in, I don't know anybody there. So I take him to this thing. And he's just running around, and they've got like pizza and beer, and I grab a beer and I grab a slice, and I'm just like talking to parents while he's playing. He's like 4. He's running around, and then it's like an hour. These things are like an hour and a half, 2 hours long. The cake comes out, and everyone starts singing. I'm like, "Happy birthday, dear," and I'm like, "Justin," and they're all like, "Susan," and I'm like, "What is going on?" And I'm looking around, and then my kid comes up to me, and he's like, this isn't Justin's party," and I'm like, well, I hope Susan likes the Avengers Lego set I just bought him, and let's get the hunk out of here. And we just like slipped. I 100% crashed that kid's birthday party because of a calendar mistake.
It's okay. It's totally okay. It happens.
All
Everything happens for a reason. So
I know. All right. So listen, let's get into it. I don't want to waste any more of your time than I've wasted enough.
you're fine.
So, man, what I was saying about you guys is what I love is it's an all-female team. It's family. Look, John and I are family. It's great. Do you have like a token guy or no men on this team?
No, man. We do have a brother who we've taken on investigations. I think he's been out there with us maybe 4 or 5 times, but he's not on the team. We just like to drag him out for eye candy for the ladies because we got a lot of women that follow us, and we're like, oh, you got to come out. The women will love it.
Is he a younger brother?
He's younger than us, yeah, and he works out, so he's really fit.
That's great. That's funny. And so you're the oldest.
No.
Oh, so wait, you're not the oldest, but you started it. You're just the founder.
Chastity's the oldest. I'm the middle child.
Got it.
Middle child.
But you're the one you're the one running it.
Yes. Yeah.
So how did you convince them all to do this? What was it? What was that moment for you guys?
So I was working in law enforcement at the time, and I worked in law enforcement for 8 years. And it was 2017. I wanted to go to the Mansfield Reformatory, and I bought a ticket to go, and I was like, oh gosh, I'm going alone, So I was like, crap, I got to find someone to go with me. So I called up my sister Chastity, and I said, hey, you're going to get a ticket. You got to go with me. I'm not going alone. So she did. And, it was after we did that investigation, we captured the guard Frank down a solitary walking GoPro on. And I'm telling you, it was the craziest thing because I was hearing him when I was down there.
I'm sorry, you're saying that's an apparition. When you say you captured the guard Frank, you captured an apparition of a guard in this place. Wow.
Frank is the guard who's very well known at this location. He's been seen all over the location. He was I want to be careful how I word it. We'll just say he was murdered there. So he has been seen all over the prison, and he's a very famous spirit there, ghost, whatever. And we were down in solitary. The lights were still on. They hadn't turned it off yet to start the ghost hunt or anything. And we were the only ones down there. And I had a GoPro on, and I kept hearing a guy saying, hey, hey. And I'm looking around, and, Chastity and I are standing down there, and I don't see anybody. I'm like hearing this guy. I'm not seeing him. Well, we captured it on the GoPro, like, as soon as you turned on the GoPro, wasn't even 5-10 minutes into it, boom, he was right there walking at the end of the hallway. And he had the guard walk. So, working in law enforcement, I know the walk. So he's doing the walk, and he turned around. He like did a little turn, and he came back walking. And
what kind of law enforcement were you in?
Well,
were you did I read this right? You're a corrections officer?
Yes, I did graduate from the police academy, but I didn't do anything with it because I couldn't. It's a long story. I had a hard time getting into. I wanted to be like a deputy, but I couldn't get in because they gave it to these. Nothing against these other guys, but they were just fresh out of the military, and there was another woman and me, and then there was the 3 guys, and the 3 guys got it, and me and that girl didn't get it. And after that, I kind of just said, you know what?
You could say it's misogynistic and sexist. That's fine.
I kind of felt like that because,
as you should.
Well, the sheriff at the time had the nerve to ask me to dinner after that.
Oh
My
I kid you
God.
not.
Oh, that is.
I mean,
I was like,
right.
"Well,
I
you
would say,
guys."
yeah, I would say that's
I
straight
don't
up
mean to laugh,
sexist.
but that is straight
I mean,
up.
could it be so blatant? Like, how
Yeah,
blatant could it
right?
be?
Yeah.
What?
That's gross.
I
How
found out
gross.
a few years later he got fired for sexual harassment.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
Yeah.
good.
Right. Well, it's a good thing you didn't take the job then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
And my best friend worked as a corrections officer in a jail that has men and women, and you have to be certified to carry a gun. You get trained every year, once a year. If you don't pass to qualify, you lose your job. So we carried guns, tasers, and I was like, you know what? After all these years of working in factory, I'm going to give it a shot. So I did, and it was awesome. I loved it, guys. I'm not going to lie to you, I loved it. But I was working in law enforcement at that time, and I was letting the spirits know when we were at the prison. I kept saying, "Hey, I'm a guard. Hey, I'm Officer so and so," and I think that's what got the spirit's attention. He came down. Maybe he heard me. But we captured that evidence, and a week later, that's when we started the team. That's when I called up Chastity and I said, "Hey, I'm starting a team and you're joining me." I just felt like it was what I was supposed to do. But we didn't just have the sisters on the team when I first started. Chastity's been with me since I first started. Now, Bobby Joe came like years later. So it used to be other officers that I worked with that was on my team. And we even had men on the team, but they were behind us. They were like our tech guys, researchers. They'd set up the cameras and fix the equipment. And then that kind of fell off, and we had other women on the team that fell off. And then something just said, you know what? You just need to have your sisters on here, and that's it.
So
And
you were a believer, and was Chastity a believer? Is it Chastity or Chastity?
It's Chastity.
Chastity. So was she a believer before this moment, or that you
Yes,
caught this on the GoPro?
she was, but she didn't know people did that. She was like, "People really do this?" At that time, I said, yeah, they
Right.
do. Bobby Joe was the one. She's the skeptic on the team.
Got
I mean,
it.
she's like half and half believer, but yet she still questions things, even though she has seen them with her eyes and heard them, but she still tries to analyze everything and, oh, it could have been this, but it's good to do that. I guess you want to say, always try to debunk it, but I just don't know how she can question it because she's seen it so much.
Now, does your I don't know if I could ever be a corrections officer. I find it absolutely terrifying, and I'm a big pussy about it. So it's like, does that prepare you? How do you think that experience prepared you in, like, when you're on an investigation? Are you always on your toes? Are you listening to every sound? Because I feel like you have to have your head on a swivel as a corrections officer. And do you see what I'm saying? Does that question make sense? How does do those skills translate?
You go in and you're listening. You're always observing. You're looking. You're always on your guard. So those do help, especially if we go into places like jails or prisons, And what's very interesting? We will hear sometimes when we go to prisons, and actually when we went to the Mansfield prison, I've been there probably 6 times. One time I was there and we were hearing, like, the inmates would do this when they knew the officers were coming. They do these little calls, cat calls, just like, they were doing that at that Mansfield prison. We actually could hear them making them cat calls at a distance. And I was like, and everybody was trying to figure out what it was. And I said, I know what that is. They are doing that cat call they would do when the officers were coming,
To warn. So
Warn.
that
Warn.
the officers are coming. Yeah.
Right. Because
Warn
you're a
them.
narc.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Oh my God. That's pretty wild.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty wild.
I'm like a trigger object when I walk into a place like that, because sometimes I'll just say, okay, guys, I'm Officer so-and-so, or I worked in law enforcement. I understand what you went through. I can say things to them that I know that they would have experienced,
Mandy, walk me through, because you and your sisters, you ladies are active investigators.
Yes.
It's kind of, I find it really, it's really wonderful to see when your feed pops up like, we're going here. And it's like, it's
I
crazy.
know.
Walk me through. I'm not an investigator. John's a documenter. He goes to places. He'll even tell you he's not like the typical investigator. He
Okay.
documents. Walk us through your process of like, I'm going to if you were in a new location. Now that what are the skills that you've honed? Like, now I've got it. Here's what I'm going to do. This is to try to get the best results. This is what I need to do to get that.
So Gary, I don't like to know anything about a location, and I prefer it that way because I'm a medium and I want to go in and see what I can pick up on. So we've been filming here lately, so I've been doing a lot of walkthroughs at these new locations, and picking up on things, and then we interview the owner and to see if it matches with anything that I picked up on. So I don't prefer to know anything. I go in not knowing. We don't do research because I think if you do research, it's like you might end up focusing on those spirits that people only knew about that passed away there when there's so much more, so much more. So I don't like to know anything. So I go in open-minded, and I'm not just going to be over here talking to the spirit that somebody said passed there, because you're forgetting about all the other spirits that could be there, you know? So I'll just do my walkthrough, and after that, we'll just begin our investigation and see what we can get, see if anything
So
matches what I got.
your walkthrough is just
An
you, what
intuitive
you're
walkthrough.
feeling. Just this,
Yes.
just you're not like walking around with a meter, none of that yet.
No,
Or
no,
doing it.
nothing.
You're just trying to get a vibe.
Just a camera, and
Okay.
someone's holding the camera, and they're following me.
Got it.
Yeah.
Are you the one who always takes the lead, or do either of your sisters ever jump in? Or
I take the lead. They've been doing it a while, but I got to, because
Right.
they kind of just leave it up to me. On, okay, what do you want to do? But I'll listen to them if they have any suggestions. Like, maybe we should do this. Let's do this. I mean, I'm gonna try something if they give me something good that we should try. I try not. I don't want to come across bossy, but Chastity always said, "You're bossy." And I think it was because I worked in law enforcement. So I was used to that charge, doing my
that's right.
thing.
Somebody's
And
got to be in charge.
so I've actually gotten better since I retired early from it to pursue my career. But yeah, so I've gotten better, but I do take the lead because I just feel like I already know what I want us to do, and I got a plan, how I want it to go, where I want to start, how we're going to do this, who's going to do the isolation. It just depends.
Tell me, how do you guys, your family, your sister, how do you lean on each other to support the investigation? What, like, and it's not about like, I know you said Bobby's more the tech person on the team, but how else does that all come together? I mean, when you're out there.
Well, Bobby Joe, because she works with electricians and stuff, and builds machines, so she's really handy. Like, listening for, like, I like quiet. I like to not just have devices running. I like to listen, and she's really good at saying, no, that's this sound, that's what you're hearing. I mean, she'll be able to like hear
That
it.
is good.
She's really good at that.
Yeah.
Chastity, she's just there. I'm just gonna tell you, she's just there. Running my live feed or holding the camera, or she's the comical relief, because she does say some off the wall things, and it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you just said that on camera with all these people watching you say.
Right.
But we keep it real. What you see is what you get with us,
No, it's great. It's really great. For anyone watching or listening right now live, or when they check this episode out, and they've never seen your work, what is the case or episode or investigation that really represents the Ghost Sisters of Ohio?
I will say, when we do the residentials, those are the ones. When helping families would be the one. We do have an episode where we actually went in, and it's on our YouTube channel, where we filmed, and we made an episode, and it was a really bad case in Ohio. Unfortunately, Chastity couldn't make it to that one because she's a businesswoman. She can't always make it with me. So Bobby Joe was with me on that one. And that was a case where we went in to get answers for the family. And I don't throw the word demon out there, but this was some crazy stuff that was going on this case. So that would be the episode right there. If anyone's interested in watching that on our YouTube channel to see how we kind of handled that situation, because it turned fast. Everything went sideways real quick.
It sounds like you got actually a little bit
This
scared.
was like
what's
TV stuff. No joke. This was like TV stuff. Now, this guy, he makes a post on Facebook and everybody's tagging us girls like, you need to go, sister, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, I'm going over here looking. This guy's got a post out. Could someone help me? I got this going on, blah, blah, blah. He messaged me right away. And then we just went from there. And what was going on was his grandpa in the house that him and his mom were living in, that they both pretty much grew up in. His grandpa lived to be 98 or 99 years old, and he just passed away a year ago.
That's a good run.
Yeah, and he was a priest, and he wasn't just any priest. He was doing exorcisms on people, and his grandmother would be there when he was doing that. So, and Grandpa, he was also in the military throughout his life. He was very depressed over things that he had done, and there was something going on in that house, and it literally was affecting the guy. So when the guy was like 12 years old, the mother heard him yelling, and she gets up and she tries to go into the bedroom to her son's room. She can't get in. She opens the door, and there he is pinned up against the wall. She said he literally was slid up the wall, and she said something was throwing CDs at her, and it kept hitting her right here. Is throwing them at her. She couldn't get in. So Grandpa hears all this going on, and he come in there with the Bible because he knew something wasn't right. And he's like, started saying prayers and all this stuff. And he finally, whatever this thing was, let him go. And he went flying over there by his mother. So this was like, I was having a hard time. Like, I've never had a case like this. This is something I would hear on TV. You know what I mean?
And how did it feel for you? What did you feel when you walked into that house for the first time?
Well, you guys see that video? I picked on so much stuff. Soon as I began my walkthrough and they're filming me, I said, soon as I stepped into this house, I said, somebody has opened up a doorway here that they have no idea what they have done. They don't even know. They opened up a doorway. And I begin the walkthrough, and I'm picking up on all these things. I'm giving out names. That's their relatives. And what happened, I'm getting all these things in this house. And now, mind you, I don't like people to tell me nothing. So if you got a case going on, I don't want to know who died in the house. I don't want to know. Just tell me you're seeing this, or hearing disembodied voices, maybe seeing a shadow figure. Don't give me too much. I don't want to know. And so he was very specific on what he said to me. And he did tell me the story about the CDs, his mother and stuff. But I just picked up on so much stuff. And I even seen the grandfather laying in a puddle of like blood or something. I was seeing the guy. And
you mean, wait, this was like
during my walkthrough.
In your mind, or like you literally saw, or was just sort of
in my mind,
an
in my
illusion,
third eye,
I mean?
I was seeing this guy, and I said it too. I'm seeing this guy, and there's blood all around him. He's just laying there, and I was in the hallway. Well, come to find out, his grandpa had fell and hit his head, and the grandson had a hard time trying to help him. Blood was everywhere. He couldn't get him up, and he was trying to get him up, and he had to call the ambulance and everything on him. So there was just a lot of stuff. And I picked up on a Ouija board. He never mentioned, of course, I don't want to know anything. I picked up on, and I walked into the kitchen, and that's where they would play the Ouija board when he was younger. But this was after the incident where things were being thrown at the mother. So he said the Ouija board came after. So that wasn't tied to that, he said. So he said, but he never.
What do you think?
I walked into
Do you think it was tied to that?
I think it was tied to the grandpa. The grandpa, he was doing exorcisms, and I think them things were coming after him. And they were, because he said it would be quiet, and then all of a sudden it'd kick up. It was crazy. Y'all just have to go watch it. It's so much that was going on here.
Absolutely watch it. I want to hear, and I'm going to check it out, but I like hearing it from your perspective in terms of the aftermath
of it.
Kitchen,
guys, and I'm like, somebody had a Ouija board out, and the mother said that she came home and caught them playing that Ouija board in her kitchen. And that's where I picked up on acid. And somebody was messing with the Ouija board. And they were. Took it down to the graveyard, was messing with the Ouija board. They said it went flying. They watched it get like thrown. So young kids doing things. And I even picked up on other stuff that was very disturbing. They had a stepson because the mother was in a relationship and the stepson had been living there. And he kind of had, I think he was autistic, but he was into the dark stuff. He was doing some bad things there. And I didn't know this, but I was picking up on it. And when we interviewed them after my walkthrough, they let it all out. And I said, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So with all these things going on, it was just affecting the grandson. He was a real sensitive person too.
You mean sensitive in the sense of spiritually sensitive?
Yeah. I think he was an empath or something. I mean, he didn't come out and say it. He just, I just knew he was, But the weird thing was during this investigation, we get up to walk. Now, my sister Bobby's an empath. She does feel a lot. She feels things. We go to walk down the hallway, and all of a sudden, my sister freaking about collapsed. I mean, she just hits the wall, and me and her boyfriend grab her, and I'm like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? She looks at me, and I swear you guys, she looked scared to death. She said, get me out of here, Mandy. She said, something's on me. And she couldn't stand up. It was like on her. It jumped right on her in that hallway, man. It was so scary, you guys. And it got worse. It just got worse.
So, all right. So, Mandy, what do you do here? Like, what is your...
I saged this place, and I know that wasn't going to be enough, but I was like, look, after all this crazy stuff, I said, now this might make the spirits mad. I'm going to say a blessing. I'm going to sage. And I did when they filmed me, and I said, and the thing is, when we were doing that, so I'm not a person who likes to use apps, I'm not a big app person, except I will use Sean Austin's app because it's different. It's AI, and there's no dictionary word-based data in there to listen to what I'm saying. It basically is listening for disembodied voices, and it will cuss you out. I kid you not. This thing has cussed me out big time, and that's scary. So we were filming, and we had that app on just to see if anything come through because it was cussing us out and saying some bad stuff. I'm saging this house, and that thing goes, I can't breathe. I kid you not. I said, I can't breathe. Now, when you're saging a home, you got to open windows to let them get out, get that energy out. And to hear that app say, I can't breathe, that was weird.
Yeah, it's fun when it's really weird and fun when all that happens at one time, right?
Yeah. So it gets worse, guys. I just want to tell you real quick. So
no, please.
After we got done filming, we go right into the live investigation. They allowed us to go live. And so we always ask, we don't have to, but if you want us to, we will. And they were like, yeah. So we went live, and so many people was watching. I've got like 2 or 3 different platforms on the same time. And I'm getting ready to do the Estes, right? And the guy, he was like, I'd like to try that. And I'm like, I've had other homeowners jump in and do the Estes, and it was fine. I should have known better, but I figured I wasn't going to leave him under long, maybe 5 minutes tops. And so after I got done doing it, he was like, I probably won't get anything, but I wouldn't mind trying. I said, you know what? Yeah, we'll put you under 5 minutes. And guys, this is some freaky stuff. And everybody watching me was freaking out. Everybody. Because this guy, he gets on the headphones. I tell him how he has to do it, respond. And he's really tapped in. And the things that he was doing, and all of a sudden, he starts laughing really weird. And he starts talking about, do you believe in God? So, he's listening to whatever's coming through. So he can't hear me. And I'm like going with it, like, yeah, saying questions. Then all of a sudden you see him tense up, and his hands and stuff start doing some weird stuff like that. And we're like, what the? And I was like, oh God, I got to get him out of this. This guy would, and he couldn't, the guy couldn't move. He just looked like all distorted. I've never seen anything like that besides on TV. So I said, hey, you okay? And I take everything off him. He's like all tensed up and red, and he's trying to get out of the chair and he can't. The REM pods are going crazy. I mean, he couldn't get up. He said same thing that happened to Bobby Joe. She couldn't move. And Bobby was right there. She goes, Mandy, same darn thing that happened to me. I couldn't move. I said, oh my God, get him out of here. We got to get him out of here. So my sister's boyfriend and us helped this guy outside, and it's like, oh my God, they left me in there alone. And I'm like, I was hearing stuff in the back room. And this is a little house. I mean, it was probably 1,000 square feet, maybe 1,200. Little house had all this going on in it.
This is before the Sage?
Yeah. Yes. This whole house was, it was crazy. And the things that were coming through my ink box, which is a spirit box, I mean, there was so much. I mean, he used to have a girlfriend. Her name, I won't say her name, but he had this one girlfriend who committed. And I picked up on her. And she came through my ink box. She was yelling her name out. And he told me, he said, why would she be here? I'm like, well, she knew you for one. You dated her. Of course she's going to come here.
How many times did you go to this house? The once?
One time. And I was going to take Sean Austin there with me. He was supposed to go there because Sean Austin's a demonologist. So he was going to go there and film, and he was going to go and, he does his little blessing, St. Michael's prayer, and, tries to help them move on too. We don't hear nothing back from this guy. And I still have not heard from him today. And this was just a few months ago.
So let me ask you this. Because of a situation like this, now this guy doesn't get back to you. What is it like? And it sounds like you guys as a team, you do a lot of residential.
Yeah, we do.
Is there a process that you normally stick to for aftercare or follow up with these people?
I do reach back out to them. Any evidence we capture, I send it to them and I show them. I ask them, has the activity increased, and see how it's going. And because the thing I have to tell people, you got all this activity going on, and if it isn't real, because we will only do the serious cases. If you got somebody walking around, door opening, no. It has to be a case like this one, serious. You need help. Something's going on. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. So I'll follow up on them and say, how's it going? Is everything good? And talk to them on the phone and, go from there. And if it's progressing, then that's when I'll have my friend Sean come in. He might have to go bless the home because he specializes in that area. But I tell them, if you're going to have paranormal investigators go to your home, expect activity to increase because they now know we can hear them, we're communicating, or you might make them mad.
And she's a cop. It's the other thing you got to remember. It's like the cops are here. Trouble.
Yeah, sometimes I can't say that. I worked in law enforcement because sometimes I think that scares them and I won't get anything.
Are there any personal lines you won't cross? Any locations you won't do?
Oh, no.
No, nothing.
I will.
You'll go anywhere.
I'll go anywhere. And actually, there's a place in Tennessee. I don't know, y'all might have heard of it, called the Ewer Shrine. That's my place right there.
Where in Tennessee?
Bristol, Tennessee. Look it up. It's a place. This is not like any place that you've ever seen. I mean, this guy worked. The cool part is he worked in law enforcement. So see how that works? I didn't know he was in law enforcement. He reached out to me, needing my help. I helped him, and he was forever grateful to me and the Ghost Sisters, and he made us ambassadors of the shrine. So we can go anytime we want. And we've been going there for like 6.5 years. We get to spend the night there. We go all weekend. And I'm going to tell you guys, this place is off the chain. It's got everything. Because you ever hear of a dragon portal table? Yeah.
What's that?
A portal table. They call it the dragon portal table. It weighs like, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 pounds. It's made out of a special cement that one of the...
What is that, like the Iron Throne? Like, what is this? Like, I'm serious. What is it? Like, why is it called the dragon portal table? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the guy, he was a chemist. He used to be a member of the shrine. And at that time, he built his own, mixed his own stuff in there he called it dragon cement, and they called it the dragon portal table. And so it's got dragon heads on it. It is huge. You can set like 22 people around it, and it's thick. And what they did, okay, when they started building this, the caretaker allowed people to come in who practiced different religions, dark, good, and whatever else. I don't know. There was a bunch of stuff out there. So each person would come in and write rituals and different things on the cement, and then they'd pour the next one, and then so forth and so forth. And there's dragon heads on it. You can light it up, and fire comes out of the table. It is like nothing.
Sounds like the coolest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it is very, very scary. And they even have a mirror above it, as above, below. And it's the same outlining of the dragon portal table, the mirror and the wood around it. It looks just like.
And this is in Bristol.
Yes, you would not. It's crazy because it go up on a hill, and then there's the bamboo. He has a bunch of. He grew bamboo right there, and it's very haunted out there. He's got a witch's coven out there. There's caves out there underneath the ground, and it's very active out there.
You got to send me a picture of this thing. I got to see this.
You can pull it up right now on Facebook, guys.
I'm trying. It's the Ura Shrine?
Ura Shrine. URA.
Okay.
And then Shrine.
Oh, I think I see it.
Yes. Look at them pictures. You're going to see us all over it. But you go up on a hill. There's a graveyard right here, right? Just step out the door, and right there is a graveyard. But it's up on a hill tucked away. And it's got those guard dogs, those, what do you call them? Those gargoyles?
Gargoyles?
Yes. Big ones at the front gates of this place. It is insane.
That sounds nuts.
You guys, I'm telling you, the first time us girls went there, when I first walked into this place, I said, "Oh my gosh!" I was like, I almost couldn't walk. The balance, I was all off balance. I mean, I was like, "Oh my gosh!" It was so bad in the energy there. There's a lot of what kind of it's limestone all over that place, all over it.
Is limestone? I don't know what that means. Is limestone
a kinetic energy source for spirit. It's another source spirit will use to draw energy from, as like water. Water is too.
I knew about water. I knew like isn't quartz a crystal that does? That's a big one. But so limestone is another one that carries it.
But there's a lot of dark magic practice there. They got he's what you call someone who he has to keep the balance between things there. So one side's for the living, one side's for the dead. There's a cave. He built a cave inside this place. There's a hot tub, there's a cold tub. And again, it's amazing. You got it.
This guy likes to party.
Just there's a witch's stead. I mean, this place is. The Earth Gate is out there in the bamboo. That's what it's called, the Earth Gate. So it's real big out there. But what he did to this place, he's got a lot of haunted objects there. He's got, he's really big into I think it's the Japanese culture. He's a very unique guy. He's like 6'5". I mean, he worked in law enforcement, and he's in his 70s. He don't look like he's even near his 70s. He's a very interesting guy. And what he said, he would have this dream. He would dream things, and it was telling him to build. So he kept building, kind of like the Winchester, where the lady was trying to block the spirits from her house, and she kept building all these doors that led to nowhere. Well, he was having dreams, and the spirits would tell him what he needed to build next and what to do.
I gotta look this cat up. Mandy, let me ask you something. What's your religious background?
I am very spiritual, but I do believe in God. I would consider myself Christian, and I'm very spiritual.
Okay. So. Has what you've experienced contradicted or enforced sort of your upbringing, your religious upbringing?
No. My mother never went. I never seen her go to church, but she always sent us to church. But she believed in God. She would talk. She knows the Bible in and out. She'd tell you all about it. So my family wasn't like really hardcore into church, but they read the Bible, and they just believe as long as they believe in God.
Sure. No, I get it.
But my dad, his last 10 years of his life, my dad was someone who was in and out of prison, and he was a bad guy, but he turned his life around his last 10 years. So he was really hardcore into the Bible. So, he would have been mad if he would have still been around to see me doing this. But it's funny because he comes to me in my dreams a lot.
Oh,
He
wow.
does. But he didn't say anything.
Not about this.
He's just there.
So I have to ask you this, as we ask everybody this then, from what you've seen and with your background, what do you think spirits are?
Well, some people say the spirits are the ones that I've already crossed over. The ghosts are the ones that are still lingering here. I don't know. I personally think they're both here. Okay, they're both here. I think they're what you call lower energies that are still lingering here. They have a choice. If they want to go, they'll go. Some don't want to go because of their families. They're not ready to go. There's no time in their world. So like someone's been gone 20 years. We know they've been gone 20 years, but spirit doesn't know. There's no time, okay, for them where they're at.
Go where? Where do you think they're going to go?
Well, I think they have a choice to move up to the next level, the next realm, I want to say, I think there's levels, dimensions.
Okay.
I think there is. I don't think that you just pass and then you just, you're there. I think you meet someone, and I think you go through different levels. But I think the ones that are still here, the ones we're talking to, they either are coming in visitation, or they're the ones who had bad things happen to them. They're stuck here. They might not know they're gone, or it's a lot of residual energy too that we could be picking up on. A lot of things that are like stuck in a loop, repeating itself over and over. I mean, but there is dark things out there, and I really get freaked out because I feel very protected when I'm out there, but I've had things follow me from that place, the shrine. And I've been out there with Sean investigating and had things growling at me and, talking very nasty through recorders at me. So I always feel protected, but then again, I never had anything bad really happen investigating. I mean, until certain people I'm with, and then it's like the darker things are coming out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, man.
Well, why do you think, let me ask you something, Manny, because look, and I love it because you're out there investigating. Why do you think it is, do you think the spirits are attracting to the person, or is it the person somehow manifesting the energy and strengthening the spirits? Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah. Yep, because you can manifest stuff. You can literally do that. You definitely can. Your fear can. I think it's both. It could be both, depending on who the person is. Me, I'm a medium, so they know. They call it out. They'll say it through my spirit box. Medium. They'll say, Mandy. I'm like, yeah, I'm a medium. But I think certain people have their aura. Everybody has aura, and I think depending on what type of entity, spirit, or whatever it is, it's drawn to you like a magnet. It knows. They know when you walk in the door because they can read your mind. They know who can hear them, who can see things. And I think that you're going to get some stuff if you're someone who has those abilities, and spirit knows. As to someone who doesn't, say someone who's not tapped in like that, and you just got your regular person going in, I'm not saying that spirit won't go towards them. I'm sure they will, because how you are in this life is how you're going to be in spirit. So you're still lingering around in a mansion, and you got people walking in your house. Who's this? Especially if you don't know you're dead, you're going to go towards them, so that's how I look at it. Okay, that's how I look at it. It's
No, thank you. Thank you. It makes total sense. As leading, as being a female-led team, have you come across people who has it been any struggle there in what is predominantly a male-dominated paranormal scene, and how has that affected what you have to do, or is sort of the gateway to entry to these places? Do you have any hurdles you have to overcome on that front to convince clients, like, this is what we do, or what's that scene?
I've never really had no problems. No, I can't say I've had any problems. And we do get
Except for that
Sometimes.
old boss who wanted to try to take you to dinner afterwards.
Oh,
Sounds like
yeah,
that's the only
besides
time.
him.
But no, not in the ghost zone.
But people can be rude, we do get sometimes a lot of men, depending how far the video goes. So like if I get a video that's 100,000 or whatever views, that's when these people start coming in and they can be rude. And it's a lot of guys, not
That's
always.
You mean in the thread in the comments?
Yeah.
Oh no. Then you're doing something right. Like if people start, if you're getting to a point where you're like loved and hated,
Yes,
that's when you've
Well,
achieved. You've
yeah.
achieved, like you've arrived, right?
Yeah.
Like they absolutely have to. Someone has to knock you down when you make it to the top. It's just the way it is.
That's what they've been. They do, man. I'm like, oh my gosh, and I'm like, I'm about to block this person.
That's
Yeah.
great though. So you've never felt. You're saying is you don't really feel that a group of sisters, changes how the clients approach you or how property owners or other people perceive you. It's sort of, it's been welcoming for the most part.
I've never had an issue, not at least that I can remember, because we've been doing this for 9 years, but I don't think we've ever had that issue. Everyone's usually been very respectful, and we get a lot of people that reach out to us wanting us to go to their businesses and investigate and stuff. So, they find it intriguing. Oh, your group of sisters. Oh, come over here, you know.
So 9 years. Let me ask you this then. Is there, with everything you've documented, do you think that spirits are trying to send us any sort of message on how to live? Or are they doing their own thing and we're in the way? Is there a message they're trying to pick up on or a commonality in your investigations?
That's a good question, Gary. No one's ever said it to me like that. No, I don't never. Well, yeah, you got to remember, I've been on hundreds of investigations.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
So there was one time, actually, it might have been a year or two ago, the spirit come through my ink box, and I'm looking for intelligent responses, because it's a lot of radio coming through there. But we also have the shortwave on the ink box, which has less frequencies. And it was on shortwave, and this woman was trying to tell me something, and she was saying my name clear as day, and I was live. She said, "Mandy," and then she said something about a car accident. I was freaked out. I was like, no freaking way. I was scared. I really was. It freaked me out. I thought, oh God, the spirit's trying to warn me. So I have had them do that. And they've even said fire, and just, they actually have a few times. Yeah.
Well, that's like that's a specific warning that they've given you. But is there like over like a 30,000-foot view message or vibe that you've gotten when they're here communicating of their wants to be around?
They always want help.
I see. Okay.
Help me. Help. It's like, oh my gosh.
So you feel like when you go into an investigation for a resident who's being, annoyed by this or in a location, that these spirits they haven't figured something out in a way that you might be able to guide them? Is that the right way to say it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get so much different stuff out there. You get some of them when you go in and you just start talking to them, they'll be like, hi, hello.
Sure.
Like, well, and then, and that's where I think you get into the different realms of different dimensions, because then you got the ones like, help me, it's dark, it's cold, or saying some really freaky things, but then you get the ones that are really calm. Hi, how are you? And I'll say, hey, my name's Mandy. And then they'll say their name, and you don't know what you're going to get, but it's so crazy, the things that will come through. It's like, to me, it's like, how can you be getting one over here yelling for help, and this is going on around this spirit? Then you got the one over here just like calm and cool, like talking to you like I'm talking to you,
Sure. No, I find it fascinating, everything you've seen and the stuff that you talk about, continuing
I've seen
on
some
with
dark things with my eyes, let me tell you.
No shit. Where do you want the Ghost Sisters to be in 5 years? Is it the same thing you've been doing? What is the next phase?
We got some stuff in the works. We got some things out there where we're pushing some, I can't say too much about what's going on, but I'll say this. We are wanting to get out into the cryptid stuff because I've had experiences with things, and
Okay.
we're
This is
wanting to get out there.
I want to hear what you think, because I have an issue with cryptids. I am not a big cryptid believer. I am
Okay.
more apt to believe in spirits, consciousness, and I do believe there's something happening 100% with that. And I don't know what it is. That's the whole point of this podcast, for me to meet people like you who are out there and to gather this information and try to paint a picture of what this is. I believe there's something happening with consciousness on a certain level, whether we're connecting to the afterlife or it's just, I don't know what that is or what dimension. I don't know what it is. But when it comes to cryptids, I feel like we talk about, and it's funny, this has come up now in the past couple of episodes. I've got like, man, I just don't, I'm just gonna say, I don't believe in Bigfoot. I don't think he's out there. I don't think that's a thing. I feel like we could find him. That's not, now, I think there's things in the ocean maybe we haven't found yet. I think, that shit's deep and they're really creepy looking things. And if you've ever seen a sturgeon, that is a sea monster of unlike, so there's things in the water that are insane. But like, I mean, every mountain lion is tagged in LA, for Christ's sake. How do we not know that there's a big ass Bigfoot guy walking around? I mean, I don't know. I got a whole thing with that. So that's my thing. What is it for cryptids for you that you've seen that has convinced you that this might be another avenue and that exists?
So I'm a very open-minded things. I've had supernatural things happen that I can't explain. And like I said, I've been dealing with spirits since I was 9 and 10. I mean, when I say I've had supernatural things, I've had supernatural things that you would have to been there to believe what happened. So, but anyway, my house is a very haunted house, and I'm just going to say we've all seen ghosts in this house and things been thrown and whatever, crawling in bed with you, just the whole 9 yards in this house. And there's a cemetery right across the street. I went down one night. It's out in the country. It's huge. I was like, I'm going to investigate this cemetery by myself. And I did. And it wasn't dark yet. Okay. And I'm live and I'm walking around. All of a sudden, I point my camera down as I'm walking around the tombstones. I see these weird looking footprints. And I'm telling you guys, I was live and I was like, my mind was blown. What am I looking at? This thing had a person's foot who was barefooted, and it had toes, but then it had pointed toenails. And it was a big foot, like, I don't know, it was probably about like this. And I am not kidding you. I actually got a video of it on my social media. I was like, what is this? And I've not seen no bears around here. I'm Northwest. Now, someone did say there was a sighting, I don't know, a long time ago, but not near me. I have never lived in Ohio my whole life.
A sighting of what? A Bigfoot sighting or a bear sighting?
Of a bear. Because some people were like, oh, that could be a barefoot. No, barefoot has a fat paw. This was like a foot. Somebody had pointed toenails. I'm not kidding you. It was like the creepiest thing ever. And I'm like, okay, what is this? And I made a video out of it, and it went crazy. Everybody loved it. And I had all kinds of different things. So that was very unexplainable to me. And one night I came back from investigating a asylum in our hometown, Marion. Something was whistling at me. I'm surrounded by woods and cornfields.
You mean like a real whistle? You think a Bigfoot was like?
I don't know, but I'm going to tell you guys, I had my 2 St. Bernards outside. It was about 3:30 in the morning, and I heard whistling, and I was like, oh my gosh, no way. Nope, that's it. Nope. Got my dogs inside.
What are you doing out at 3:30 in the morning? That's the bigger question.
I was investigating.
I see.
Me and my husband did have a experience when we were in Athens, Ohio. Something threw a big rock in our path. It didn't want us to go forward. And only thing we could see was this big black freaking rock coming down. And it hit this tree, and all I could see was these little pebbles going across the path, and then it went into the water. And we freaked out. My husband's like, let's get the heck out of here. And he left me. I was trying to catch up with him. But it was after that when I started having whistling going on. I found those prints, and I'm like, what is going on? And someone told me If you had an encounter with something like that, they follow you. It gets weirder. My neighbor way down the road sent me a video, and we were hearing something weird out here too. We captured it on our video. We were hearing a sound. It sounded like something was hurt. And I thought, oh my God, I was like, oh man, I don't want to hear that. It was so, you could hear it over the TV. And I was just like, oh man, poor animal. Wake up in the morning, my neighbor sends me this video, and I'm telling you, it creeped me out. This thing let out a big old, whatever it was, roar or yell. You could hear like crickets and coyotes in the background. And then when it let out its roar, everything got quiet. And I kid you not. And you can hear his fire because he was out there having a fire. It freaked him out so bad, he said that he had to go out. He went inside and got a shotgun.
Someone in the chat is talking about the grass man.
Yes.
Is that an Ohio thing? That's an Ohio's version of Bigfoot? I sent it to a friend of mine.
Yeah, the grass man. They said that it sounds just like the grass man, the holler of him. And I'm telling you, I looked up every sound of a hurt animal or just look up different things.
I've never heard of the grass man.
It. Nothing. I even looked up those footprints and I couldn't find anything except for a dog man footprint. And that freaked me out. I mean, whatever.
I have never heard of the grass man. And you know what? This cryptid thing has come up so many times. I think I got to start talking to some cryptid people. Maybe let's see if they can or explain to me what I'm missing. I don't, what the theories are behind it.
Well, here's another thing. My daughter, my youngest daughter, she was driving down the road here. She saw something and it scared her so bad. I had to go outside and walk her into my house. She was driving down our road and she was going around the corner and she saw what she said was a man on all four legs with no clothes on and he had feet. And she said it was running across the street. It scared her so bad. She don't even like talking about it.
Could it have been a meth head?
I was like, you sure that one?
Going into the scripted thing, sorry to go back to it, but I have a hard time with the world. I need to do more. Look, when I first started this, I was unsure what was happening. I always thought like there was something happening. I didn't understand how John was getting this kind of communication, right? And that's sort of what started this whole thing. So now cryptids seem to be coming up a lot more. And I'm like, okay, I guess now I really, it's sort of being forced upon me to figure it out. And I'll do this. I'll learn about cryptids before I get into these fucking dolls, because those things scare the hell out of me.
I've got dolls here, Gary.
You got haunted dolls?
They freak you out. Yes, and they are creepy.
Yeah.
Yes,
why do you keep them? Why do you keep haunted dolls in your house?
I was into because most of the time it was at a haunted location and something happened, it'd get knocked off, and I'm like, oh, I want that, let me have it, and then they'd let me have it. Or people homes I went and investigated, they had issues with a doll, so I would take it off their hands.
But why didn't you burn it?
I don't know. I've got like 12 and I ain't getting no more. I said, that's it. They're like trigger objects. I can take them, depending where I'm going, but I don't take none of these no more. I don't mess with these ones. But I do have a donkey, an Eeyore, that's from Tennessee, and there is a little boy attached to him. That's no joke. Oh my gosh, we can go on and on with him. But yeah, the weirdest thing is because the donkey was with the child when he passed away in a car accident with his family. The grandmother bought the donkey for him, and the grandmother couldn't handle keeping that stuffed animal because she said all this stuff was going on in the house. She said he would turn on her stove and lock on her car door. She blamed it on the grandson still being attached to this donkey. So I took him off her hands, and they did a video chat with me before I took him, and I picked up on what happened. I picked up on the beginning of his name. And it was the craziest thing because he's just a stuffed animal. There's nothing there. He's just a stuffed animal. But you put a K2 up to him, he will light it up steadily. And it's just wild.
Mandy, when did you first sort of realize that what you had was intuitive, medium sort of abilities?
I knew at a young age that I could sense something, I was always scared, going into like certain parts of my house. I just knew, I felt like I was being watched. And I had a brother who was killed when he was 15, and I think I was about 10. And I was really close to my brother. And He was the first one to actually come to me and let me know that this is real.
Did you tell anybody when that happened?
Oh,
Did you
yeah,
tell your
yeah,
your
yeah.
sisters and your
Yeah, my family was so sick of me growing up talking about all these things that was happening
no
'cause
kid? So this is
I
always
couldn't explain what was going on. I knew ghosts because I remember hearing my grandmother talk about ghosts. My aunt will talk about ghosts, and I was always intrigued with it, you know. But once I started experiencing more of it, I used to be terrified of it. I was terrified. I mean, it
yeah,
scared me.
you can't escape. It's funny. It's like we all grow up with now, right? And certainly
Yeah,
in a modern culture, like the idea of ghosts or horror movies and things like that, that you can't escape it. There was a guy I read a book by this
I love
one.
horror movies.
Oh, I hate horror movies. I can't
I
sit through
love
horror.
it.
If I'm a horror, I tell the audience knows this. If horror movies in my house, my wife will just sit next to me and like keep a camera on me and just film it because it's funnier than because I get mad, I yell, I get scared, I hug my dog, I hate it. But this guy was talking. This book that I read, he's a sociologist, and he talks about how this idea of when we don't know what it is, you know, we automatically go to, is it a ghost? But that's only because we've also been raised with this idea of ghosts, right? This is just one perspective of things. And it's interesting to see, you know, but when you hear about it in a kid who might not really know what a ghost is yet, that's really that's sort of the counter argument to that, right? I mean, you
Mhm.
know, when it's a little kid who doesn't, you might have heard the word ghost, they don't understand what a
Yeah,
ghost
they
is.
don't understand it.
You know,
No.
so it's like that's the counter side of it. When you're young and you pick it up and you annoy your parents about it, that's kind of right where that comes from.
I remember being 15 years old and I was laying in bed and I'd just gotten in bed and something crawled in bed with me. And we didn't have no animals and it scared me to death. Something crawled in the bed with me and I remember going out there telling my dad, "I am not sleeping in here no more." And I tried to tell him what happened and he didn't believe me, but I can't remember. I think I slept on the couch that night. I was scared to death. And I've had that happen to me more than once throughout my life where things crawl in bed and you just can't explain it. Is it really spirit or what is it? What is crawling in the bed?
That we've heard that before. We have a guest that's coming up um that has happened to. That's not the
Yeah.
first time I've heard that, you know, and it's really, yeah, that would not be cool with me. I'd
Well,
probably leave.
Gary, it happened to the funny thing is, listen to this, you're gonna love this. So this was this was a lot of that was what I'm about to tell you. This was happening after I would come back from the Euro Shrine, which the caretaker would tell me, "Mandy, nothing can follow you." Well, yeah, I had a whole week of bad luck, okay? I knew something was in my house. Something was going on. Everything was just upside down. And this is when I was still working in law enforcement. And we did a podcast during this week. And we had, like I said, we just got back from the shrine. It was like 3 days later. We were doing a podcast, a live one. People were freaking out because you could hear disembodied voices. You could hear something growling. I mean, it was insane. And the people were like, you ladies might want a sage. And I'm like, well, we just got back from this crazy place in Tennessee. And, you know, we were all pumped up about it and I just started having a lot of bad stuff going wrong. So the next day I was heading to work, a road that I took for many, many years. And I was just 2 minutes away from pulling into work. And this baby deer come out of nowhere. And I say nowhere in the morning. Now, that could be something that can happen to anybody, but I was having bad stuff happening all week, and that just topped it off. So I hit a baby deer. You know, I'm in
Oh,
my brand new
Jesus.
car to beat all. And then after that, I was hearing growling in my house. I was hearing knocks, and my daughter was freaking out because she was seeing a tall, dark thing she said it had long, dark fingers. It was scaring the hell out of her. It was bad. And then
Well, you can't go out there killing baby deers, man.
oh God, I
Just
cried. I did. I cried. I was so
that
upset.
is tragic.
But I got woke up because this thing was in my ears growling. I get in the shower, get cleaned up. I hear my husband yelling for me. And I'm like, what? What's wrong? And he says, Mandy, something's in here. Something's moving the covers. And I'm telling you, I went out there and looked and you could see the covers moving. It was like, and he just, he don't believe in a lot of stuff, but he has seen things and heard them and he still questions.
I'm surprised you didn't pull your service revolver and just start shooting it.
Listen, he was freaked out. And I said, well, sorry. I said, I told you something was going on. I said, I got to go to work. So I leave him, right? He comes into work. He calls me up and he's like, hey, after you left, this thing was moving in that bed for 4 hours. I could not sleep. And I said, I told you. So, I mean, it's just, crazy things like that, What's going on?
Mandy, like before we say goodbye, I'll tell everybody what, when's your next live and where they can find you exactly. What's the best place? What's the best place to find and to follow and the Ghost Sisters of Ohio?
So our next investigation, if you want to watch a live investigation, we will be live tomorrow at the Bel Air House in Ohio. Me and Bobby Joe's taking on that. We're going to be with Trap Souls podcast. They've invited us, ladies, and we're going. You can find us on YouTube. We'll be live on YouTube, Facebook. We have Instagram, but we only go live on TikTok. Rainbow, REINBOW. That's a new platform. Go check it out. So we go live on those 4 platforms.
Give them your top. Give them the top 1 or 2.
Two is going to be, Facebook and YouTube.
Facebook and YouTube. And it's
Ghost
let me just
Sisters.
make sure. Ghost Sisters. Got it. A link to the Ghost Sisters in the link tree in my bio that will be up and running right after this episode drops. So you'll be able to follow. And be sure to give Mandy and her sisters a follow. They are actively out there crushing it. 9 years at it. And it's like, look, I haven't been on a ghost investigation. I think I would feel very safe being with a corrections officer on the scene.
I go alone. I go alone, dude.
That's insane. But there's no way I would go alone. There's not a chance. It's not a chance.
Scary, but yeah, you get more.
I mean, I'd probably get tetanus or something too. Like walking to a wall in these scary for these horrible places. Mandy, thank you. Thank you so much. Again, I apologize for the calendar screw up.
It's okay.
I didn't say anything too bad about you beforehand. I said you guys stood. I said, I think I'm getting stood up. But it's totally my fault, ladies and gentlemen.
I felt so bad. So I'm
no.
We're even. We'll say we're even.
But Mandy, I can't. This is fun, man. You have great stories. I love seeing you out there. I love that you're a family unit. I love that it's an all-woman squad. I think that means a lot. I do. I think it's a lot. I like disruptors in a big way. I think anybody breaking the norm of anything, I'm a fan of, and it's, the fact that you're still doing it, you're growing, you have a huge following on Facebook and legit investigations that look really great if you're into it. Good classic stuff. So Mandy, listen, thank you again. I really appreciate your time. Send my best to both your sisters. And I hope, Chastity feels better. And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for our show today. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to Splintered Spirits if you're watching on Santa Paranormal's channel. Follow the Ghost Sisters. Find them. Again, link be up there. And jump over to Splintered Spirits and give us a like. That's it for today. We appreciate you guys. Thank you all so much.
Bye.
Manny, I will see you. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
You can argue with a psychic all you want to.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we ask the question, what are spirits? Today, we're joined by one of the most recognizable psychics and mediums on the planet, Chip Coffey, who shares stories of his upbringing, some of his cases, which, by the way, have some sexually graphic detail if you are easily shaken or dumb enough to be listening to John and I in the car with young kids. You know Chip from hit television shows like Kindred Spirits, Psychic Kids, and Paranormal State. He has decades of work helping families, investigators, and audiences face the reality of what might still linger after death. Chip has conducted thousands of readings, comes from a lineage of spiritual sensitivity, and has never been afraid to say exactly what he thinks. And what makes this especially fun is that Chip does not just challenge spirits. He takes a few shots at me, which is exactly why talking to someone with his immense experience matters. Let's dive into the conversation. Chip, welcome to Splintered Spirits.
It's good to be here. Hi, guys.
What's going on, Chip? Thank you for joining us.
John, I can't think of another guest. I think this is like our first like real TV celebrity guest.
Yeah. Wow.
We've had some big
I was just going to say what a wonderful name John has, last name he has for this season of the year.
It's true.
It always is, and it's the idea of, and he kind of looks a little like Santa. If you look, if he puts on the hat, beard, puts that beard on, if he whitens up that beard, he could really play it up.
Yep.
You know. But Chip, thank you so much. I have so many questions for you. You've seen so many sides of this space, and you've been around, man. So it's like, I want to dive right in. No, you're not old. I mean, experienced.
Experience.
That and old. So
listen, we had a guest on this week, man. Talking about, I felt super old. It was like, man, I don't know how these. It felt like we interviewed this young woman who's an influencer, John and I, and it really felt like Beauty and the Beasts with the two of us talking to her. I'm like, we have no business talking to this person. It's like, but so Chip, my first question for you is simple. It's when did you first realize that what you were experiencing wasn't just a child's imagination? Because this came on to you very young.
it did. Actually, I got to separate that into two different categories. One is psychic and the other one is medium.
Okay.
So I had a very interesting birth. I got to go all the way back 71 plus years. And I was born while my mom was having a near-death experience. She had to have an emergency C-section, and during that C-section, she died on the table and had an experience where she saw angels, asked not to be taken away, and they put her soul back in her body. And as she was placed back in her body, I was born, and there was absolutely no cutting.
Oh.
So I made a grand entrance, and I think I've been making them ever since, but I've made a grand entrance into the world. Grew up living in haunted houses. I've always lived in places that were paranormally active. When I was a toddler, my parents noticed that I'd be sitting on the floor playing with my toys, and all of a sudden I'd look up and look at the phone, and within seconds, the phone would ring. And then they noticed as I became verbal that I would stop what I was doing, look up and look at the phone and say a name like Aunt Helen. And within seconds, the phone would ring, and on the other end of the line would be my Aunt Helen. So I was kind of like an early version of caller ID. Yeah. And, my parents were very open to spiritual or supernatural or paranormal things because they had had those sort of things happen in both sides of the family, my dad's and my mom's sides of the family in the past, and they were just not too freaked out by that. And then I started having, I don't even know what word I would say. It's mostly, I think, senses or knowing about places and people and things that I would come into contact with. We lived in a haunted house, a very haunted house.
Well, let me ask you this, Chip, because you talked about your mom here for a second, saying she asked God or the angels to bring her back.
Yeah.
You clearly grew up in a very was it a religious background? Was it Christian, Catholic? What?
Well, Catholic and Christian are the same things.
No, I know, but Catholics are a little bit harder.
I need to clarify.
For sure. John and I were raised Catholic. We both consider ourselves atheists these days. So, and it's a little bit different than like Protestant Christians who are a little bit looser about things. So I just wanted to sort of see what was your upbringing?
Christian and Catholic are the same thing.
Yes.
And let me just put it to you that way, because a lot of people, because Catholics pray to saints and things like that, they go, well, you're not a true Christian. That's bullshit. Catholics are Christian because Christ is the center. We're Christ-driven religion, so to speak. So there's no people out there that are thinking there's a difference in that. We weren't overly religious. We went to church not regularly, but every now and then. So, but I still called myself a Catholic. I still
Okay.
love the Catholic faith. I don't like the Catholic religion. That's what I don't like. And I blended my Catholicism in with my spirituality.
Okay. And there was, so for your parents, there was no, because a lot of people look at what your gifts are
Yeah.
as, you know, against the Catholic faith in a way, but there was none of that. So you were lucky enough to not have parents who were
No,
anti.
my
Okay.
parents had that wasn't even a part of it. Not at all. And to those people that feel that way, my eye itches. I'm sorry.
That's all right. That's it. I was slow on
I
that one.
like you,
I was
Chip.
slow
I
on
like
that
you
one.
already, Chip.
You know, if they've got a problem, if they've
Yeah.
got a problem with my beliefs, I don't try to convince or convert anyone to my ways of thinking. Believe what you want to believe as long as you're a decent person, but don't come for me, because if
No,
if you're
you
gonna have if you're
sure.
gonna have a pissing contest with me, come with a full bladder.
That's a, I love a good Southern analogy, and a metaphor. I mean, really, you guys have the best stuff. What? So, Chip, you have your background before you became a professional
Yeah.
medium and psychic. You were a child actor, model.
Mhm,
You were a
mhm,
counselor.
mhm.
How did all of those worlds influence the way you practice mediumship today, or did they not? You know.
They did. I think all the dots finally connected. I being in the world of stage and film and television made me really comfortable to be in front of a camera, and I knew my way around a set. Um, I interacted with a lot of different people. I worked for a Head Start program as a social worker, and I worked in a private psychiatric hospital on an adolescent unit. And all those things came in handy when I did the show Psychic Kids. I have a degree in psychology with one of my majors in psychology, particularly with child and adolescent psychology, and I dealt with a lot of family dynamics. Worked in the travel industry, so I can pack a bag and be gone in no time flat. So all those things sort of came together along with my psychic and mediumship abilities to create what has happened to me since 2001, which is when I started doing this professionally.
When you talk about psychic kids, because that was a big part of your life, and I read your book about psychic kids, and you were a psychic kid. Did you come? Was that show your first experience, like working with many different kids to sort of almost get a database of this phenomenon? And what did that teach you that you didn't already know?
I always knew that everybody had some level of psychic ability, but these kids in particular, well, let me back up for a second. This show actually came about due to an episode of Paranormal State, another show that I did. And there was a young girl who was a medium on that show, and I interacted with her, and they're always looking for new content for television. So
Yeah, they are.
they saw this, and they realized this had potential. So they created Psychic Kids based around that one episode of Paranormal State. Um, it was we dealt with kids who were and families who were in crisis mode because of their kids' abilities. So that was our goal, to kind of pull them out of that crisis mode and give them basic tools that they could use and utilize in order to bring some level of comfort and sanity back into their lives.
And what is the responsibility of these adults when they have a child that shows psychic or intuitive ability? What did you learn there, and how did you help them get through that?
Don't treat them like they're anything abnormal. Embrace what is going on here. Be kind and considerate and understanding of your children, and don't make them into a party trick. Don't, oh, tell grandma something about grandma. Don't do those things. Don't make your kid jump through the hoops.
Right.
So
They're not
it
a
was
grinder monkey.
no, you're not. You're not.
Right.
And so we just sort of each case had some similarities, but there were also some individual things that were going on with the cases, and we sort of tailored what we were doing to the individuals that we were working with.
So
For
Chip,
all the oh,
Chip, it sounds like your upbringing, in your household, really paved the way for you to, work with these children. From what I'm gathering so far, like your household that you grew up in really gave you an understanding of how to help the parents and the children.
My
Is
parents didn't make a big deal out of it,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
just it was just who I was, a part of who
Mm.
I was.
And this is what you tried to help with the children you were dealing with as well.
Absolutely,
Wow, that's
absolutely.
amazing. That's
Although
amazing.
I never unlike them, I never went through any big trials or tribulations because of my abilities.
Yeah.
They weren't causing me any angst. I had great understanding parents, and we didn't have the internet back then, back in the olden days. We wrote on stone tablets. And,
You chisel. You chi
yeah. You know, it was a different time. So, the whole world didn't know your business. So, a select few people knew that I had these abilities, but it wasn't a widely known thing. And, it wasn't always a part of daily life.
so
So,
How
it
did you
was
make that jump? How long were you working professionally before you became like a famous psychic medium to get on television? Where did that leap occur?
I was working let's back up another few years to 2001. I was working in the travel industry as a travel agent. I've been
Right.
doing that for 15 years. So 9/11 came around and nobody was traveling, nobody was flying. And so airlines were suffering, car rentals, hotels, everybody was suffering. And so were travel agencies. I mean, nobody was calling to book and they were losing revenue, and travel agencies were shutting their doors. And those that weren't shutting their doors were letting agents go by the dozens. And I was a casualty of that. So for a few months, I had been working on an 800 line, a psychic hotline,
Ah,
part time. And when I lost my job, I packed my stuff up, walked out of the building, and I remember saying out loud, "Well, I guess now you're a full time psychic and medium." So I had no doubt that I was going to be able to satisfy some of my habits, like living indoors and eating, by being a psychic medium full time. But that's 24 going on 25 years ago, and I think it's worked out pretty well. But what led to this, kept doing readings online. I started doing some events both locally, then it went to regionally, then it went to national events. And some folks took notice of me. And when they were looking for someone as a fill-in or kind of a new person psychic on a show called Paranormal State, it was going by the working title of Paranormal U at the time, like university,
hmm,
because it was college kids that
yeah.
were doing the investigating. And so they brought me in on a case, and I remember when I was leaving, I gave them the name of the demonic entity that was supposedly causing havoc, wreaking havoc for everybody. And I remember one of the producers, the first person I ever spoke to about this, had his arm around me as I was leaving Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania in the snow. And he said, "You, Chip Coffey, have just elevated this show to an entirely new level."
Mm,
And I thought, well, this is a one off. I thought, well, I ended up doing 32 or 33 episodes of the show,
right.
and it led to Psychic Kids. And then there was a little bit of a hiatus for me. And then I went on and began doing Kindred Spirits.
So that gave you a lot of exposure to this paranormal world, those shows, right? All over the country and everywhere else.
All over the world. Yeah.
Right? Did you learn anything new? Like what surprised you the most? Did you ever have a moment though, like, where just in your craft and your beliefs from seeing and building this library of cases, did anything change or evolve in your belief system?
Let's go back to the Catholic thing. If you think about your Catholic roots, you heard a lot about angels.
Mhm.
There were angels here and angels there and angels everywhere. But you realized there were angels and demons. You heard about those, but not nearly as frequently as you heard about angels. I learned that those entities, at least in my beliefs, are real, and that the world is kind of the universe is kind of based on the yin and the yang dichotomies, the flip side. So if there's day and night, there's good and evil, there's hot and cold. So if there's pure good, there's got to be pure evil. So that was my way of thinking, and I've stared those sort of things in the face, so to speak. So I think from that standpoint, I've learned that we don't know what we don't know. We have good theories about it, and we can put a hypothesis out there about what's going on. But anyone that tells you that they know anything about the spiritual, honestly, know anything about the spiritual or the paranormal or the supernatural worlds, mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, we're firm
Say it all the
believers of
time
that.
on my lives, Chip.
Yeah.
All the time. If someone comes
Now,
in claiming to be an expert about something, that's the big red flag right there.
I don't claim I'm an expert. I claim I've had a lot of experience at
Experience.
it.
Yep.
yeah, for sure.
I've seen a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's, look, one of the things about this whole podcast is getting different perspectives, listening to different people with a variety of experiences and painting a picture of what we think spirits are. Now, I know you
Mhm.
specifically have a definition for a spirit even versus a ghost. Would you
Mhm.
explain to us in the audience, like, how do you define a ghost versus spirit to start?
I believe that when we die, our body dies, that the soul, the essence of who we are, leaves the body. And then it has somewhat of a choice of whether to stay on this third dimension earth plane or to continue on, cross over, go to the light, finish that journey, however you want to refer to it, go to heaven, any way you want to refer to it. I believe that those souls that remain on the earth plane are what we tend to call ghosts. And when that soul finishes its journey and goes on into spirit, that's what we call a spirit. So we use those terms interchangeably, but when push comes to shove, there is, in my opinion, a basic difference.
Okay. Now, John has a working theory that, spirits are sort of the fractured memories, since it's hard, no one has really defined consciousness or knows what consciousness is, whether
Mhm,
you refer to it as a soul or not. And
mhm,
that those memories are what's left behind or dispersed when we pass, that energy. And I mean, like, almost specific energy, not woo-woo energy, like the electric synapses in our brains have to go somewhere when we die, and that maybe our consciousness is attached to that, and that those memories are what he is picking up and what he's talking to. Have you ever, in your experience with anything, is there do you find that have ever come across things that match that philosophy, or have touched upon that, as a potential working theory that you could see, like, maybe?
I don't know that I fully understand everything you just said
Okay.
100%. John can have his theory. Good for you. How nice for you that you have that theory. You're welcome to it. But, that doesn't mean I can't have mine or you can't
No,
have yours, anybody else has. But
no,
in
absolutely
reality,
not.
he's kind of saying what I'm saying. The essence of who you are goes somewhere, however you want to define that, electromagnetic, whatever. But that's what I call a soul, is
Okay.
just that spark of who of existence that you have somewhere inside of you that cannot be destroyed. And it can be reinvigorated, in my opinion, and come back for multiple tries at this, you know, bronco busting world we live in.
Hey,
I've talked
Chip.
to I've
What?
talked hold on, well, John,
Yeah.
I want to stay on this real
Yeah.
quick. I've talked to parapsychologists who define these things in this way, Chip, where it's, you know, uh, uh, an entity or an apparition is what you would call a ghost based on your definition of a ghost. Like, this is a fully, this is an individual, or that consciousness is there. They would define a haunting as an imprint, where it's almost like a recorded loop, right? It doesn't even have to be from someone who's
That's
passed.
that's
It's
called
just
a
something.
that's called a residual haunting.
Yeah, okay. So, what have you come across have you come across things like that that verify that definition of these things?
Residual hauntings are like an imprint or an echo. Intelligent, and I don't like to use that word, I like to use interactive haunting, is when you get legit responses or seem to be communicating with something. You cannot communicate with with a haunting that is just an imprint or an echo.
Got it.
So that's my theory. And there are people that believe that only ghosts, people who haven't finished that transition, can communicate with the living. And that's not true in my belief system. If you go into spirit, periodically you can bridge that gap between wherever you are, in the spirit realm, and come back and communicate or interact with people that are still in the third dimension or the living world. That's my belief. That's how I earn the majority of my living is by reconnecting living people with their loved ones who have passed away.
Right. But you have come across things that are echoes and you're like, "This is just an echo." There's
Oh yeah,
validity. So
absolutely.
there is valid that's what I was there's validity to those statements in that thing. John, go ahead.
Right.
What were you gonna ask? Sorry, I just
Well,
wanted
I
to
was,
wrap up.
Chip, in all your experience, what was the oh wow moment? Like something that really like is like you, I believe that there's so much to understand about this. No matter how much data we get, it'll never ever give us a clear picture on anything. And every time we think we're getting close to something, at least in my adventures and my documentation, every time I think I get close to something, more data comes in that just completely blows that apart, right? What was your last like big oh wow, like this is amazing. This is like so intriguing and so, I don't understand it, but I love it and I'm, so happy to experience it.
My life has been filled with those moments.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I'd like
yeah,
to hear about one of them that stands out like right off the top of your head.
give me a category you want me to tell you what about.
Your most recent.
My most recent.
Mhm.
I think short-term memory is not good for me, but I'll try to remember one.
Yes, me too. I'm horrible with short term.
Um, Nothing really springs to mind that is like really recent. There's been so many in my life,
Okay, so then let me rephrase the question. Which one left the most impact on you? What was an impactful one where it's like, you
like I
know
said, I grew up in a haunted house where nothing bad happened, but there was really constant activity, doors opening and closing, footsteps, voices, pianos being played, cold spots in the house
All right,
during
so
the dead
okay,
of
so where's the first time you experienced something that was dark? If you never had anything growing up that was an evil or dark and it was easy, you could live there. What was the first time you came across something dark and you're like,
the
"Uh-oh."
first episode I did of Paranormal State when the head honcho of the demonic realm came and was affecting both the host of the show and the family that we were investigating, and
That
I
was your
named.
first time on the TV show
Yeah,
that you
for a
really
while,
came
yeah.
ac
Yeah,
Wow.
I was in my 40s, I was, like, 47 years old when that happened. I think they kinda left me alone because I had a really strong faith and belief in something that was more powerful and protective than me,
Mhm.
and I think they kind of left me alone, and they don't F with me much, even now. They just don't because they know that I've got a great team that's surrounding me in spirit and that I know people who, if I get in real trouble, are gonna come to my aid.
Well, I can tell right away
I'm
you've
not
got a
going down with I'm not going down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly you give that impression there's nothing weak about you in terms of, like, how you deal with this and your perception on it, so I can't, your intent is for sure strong.
Mhm.
Uh, so alright, so the first time you did that was on television. Is there being a television celebrity, is there a difference, or what's the biggest difference really in an investigation for TV versus doing a private reading? What did you find how did you find that adjustment to have to deal with a schedule and a crew around you and all of that stuff? How was that?
I wasn't really restricted a lot. So, most of what I did was so genuine and so authentic. I mean, yeah, you had to be aware of where the cameras were. You had to sort of adjust to being on set. But other than that, from investigations that I'd done prior to actually going on TV and going into a space to investigate it, there wasn't a whole lot of difference for me. Not at all. I mean, it was pretty much the same.
Was there anything missing for the viewer that you wish they saw that they didn't get to see behind the scenes?
Every now and then, I think there were some things that because of time constraints had to be edited out. But, with the TV shows that I've done, I think they've remained pretty loyal to what was going on so that it was made fairly consistent and easy for those who were viewing on their television screens to understand.
Huh.
Was there ever a location other than that first episode that you immediately thought, I don't wanna be here this long?
The second episode that I did of the show, which was the very next frickin' week, they
I can't
call me
believe you did dude, episodes 1 and 2 of this thing, and you kept going back. Don't sound very fun, Chip. I don't
you
understand
know
why
what?
you
Explain it.
was
And it was
the
the
check must
same
have been good.
So
it was the
hold on,
same
Chip.
not
Listen,
good, let's
that as somebody who's always been surrounded by positive, right? And then doing this show, and then you have your first negative experience with a negative entity. We'll call it that, right? Demonic entity,
yeah,
negative, and then the
yeah.
same thing the following week. Here you are, new episode, another one. Mentally, how did you prepare yourself for that? Was it just something that happened natural? You're like, I got this, I got my team, or did you have to like take a little time and be like, you know what, I'm
Oh,
gonna mentally prepare and I'm ready for this.
I did that, you're absolutely right, and some of it was because of who I am, and that's big I believe in the power of prayer. I
Mhm,
prayed. I mean, the
mhm.
second episode, there was a woman who was being and you might have to edit this out, I don't know what I can say and what
No,
I can't.
speak freely, speak
You're
freely.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a woman the episode was called, get this, The Devil in Syracuse.
Well,
I-
I lived in Syracuse for a while. I could see a lot of devils there, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I lived in Elmira, for us. I can just tell you that, there was a woman, they lived in a double wide tray or a single wide trailer in a trailer park just outside of Syracuse, and the woman was being sexually assaulted by a demon. I mean, this woman was taken to a hospital because she said that something was assaulting her, and it was the way she described it was she felt like there was somebody with a barbed wire dildo inserting itself into her. And when they took her to the hospital, and it burned and it was painful, and they took her to the hospital and examined her, and she had second and third degree burns in her vaginal wall and outside on her skin. And they asked her, did a whole psych eval. They asked her, are you inserting something hot like a curling iron into your vaginal cavity? And she goes, are you insane? Am depressed and angry and frightened, but I'm not crazy.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, explain that. Explain this. I walked up to the house for the first time with Ryan Buell, who was the host of the show, and with Father Andrew Calder, God rest his soul, because he's passed now. And we walked up to the door of this trailer for my first time. We were butt deep in snow in Syracuse.
Yeah.
And I walked up and I put my hand on the storm door and I went like that and I said, no,
Was
I'm
hot.
not going I'm not gonna go in there until I am way deeper in prayer than I am now. So they had a Winnebago over there for us as a dry and a warm space. So Andrew Calder and I went to the back where the bedroom is in the Winnebago, and we prayed up a storm. And then when Ryan and I went back into the house, the first thing that I heard was something from the demon in the house. And when I hear them in my head, they sound like this. They've got a real raspy, nasty sort of voice like this. And the first thing the demon, I didn't know anything about the people in the house, nothing. They bring me in stone cold. And the first thing that this demon said to me when I walked in the house was, already F the mother, now I'm gonna F the little girl.
Dude, this is a terrifying this is
You
terrifying.
think? You
This
think?
is terrifying.
And
This is like
Ryan
I don't
said,
know why
"What?"
anybody does this
And Ryan
job.
said Ryan said to me, "What did you just hear, Chip?" And I said, I don't think I can say this." And he said, "Just tell me." And I told him what it said. I already F the mother, and I'm gonna F the little girl. And I heard over his earbud, I heard, "Stop, stop." And the producers came running into the house. And they said, "We're not gonna get that past standards and practices. We're not gonna get that past local." They said, "But can you that's great information. Can you say that in another way?" And on the show, I believe you hear me say, "It wants the little girl." And what happened was there was a little girl, a 3-year-old little girl named Katie who was living in the house. She had a brother. And at one point in time, while we were in production of this episode, before we moved them out of the house quickly, they woke up one morning and she had a rash all over her bottom.
Man.
What they don't tell you, and remember Father Andrew Calder, bless his soul, he had a saying that he once said to me about clients on paranormal investigations, and it was the TAL theory. And that is clients, they always lie. And here's either by error by omission or just outright lying so they won't look bad. The man who lived in the house was a 300-pound man whose nickname on AOL, his AOL handle was Tiny. They called him Tiny. No, that was his nickname. His nickname was Tiny. His real name was Raymond, but Tiny was his nickname. His AOL handle was Tiny666. What he hadn't told anybody was, especially the producers or us that were there, was that as a younger version of himself, he dabbled in Satanism. And they had to bring somebody in and basically do a deliverance on him. We walked into this house, when we were getting the people out of the house, the mother said, "Oh, I've got to go back in and get the baby's blanket." She ran into the house. We had all been out of the house for like 90 seconds when she realized she had to go back in and get the baby blanket. They had crosses, little wooden crosses they had made out of pieces of wood that were everywhere in this place, everywhere. She went back in and you heard the most blood-curdling scream that you've ever heard in your life. And there were probably 60 of those crosses. Every single one of the crosses in the house in that 90 seconds had turned upside down. They had inverted.
Wow.
So if you ask me if I've seen some weird shit in my past, the answer would be yes, I've seen some weird crap that I just can't pragmatically explain.
So Chip, how do you look? You're an empathetic guy. You worked in counseling, right? All these things.
Yeah.
How do you move on from that? Do you keep tabs on this person, or is it like you're on to the next show? You got a schedule to do. How did you that aspect of the TV business and trying to help these people in 6 days? It's just like, look, I come out of production, right? So all the home renovation shows that you watch, like, by the way, when the production crew leaves, that house is not finished. You know what I mean? It's not fully made over, and it's held up by, like, tape, some of it sometimes. So but in this case, these people are in real jeopardy.
Yeah.
How did you deal with that? Or did
They
you
were
ever
left
stay in
with
touch with them?
they were left with resources that they could utilize after the filming stopped.
Did you ever follow up with anyone in particular? Like, did you ever have a personal connection with any one of them that you would follow up with, or
For a
any of those
while, but
stories?
think about this too, Gary. If you go see a psychiatrist and your sessions are over with, you're not going back anymore,
Mhm.
that psychiatrist is not gonna continue to follow you for the rest of your life or do anything for you.
That's true.
They knew what they were getting themselves into. We were there for a select period of time. We didn't leave them untethered. We actually provided them with local resources and sometimes not local resources that they could tap into in order to continue on with whatever they may need when we left. We tried to tidy things up as best we could before we blew out of there, but, that's not always completely successful when you're dealing with something that, number 1, you're not fully understanding.
That's all fair. I get it. It's curious. It's interesting to know, right? Because a lot of people look at there's so many different aspects, right, of this world, and TV is under constraints, which it's just the nature
Oh,
of it.
yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
yeah.
so the instinct is to say how fake it is because They don't realize what's required for ratings with network notes, for all of the things that go into making it as opposed to what happens on site. So, you know, explaining it to a lot of people helps them understand, like, look, man, it's can things be sensationalized? Yes. Does that mean it's fake? No. These are differences. This is the nature of the medium. Having been through that medium, how do you see what's happening with paranormal today? Because the medium shift is changing and it's becoming less attention span driven, with
Yeah.
social media. Do you know that how do you find it playing out? Do you track anything online? Do you, where's your sense with this?
I don't particularly track anything. The only thing I know is that there's no network really that's actively investing money in paranormal right now. The paranormal shows pretty much have hit rock bottom. There's a couple that are left, but not a lot of money is being spent by any network that I'm aware of on paranormal, especially
They're not spending a
discoveries.
lot of money on anybody, Chip, right
Well,
now.
no.
It's
I
a
mean,
tough spot. Yeah.
if you look at network shows like my two of my favorite shows are Chicago PD and Chicago Fire, and they're furloughing actors because NBC has cut Dick Wolf's budget back so far.
Yeah.
And I can
It's
imagine
slow.
this is not pissing off actors very badly that they're not getting a paycheck. But it's the same thing with paranormal television. There's the money is drying up a bit, and, it's just not there. And number 1, it didn't pay that well. You'd be shocked if you heard the largest amount of money I ever made for one episode of a show.
Oh, look, hey, man, I worked at Discovery for 10 years. I know what it pays. I used to tell people when I would try to find people like you and hire them would be, your money's not going to be in the show unless it's a giant hit. The money's going to be, you're about to charge, if you charge people $100 an hour for a reading, you might be able to charge it for 1,000. Just depends. Especially with like
And that's
tattoo
the
art,
way I
like,
looked at it. It was promoting my book, it was promoting me as my private readings.
right.
I used it as basically a commercial. You
Did
just
you,
gave me a commercial.
and so do you feel television helped your profession? Not personally. I just mean
Yeah.
the paranormal in general. Do TV shows give it a bad rap, a good rap? Where do you find that balance? And like I said, now that it's winding down, how do you think that's going to affect people when all they can see of paranormal is what's online and in social media?
I think it helped and it hurt. I think that people love being armchair critics, and if you weren't on set to see actually what happened, then shut the fuck up.
Right.
There's
Yeah.
the reality, because you don't really know what went on unless you were there to witness it. So you can have your assumptions and your theories and your whatever, and everybody's got an opinion. They're like a butthole, you know? Everybody's got one, but you don't necessarily want to hear from it. Fart, fart. But I don't want to. I'm tired of people that have to go online and make a big to do about something that's in the long run. What are you trying to prove? Paranormal TV was what it is. You have to figure that there's got to be an entertainment element to it, or people aren't going to watch it.
Right.
Whatever you consider entertainment. But we did the best job that we could, and I can honestly say that to the best of my knowledge, there was never anything faked or fabricated on any of the episodes that I did. And I got asked to stretch the truth a couple of times, and I flat out said, absolutely not. I will not. I will not. And it was something as simple as saying that this information was learned at one source when it was not learned at that source. It was learned in a totally different place. Like, we got this from ancestry.com when you didn't. You got it. We got this from public records in the town. They got it from ancestry.com. And I'm not going to say they got it on public records when somebody went and searched public records.
Mm,
So I just wouldn't even stretch the truth that far.
right. I love your perspective. Like you're such a wealth of knowledge on this is why I'm asking it. It is, and you have such firm beliefs. Do you think there is a what is healthy skepticism to paranormal look like to you?
That's a good question. It's not bashing people that do what I do. It's not saying that it's all BS. And it's not being nasty or confronting it and just, inciting people to treat other people in a horrific fashion. It's not attending an event and trying to out somebody for being a fake. I don't think that's what it is. This is not a skeptic. This is somebody that's like, you know, you don't want to be like West Side Baptist Church. You don't want to go out and do those sort of things. That's just not cool. Um, you can be a skeptic. That's fine and dandy, but just don't be an ass about it. You
Chip,
know, I don't bel
I find the people who are the meanest, if for lack of a better word, are
yeah.
people in the field. And I haven't been doing this that long. I've only been doing, I've been following John around for about a year, and we dropped this thing this podcast a year ago, but it's it's people within the paranormal who fight against other people with it's paranormal on paranormal crime, Chip, is what I see the most of, as
That's
opposed
the
to
reason that's the reason that I sit my happy self right in the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia, and mind my own business for the most part. There's the big brouhaha that's going on now about who bought the Warrens' house and who's buying the Conjuring house and blah, blah, blah. You know what I think about that? I don't give a shit who bought it.
yeah, yeah,
Good luck, goodbye.
yeah,
Leave me alone.
right. But it's that, right? Like, who else would care? It's just it's a very strange. The parascience, for lack of a better, is a very strange field we've all decided to play in, where everyone seems to think they know the right way to do the science, and they're the only ones fighting with each other without a clean way of figuring out what the answer is. That's what I've been discovering.
Let me go back for a second and clean something up that I said, that I don't care who buys those houses. I just hope they go into the right hands and good hands.
Of course.
That's what I don't think that they should be made. I don't think the whole goal should be to make those houses into tourist attractions. I don't think that that's what anybody necessarily wants, except the people that are going to buy them to make bank on them. So,
I wish I could buy it and turn it into a preschool.
I don't know. It's too much is kind of what I got at. And I am real passionate about it.
As you
Why,
should
why,
be.
why is there so much animosity toward what's going on with the purchase of these properties? It's too much. And that's
No,
the reason that I
we
can
had
say I
Andrea
don't
Perrin on.
agree, but not I love Andrea. I love
Yeah,
Andrea. But what I don't understand, and I told Andrea this, is I don't understand how she can have such loving feelings about this place when, as a younger version of herself and her family, they went through terrifying things at this place.
That's what
Why?
Gary asked her the
I
same
asked
thing,
that.
Chip. That
Yeah.
very question that you just stated, Gary asked her that.
I asked her that. Her response, correct me if I'm wrong, John, her response was that, like, the stories of the bad times did not outweigh the good
The good,
with her
yes.
family in that home.
Yes.
It's like that was
So
her
your mother
response there.
being possessed and people thrown across the house and things that are going on like that. That you had a nice Thanksgiving dinner, that outweighed the
I
fact that demons came
Jeff,
for
I
you.
can,
I just
yeah,
I don't get
listen,
it.
dude, I'm with you. I told her I'd burn it to the ground. I don't get what, I'd said I'd
Well,
raise that place.
I've been there. I've been there. So, I
listen,
good luck with whatever happens to it.
Did you
Good
feel
luck.
something in there when you went in there? Did you feel it?
I don't wanna talk about that.
All right. All right.
listen, my
I don't
personal feeling with the whole
I'll answer this.
farmhouse.
Not
John, hold on.
Yeah.
Say that again, Chip.
I'll answer this question for you. Not a whole lot.
No, hold
Interesting.
on. Okay. My whole thing
But
with
I will this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
it's
I will
okay.
tell you this. I was there, and I just seen Andrea and her family, her dad and 2 sisters, at an event, and I was there doing the investigation with Amy and Adam on Kindred Spirits, and all of a sudden, a car rolls down the driveway, and they get out, and I went, "What the what?" I had no idea they were gonna be there, and they said, "Surprise, Chip." But I can tell you this, the atmosphere and the timber in that house completely changed when they walked on the property.
No shit. Oh, that's wild.
100%. The vibe changed.
Wow.
And I can tell you this, sometimes it's the people that are haunted and not the spot.
Well, doesn't that go into like what they refer to as like what a poltergeist is, that it comes off the person, right? You
Maybe.
know,
I believe that it is the combined energies of the living and the dead that create the activity.
okay.
I
I
lived in a
mean,
haunted house, lived in Elmira, and nobody that's lived there since then has experienced anything in the house. But my family and I, who were true believers, and my mom, who had psychic abilities, and me, who had psychic abilities, things happened on the daily. How do you explain that?
well, I could
How do
tell
Yeah.
you
you
this,
See,
Chip. I've been documenting for years now, and if I am not in the right mental headspace, if I'm upset about something, if I'm angry about something, if I'm distracted, the documentation reflects it. The human element
and let
is
me
way more important than people give humanity credit for.
yes.
Yeah.
And look at it this way, doing event work, I can tell you that sometimes if you go to a haunted location, you bring in different groups throughout the night to investigate a specific place in a haunted location. Some groups get stuff off the charts.
Mhm.
Other groups can go in and it's dead as a
yeah,
doornail.
I I 100% agree with you. Of everything I've learned, and I tell John this all the time, I think he's a witch because I use those apps and those devices, I get nothing, but when he uses it, things happen, and I swear it's him. And people on this podcast that have listened to us, I tell them all the time, if a carpenter comes into your house and wrecks up the and messes up the renovation, you're not going to blame his hammer. You're going to blame the person. It always comes down to the person, and to me, and it's that it's very fascinating that you took this down that road yourself, and it's I love hearing that. It speaks to a lot, as we paint
Yeah,
this picture.
John, the problem is Gary doesn't believe any of this. He is so blocked off. He is looking for ways to debunk
Well,
No,
constantly.
I don't
well,
think that's true.
well,
You can argue with a psychic all you want to. I know.
well,
No shit.
Chip, I'll tell you what,
Eh,
between me and you and everybody that's gonna listen to this, and Gary, we joke around when I'm live about how how you could go back to the first episode of Splintered Spirits and go to the last episode, and you can start to see Gary's progression from being a full-blown skeptic to all of a sudden start going, "Wait a minute, this isn't making sense. Wait a minute, this is crazy. This is blowing my mind. And you
Alright,
can
so
slowly start to see the change, from you can.
alright, so I'm gonna
I
ask you
told him you should write a
I'm
book
gonna
about
ask
it.
be disrespectful if you need to be, Gary, but I'm gonna ask you
no,
this question.
no, go
Well,
for it.
just hold on a minute, let me ask before you say no. I've told you about things that I've witnessed and seen. I saw a girl that was intermittently possessed. Her neck swell up the size of a puffer fish. I've seen her become so heavy that an adult male can't lift her up. I've seen things that are just that was on an episode of Paranormal State called I Am Six. We had to go back twice. She had writing dug into her back where she could not manage to do that. How do you explain these things? So
I can't.
out of all the things that I have seen and witnessed, just me, little me here, I, I, I- if you can't say, I find that just incredible and difficult to believe from a standpoint, I don't think you're calling anybody a liar, but I think that if you witness those sort of things, you've got to sort of waver a bit in your belief system of saying, there's got to be something going on here.
Did I give you the impression? Did I ever say that I didn't think that I
Well,
doubted what you saw? I don't
you
think I
got
ever said.
no, I don't think you did that to me. I think you do that with yourself sometimes.
I'm certainly curious, not about what people. I totally believe what people see, and we don't debunk.
Yeah.
We always say on here, we're not debunkers here. Uh, I haven't seen it. That doesn't mean I don't believe other people have seen it, and I certainly believe
And
in.
that's what a skeptic is, somebody that will decry the experiences of somebody else.
Oh, I don't think, John. I don't think I've ever done that. If anything, I hate when people debunk. Debunking is unfun to me. It's very easy to say no. And I think debunking is And we had a skeptic on here. We had literally a professional skeptic on here, the guy who runs the CIF. Um, it hasn't aired yet, but I look at debunking and curmudgeonry as the death of creativity. And even from outside of the paranormal, when you look at it from science, in a science perspective, it's the people with the imagination to try and prove something. Even in failure, that progression happens. Nothing happens. Very few great things have happened from trying to disprove something. I think I could point to like two, which is like Louis Pasteur. He came up with pasteurization by trying to disprove instant life theory. And I was telling John this, like the only way to prove the safety of a car is to try and disprove how safe it is, right? It's like the only way to. So other than that, I'm a believer of trying to, I want to say yes. I'm a yes person. Like, okay, this happened. Wow. And I'm a firm believer in the human experience. From everything I've read from people like one of our guests was this ghost hunter named Steve Parsons out of the UK, and I loved his book Ghostology. That just sort of knocks the gear, and it's like it's not about the gear. It's not about the tool. It's about the person, and it's about the experience. And that's what he's like. He was telling the problems he has as a ghost hunter because he shows up with a pen and pad, and because of television, everyone's used to vans full of gear, you know. And I said to him, I go, dude, just buy a bunch of fucking empty Pelican cases and show up so that people, you don't have to fight that argument. Like, what do your thing, but just have it there to just get that out of the way, But I wouldn't say, yes, I've experienced a couple of soundbite things through like a spirit box, like not the apps, the spirit box that were wild. So but I don't know. My thing is where I don't know what it is, and this is the whole point of what we do is what is it, right? Which is where we started. What is it
You don't
exactly?
know.
And we don't know. I don't know. We may never know, but I'm having fun
Not
enjoying.
in our lifetimes.
Nope.
Yeah, and I'm having
No.
fun enjoying what the different perspectives. And you say not in our lifetimes, but it's like we had another guest, Dan Sturgis, on who pointed out, and I love this example. We didn't even know how lightning worked until we created the high-speed camera, which is not that long ago. So it's to really understand what lightning was and how it developed. We didn't know what it was, and that's
It was
within the
funny,
past 50
and
years.
I could be wrong on this, but I think they recently discovered, maybe in the past 2 months, how it actually works with ice bending
Yeah,
in a
it's
cloud and creating electricity. I was reading a whole article. That
crazy.
It's wild. It's wild. So Chip, like if you were to go back and literally watch episode 1 to the latest episode out, you can start to see Gary's progression. And we talk about it all the time. And like I said, he should write a book about it because he came into this as a full blown
I
skeptic.
agree.
Like, and
Because
Gary,
I'll
let's
tell you
be
this.
honest. Like when we started this, you were like, all right, get the spirits to say this, get the spirits to say that. And I'm like, Gary, I
Oh,
can't.
sure.
I can't control them, man.
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't control what they're gonna say. And once Gary realized that, he was like, oh, okay. Whoa. This is wild.
Have you ever said this? Have you ever said out loud, "I'm open to somebody can you convince me?"
Am I open to, what do you mean?
Well,
I said,
to the
no,
spirits?
I've had readings.
Spirit realm, yeah. Have you said that out loud?
Me?
No,
Yeah.
I've never said, can you convince me? I've never said those
I
words.
Have you said that? Have you ever said to something in spirit, "Gary, convince me. I've never seen anything that I really can say is from you." Have you ever said that?
No, I've never
Then I'm baiting you into saying it.
Okay.
Maybe because maybe because they're like, "Fuck you, we're not gonna give you what you want. You're just some skeptical disbeliever."
I would say,
Go
look,
in
I've had,
go in with a very open attitude of saying, "I'm not gonna say nothing's gonna happen. Nothing's ever happened to me. Nothing's still gonna happen, blah, blah, blah." If you just say, "All right, show me, prove yourself to me that you're here. Can you just," and that's not necessarily baiting them. That's basic or asking them to jump through hoops saying, I wanna believe.
oh wait,
If believe
you know what? I would say that I did because I went to Hollywood. I went to
Yeah,
that
you
one
did.
cemetery. I don't want to say where because they didn't let me give me permission to shoot there. And I by myself with a spirit box, and I did ask, and I drove around, and I did ask like to speak, and we did get. Two things happened on 2 days I went. One, my phone died, and I'm so pissed. And I told John. I called him immediately because I'm like, no one's gonna believe that this happened except for John, so I can't really talk about it. And then the other one I sort of caught where I asked him. I told the spirit, I was like, come on, spirits, like let's go. I was like, if you need energy to speak, I was like, grab those people. There were some people that were a little heavy set over the side. I'm like, grab those people. They look like they got a lot of energy. They can take their energy. And then I said, don't take my energy, but take their energy and say something to me. And I said, do it before these cops are going to throw me out or something like that. Right. I was like, are the cops going to show up and throw me out of here because I'm not supposed to be here? And you would tell me, right? And over the spirit box, it goes, he's here. And I go, where? And it goes, there. And I'm in my car, and you could see through, and I couldn't see it, but obviously after when I looked, you could see in the camera, the golf cart with security drive right by me when he said he's here and then go past me. It was wild.
I'm going to challenge you. Go on some
How
sort of
did
an
this, wait a minute, how
investigation.
did this show become about me being the guest? This is Chip's
Well,
gift.
John, you and I are the new host, and
You're the new host of Splintered Spirits, Chip. Well, okay. So,
It's like,
Chip,
what the
that's my
hell?
next question, Chip.
Hold on, let Chip ask. Wait, Chip wants to challenge me with something. Let him see. I'll write it down. Let's see
No,
what
he
happens.
just
I
said
just
it.
want you to go.
He wants you to go somewhere
I want you
or
to
go
out
anywhere and be
somewhere
like,
totally and completely
spirits,
open to the
convince me that
experience.
you exist.
Yeah, or I'll take you sometime.
Challenge accepted.
Okay.
So,
I will
Chip,
do it. I will do it.
speaking of all this, what's the future have for you, Chip? Are you done? Are you retired? Are you like putting this all aside, or is there something in the works? Maybe a new book, maybe a new TV show. Nothing, huh? It's
71 years old. I've got some health problems,
okay.
and so because of
Okay.
that, I've worked hard. I started working as a kid, and I've worked consistently, and now I'm 71 years old. I have diabetes, and I have a respiratory condition. And I deserve to sit on my couch in the suburbs of Atlanta, Georgia, and basically, I can do what I'm doing with you guys right now because I'm sitting at home. I can do phone readings with my clients. I can do Zoom sessions that I do periodically. But as far as events go, it would have to take something extraordinary to get me out of the house. And you could offer me the biggest TV show on the face of the planet, and I would say, yeah, no thanks. No thanks. That's
Fair
Well,
enough, Chip.
then I truly
I
feel
agree.
honored that you took the time for us today. You know
Yeah,
what I
really
mean? I really
appreciate it.
appreciate you, Chip. I got a couple.
Trust me, I sorted you out from the first time I talked to you on the phone. I thought, "This guy's got good energy."
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and it's the truth. And
I
John,
got a
so do
couple
you.
more. I got a couple more questions for you, and then you've given us so much time. If you don't mind,
No, go
um,
ahead.
so and it's funny considering what we're just talking about. What I wanted to know is after thousands of readings and being in this paranormal space, what has surprised you the most about humanity?
Um, that we don't want to believe, most of us don't want to believe that when our heart stops beating and the brain waves stop and we breathe our last breath, that the credits roll and that's it. Most people want to hold on to the hope and the belief that there's something immortal about us.
That's a good one. That's a good answer.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Let
And
that
that our
sit for a
loved one
second.
and that clients wanna believe that their loved ones are someplace in a pain-free, loving, peaceful place.
Well, that's just yeah. I want to let that one sit for a minute. That's a good one. That's a good answer. I mean, it's deep.
Huh?
It's like it is because death is. I mean, really, that is part of the fascination with that a lot of people have. And they watch these shows or
Well,
they watch online.
it's
Yeah.
existed since it recorded time. I mean, the Egyptians, the ancients all had their own death rituals, and we still do. We still cremate people and scatter their ashes, and we bury them, and we have funerals, and we still have that we have that kinship with death.
I mean,
Is there anything that still
they're just
mystifies
starting
you?
to find burials from ancient humans, like not
Yeah.
humanoids. Like even going farther back than the Devonians and the Neanderthals, they're starting to find these burial grounds. And
Yep.
that's something to think about.
Chip, is there anything that still mystifies you after seeing what you've seen? And
There are things that still I say I can't be shocked anymore, but I guess I can. I Nothing comes to mind at this point in time. I think sometimes I'm just shocked by the ugliness of some people,
Mm.
that there's just not they just don't come across as being good people, and some of them come across as being really bad people, and which is kind of the reason why I've become a hermit and a recluse. I just sit here and mind my own effing business. That's just yeah.
that makes me a
It's
little bit
disappointing.
sad, Chip. Like, I don't like
It
the fact
makes
that
me sad and disappointed
The
too.
reality of it, unfortunately.
yeah, we hate
I've
it.
got
We
a
hate
handful
bullies.
of
We are anti-bully.
well, I
Bullies
have a
and trolls
handful
are
I have a handful of people in my life that I consider my closest of close, and I know a lot of people, and I'm friendly with a lot of people, but I don't call people my friends. An elitism to it to me, that I have
yeah.
to put them in a higher rank. But I can be friendly and nice and cordial to anybody, but if I'm not, I don't wanna have a part of it. I don't wanna be a part of anything that's got to do with being nasty. I don't wanna
Right.
have a part of that. So, if the easiest way is to kind of tighten the reins a little bit or whatever, I'm gonna try to enjoy whatever time I've got left on this side of the grave. That's my goal.
I like your philosophy on the word friends. I always, I think it's a Robin Williams joke, right? Where it's, a friend is somebody who will help you move, and a real friend is someone who'll help you move bodies.
Uh-huh,
Right?
uh-huh,
And
and I
it's like, and I'm in Hollywood. You know how it is. Everyone, oh, that's my friend. That's my friend. It's like, dude, you're not friends. You might be
you
friendly,
know them.
but
You
you're
know
not
them.
friends.
And the people that are in the paranormal arena, publicly you can call them friends, but basically they're colleagues. And you might have warm feelings for them, but when push comes to shove, you're not hanging out with them. You're not inviting them over to your house. You're not doing these things with them. So you've got a friendly relationship with them.
Yeah.
So I'm very cautious about how I label people,
Yeah.
and I'm very cautious about who I use the words I love you with.
Mm.
Very
Uh,
cautious about
Yeah,
that.
it's a good philosophy to live by, and yeah, stay guarded, protect yourself in that sense for sure. It's hard to open up and then get burned. Nobody wants that, especially towards the end. It's like, fuck it, I know what I want, I know who I want, and I'm not gonna, burn
It
calories on
took
someone who's not gonna give it.
It took a lot of time and a lot of experience and trips around the block numerous times to get to where I'm sitting right here, right now. But everything I've ever experienced has brought me right here to the right now. So, do I have any regrets? Maybe a few, but not that many. And am I going to live my life to the best of my potential with whatever time I've got left? You betcha.
Chip, I want to end it with on another good note about that, about your wisdom, about you've done it, and just sort of leaving people with a bit of advice, which is if someone listening, especially coming off of Psychic Kids and what that meant to you personally and being a kid,
Sure.
if someone listening suspects they may be sensitive or intuitive, what is the first step that you would recommend they do?
Um, this is going to sound self serving, but I'd say buy and read my book.
I love it. Yeah, it
I
is
would say
great.
buy and read
I
my
don't
book.
think it
It's a
sounds
good
self-serving.
it
I think it sounds like wise advice.
No, it's wonderful.
well, it's like a good vaulting point. It's a good first step in figuring some stuff out. And, from there, don't just assume that your child is mentally disturbed.
Growing
I
up
love it.
psychic,
I love it.
Growing Up
and
You
Psychic.
it's
know, it was
It's the name of the book,
it was a
everybody.
Growing Up
labor
Growing
of
Up
Psychic
love.
by
Psychic.
Chip Coffey. It is it's a wonderful balance. Chip tells a great story, not only about himself, but then flows it through with his experiences on the show and dealing with other kids, and then how he grew up with it. And then also at the end of it, for noobs like myself, there's a nice glossary at the end, so you really understand what he's talking about and how he looks at it and defines things that in his experiences. You're right. It is a great intro book for somebody if they're unsure, especially young,
Right. Right. Right.
what to how they could feel and move forward with it for sure. Chip, I thank you so much. I really
Chip,
appreciate
this has
your
been
time
awesome.
today.
Thank
was
you
a lot
so
of
much
fun.
for sharing everything. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys. You guys behave yourselves. I hope Santa's good to you.
Yeah, well.
All right, Chip. Thank you.
Gotta make sure I'm good to myself.
Have a wonderful holiday. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. And I could sort of wrap my head around that, other than a species of like some sort of.
I don't know. See, I
this could-
disagree. I think it's less probable.
She's
for
sitting
it to
back.
be
Look,
a-
she just ran
for
back
it
to
to
stand.
be
We're
a
boring the
giant
shit out of her.
sloth.
Hey, everybody. Do us a quick favor and hit follow and smash that like or subscribe button wherever you're listening right now. It'll help us keep getting great guests and make it so you don't miss the next episode. Now on with the show. Sure.
Yeah. Hi, everyone.
Oh, John, we're live.
Oh, we're live.
We're live. This is Splintered Spirits Live, in case anyone doesn't know. John, did
just
you
in
know?
case.
This is live.
Well, you
This
know
is
me.
live?
You got to remind me of things constantly. So thank you for reminding me of the name of the podcast, the fact that we're live.
That's right, John. This is Splintered Spirits
Yes.
Live.
Yes.
We do a live weekly podcast every Thursday.
Because I get confused with the other one I do with the makeup tutorials, you know?
Yes, the makeup tutorials, right. And then there's a cooking show.
There is actually technically.
I know.
That is true.
Oh, my God. All right, let's give the good people a chance to get in as they get announced and they get warned that we're live.
Yeah.
For all those exciting, all the viewers are just sitting by their phones.
Waiting.
By their computers, just eager to
Waiting.
find out what the two of us have to say today.
Yeah, we got some things to say.
We got some stuff to say.
Yeah, we do. We definitely do.
Oh,
Should I just put headphones on so it looks better? Right? Headphones that aren't doing anything. Yeah. Hollow them out.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's funny. So what's going on, Gary? How's everything been? Everything good?
Everything good. It's cold here. It's cold for LA.
Yeah.
It's like 45, 50 degrees at night.
Oh, I'd sacrifice somebody else's child for that weather.
Yeah.
You
It's
know?
bad. It's cold, man.
It's cold. It got cold here again. Temperature dropped. We got a little taste of spring. You know, it was like 38, 36, no wind. And then I checked the weather tonight and I'm like, you kidding me? I'm like, all right, it is what it is.
Crazy.
It is
All
what it
right,
is.
we got some bodies. They're all jumping in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host,
Welcome.
Gary, and this is my co-host, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, trying to
Wait.
discuss and solve the question, what are spirits?
What are spirits? I
It's a
tell
tough
you,
question.
it's
Did a
not only
spirit
is it a tough question.
did a spirit scratch that nose of yours or what?
No. What scratched my nose is the new addition to the Breck estate. I got a kitten, and we were trying to figure out his name. I picked him up today, and my daughter was here, my wife was here. There was a lot of people in the house, a lot of hustle and bustle. He's not used to it. He's freaking out, and he just gets me right across the face. And I look at him, my nose was dripping blood. I looked at him, and I went, "Okay, Logan, you got it, Wolverine." Going back. So that's it.
So
And
you
I
went
didn't want to name him that.
Logan. Logan's good.
Yeah, I like Logan. I was going for Remy. I was going for Remy LeBeau. I was going for Gambit, right? I was going for the Gambit, but
Is he French? Creole?
no, he's not French. But the whole Marvel theme.
Sure. Hello, Instagram people. If you're there, if you're showing up, thank you for being here. Facebook, YouTube, everyone. We have a guest today, John.
Oh, do we? Nice.
Yeah, we really do.
Very cool. Very
Let
cool.
me tell you about our guest, and then I'm going to let her in. She's sitting calmly in the waiting room. Very fun. So, Ashley's the host of the Ghost Gossip Podcast. It's a paranormal podcast. She's been doing it since 2022. And she started it while she was living in a haunted house.
Oh, nice.
All right. And it sort of sparked the whole show's obsession with all things eerie, unexplained, and otherworldly.
Cool.
She's a full-time stay-at-home mom and paranormal podcast host. She spent 15 years working in the federal court system.
Wow.
Before trading courtrooms for cold spots. I like that line. She wrote that.
Yeah,
That's good. And
yeah, it's
EVP
good.
sessions. She's married and the mom to 3 blended teenagers, balancing family life with late night rabbit holes into hauntings, urban legends, and real life paranormal encounters. I'm going to let's talk. Let's get some ghost gossip going with.
A little ghost gossip, that hype popping tea. You know.
Let's do it, man. Let's get
let's do
Ashley in here.
I'm down.
What's up,
Hello.
Ashley?
Hello. How are y'all?
We're doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank
You can
for
tell
having
she's a
me on.
podcaster. Look at this
Yeah.
woman. It's a great setup. I love the whole thing. The color scheme is on point. Is your hair colored purple too?
No,
Or is
my
that just
hair's
the
brown
light
and blonde.
perfectly reflected
It's
on
just
it?
the light.
It's amazing. It's a
Thank
good
you.
vibe. It's
I
a
love
good
it in
vibe.
here.
Yeah.
Ashley, thank you for joining us today. We're gonna have a fun hang.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate you reaching out. I was really excited when I got your email.
Well, I like you. Listen, when I was watching. My feed now gets filled, right? And it's really fun when it gets filled with new faces in this space, in this genre. And I started watching your podcast, and what I was impressed with the fact is you just have this great ability to simply talk to people, and it seems like you enjoy it.
I
As
do.
opposed to I want to interview. I'm like questioning them and quizzing them, and I want to learn about the paranormal, and that's kind of the vibe of this thing. But you're like having a chat with them, just, hey, what's up? And then they seem to be talking about, and you can do it. Which is a skill. John's got that skill. I don't have that skill per se, but it was really fun. Anyway, you create a really great environment in this genre, which I found different, and unlike other things that I had seen. So,
well, you're going to make me cry. And you're going to make my head really big. I'm not going to be able to get out of the studio.
well, listen, I teed you up here a little bit, but why don't you give the good people who are listening sort of the elevator pitch on what it is that really made you dive into podcasting of all the things?
Well, I bought a haunted house and I was feeling crazy. I did not know it was haunted when I bought it. And things were happening every day, little things, right? And it was like enough to make you like, am I going crazy? Am I going crazy? And my husband wasn't experiencing it. My kids were little at the time. And when I say little, I mean like 7, 8, 9-ish, 9, 10, something like that. Not old enough to talk to them about it. And so they were going through things that they weren't telling us because they didn't think we would believe them. And I thought I was losing my mind. And I was like, I need to talk about this. I need a community. And people at work, some people would talk to me and other people would be like, I'll pray for you. And so it was like, yeah, it was like.
Now, was this the job that you were talking about, or that you told me you worked in the federal court system? What did you do?
I was a federal courtroom deputy. I worked for the judges. And so I wasn't like a law enforcement. People hear courtroom deputy and they automatically think law enforcement. But I was, the woman that sits in the courtroom with the judge and hands him papers?
Mm-hmm.
I was her. And so if he was in court, I was in court. And I did that. I started it when I was 25. And I grew up in the court system. Before that, I worked for the state government. So I was in government for over 18, almost 19 years total. And it was great. I was a single mother for 7 of those years. And so it was wonderful for me being a single mom. And it was very understanding, believe it or not. And my boss was great. But when I started this podcast, I didn't intend to do it full time. I never intended to be a stay-at-home mom, but our circumstances changed and I was able to, and my kids really needed me. And so I was like, all right, well, when I left, it was like, I need purpose because my kids are older now. They're teenagers. And so I'm like, I need a purpose. I don't feel like I have a purpose. And so I started this late 2022, early 2023. And I was like, you know what? I'm really going to focus on this. I'm going to make this something. Instead of it just being a hobby and posting every once in a while, I'm really going to make this my own. And that was August 2024.
All right, and so as you started it, and you clearly stuck with it.
Yeah.
And what has changed in sort of your perspective once you got to be able to talk to people about your experiences in your house? What sort of conclusions have you made?
I'm not alone. That was the biggest one. I'm
Right.
not, well, I am a little crazy. I am a
I
little
think
crazy.
we're all a little crazy.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
I'm going to tell you
sure.
something. If any
Speak for
woman,
yourselves, guys.
oh, I was
Yeah.
going to say, anybody look at you dead face and say, no, I'm not crazy. That person's crazy.
That person's crazy. Right. Yeah, straight up. Straight up.
Yes.
I mean, come
So I
on,
can
man.
admit, but what I realized was a lot of people, didn't matter where they were born or how they were raised or if they were raised in religion or not, everybody had something that has happened in their life. And a lot of people, especially where I'm from, are scared to talk about it because of how they were raised. And when they figured out that I was a safe place and that I would not criticize or judge or make fun of them or doubt them or discount or try to explain it away, when they realized that, I found myself hearing so many stories. And I mean, you can go to anybody in like a grocery store or a Target and be like, oh, I have a haunted house. And they'll be like, oh, this one time, my grandmother's house. And it is just, I love it. And I love the community that I've met through it and that what Ghost Gossip has for myself created.
And where are you? Like, where are you in the country right now?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. And is it a very like religious town? And did you grow up there? Born and raised there?
Born and raised in South Carolina. I did live in Louisiana when I was younger for about 8 years. And so I was born and then moved to Louisiana. So very, very young. Moved back to South Carolina around 8. And so I've been here since I was 8. And it is very religious, heavy on the Southern Baptist. And a lot of people believe that if you talk about ghosts or you try to talk to spirit, that you're going straight to hell. And so,
Sure.
I don't criticize anybody. Whatever you want to believe, I am all for it. You do you. But yeah, it was something that I wasn't raised that it was a bad thing, but I know there's a lot of people around me that were.
I'm going to South Carolina soon. I've never been.
Ooh.
I'm actually doing a college tour with
What
my
college?
daughter. I'm going to look at South Carolina. I'm going to look at Duke. Going to look at UNC.
That's North Carolina.
That's North Carolina. So I'm
Yeah.
not going to South Carolina.
Okay.
So listen,
close,
here's what
man.
we've established so
You're
far.
going to one of the Carolinas.
I'm going to a Carolina, and I don't know geography very well, and it's a good thing I'm not. Right. So that's in Durham. Durham is North Carolina. That's
Yes.
right.
You're on the West Coast, right?
I'm in LA. Yeah.
Oh, she's
Yeah.
moving far.
Well, she hasn't gotten in anywhere yet. We're just looking.
Okay. All right.
We're doing a little tour. We're starting in Nashville and Vanderbilt, and then we're gonna go around and look at all the ones south. But I thought we were seeing someone in South Carolina, but maybe I'm not. No, because then I'm going to Virginia. I'm going to Richmond. No, I screwed the whole thing up. Listen, I'm being to Carolina. It can't be that different, is it?
It's one of the states.
It's one of the originals.
It's one of those 50. It's
It's one
fine.
of those OGs, the OG 13, right?
Yeah, right.
Come on, man. It's like, so I was going. So when I knew I was going to be there and I was going to have a night off, so I started calling a couple haunted places, and they're like, "No, we don't want to let you shoot here." They was going to see if they could let me film in there, like in a cemetery and these couple haunted places. They wanted nothing to do with me. I haven't tried really hard yet to be, to really push, but it's like. Oh.
There's not a lot of places out here that will open their doors. Like there's a few, of course, You have Charleston, Savannah. There's some places in North Carolina, but for the most part, it's like battlefields that people go to. And then, you're not supposed to go at night, but there's not a ton in South Carolina, not like the Midwest. The Midwest is haunted. There's just something out there. I don't know what's in the water out there.
There's a lot of people in Ohio, I think. There's a lot of haunted people out there. Ohio,
boy.
Indiana seems to have a lot of haunted folks, right?
Oh, for sure. Ohio and Indiana and then down. And it's like, what happened? Are y'all okay? I mean, I love it.
I don't know. But yeah, there's a lot of haunted people out there. Do you go out on investigations?
I do. Not often. I have learned that I'm a storyteller. I'm a horrible investigator. I whisper because I just talk to I'm alone all the time. So I just talk to myself. I learned that that's not okay during investigations. You don't whisper because they think it's an EVP and it's not. It's just me. So
That's
Yeah,
funny.
and then I wander off and don't know where I'm going and then lose people and end up by myself. I mean, I love doing it, but I feel when I go, I feel really old because at like 11, I'm like, are we ready? Are we done? And they're like, oh no, we going to like 3 a.m. I'm like, 3 a.m.?
No, that's too late.
I'm tired.
No, that's not. It's like, why can't we do like like, in Vegas, they started like day clubs, right? Because there was a whole
Yes.
thing, which was so great because like, great, now I don't have to stay out till 3 a.m. Like, let's just go out during the day. Can't we explore during the day? Why do
Right.
we?
Well,
They're
my
still dead,
haunting was
right? They're still dead in
right.
the morning. They're still
My
dead in the
hauntings
night.
always were more in the morning. Like during the morning, it's like my ghost in my house was really active between 5 a.m. and like 8 a.m. But I think it was a little bit of residual where he was kind of getting up and doing what he used to do. Because I would hear footsteps. I would hear him like walking down the stairs and it'd be 5 o'clock in the morning. I would hear voices at like 5 o'clock in the morning. And so it was very active in the morning.
There's very, very strange stigmas when it comes to the paranormal and daytime. I have heard the most ridiculous things come out of people saying that spirits can't come out when the sun's out. There's no activity, during the morning and the afternoon. It has to be at night. And the closer to 3 a.m., it gets worse. And none of that is true. All
No.
of that is false. It's 24/7 and everywhere is haunted. It just depends on how haunted, right?
Right.
And it's wild. So yeah, activity during the day is, I mean,
I
I
feel
used to love going out during the day. I used to do it all the time.
well, once the weather goes up, you'll be out there during the day. But it's one of
Right.
those things where right, I feel like it's at night because that's when people will let you in. Like it's like, yeah, dude, we don't want you in our place of business during the day. we've got customers, and then so come in at night and do this. Now, but
Depends on the
Ashley,
place.
right? I mean, a lot of places. But
Mhm.
Ashley, you also don't you consider yourself intuitive of some kind?
Yes.
Do I have that wrong? No, you do.
Yes, I am. I've been told by several psychic mediums that I am also a psychic medium. I tell people my psychic abilities are way better than my medium abilities. I do not,
What does that
I,
mean? Can you explain what that means?
so I have an excellent gift of discernment. My kids and my husband, I'm the human lie detector. Just don't lie to me. Like even people I don't know, I'm like, oh, you lying. You lying. I have I'll be watching TV. I'll be like, he's lying. I have no reason to think, know otherwise. It's just that feeling. And I also just have the gift of knowing things like when things are going to happen before they happen. My medium, that's where I usually say, like, that's my psychic abilities. Those are stronger because I have been able to know things that I should not know. There's no reason I should know. And it's been going on for years. And I just thought, I was just intuitive or I was just perceptive, like I never thought myself could be anything more than just intuitive and perspective or perceptive. But then like I will hear one of the stories that I tell people, I don't see spirit like I see you. Like I can know they're there because I can feel them. I can feel when they enter the room. I can feel it like if we're at a investigation and I can feel them. I know where they are in the room. But I don't usually hear them like they're talking to me, or I don't see them like they're sitting in front of me. But there have been times where one example I use is my daughter had her wisdom teeth out this summer. And I went to pick up her medicine. She was miserable. She's 13. She's overly dramatic. I love her to pieces, but she has zero pain tolerance at all. She's going to react the same way to a paper cut or surgery. There's no in between. So
Right.
this poor kid had 5 wisdom teeth removed because she had extra wisdom back here and she was miserable. So I went to go get her medicine. I didn't even look at the medicine they gave me. And I was walking out and I heard in my head, check the receipt. And I mean, it stopped me because it was as clear as I'm talking to you right now. And I stopped and I knew that it was supposed to be 89 cents, but we had bought some other things. So the total was more than that. So I go and I stop. My husband's like, where'd you go? Because I just stopped in the middle of walking and I looked at my receipt and they charged me $13. And I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. So I pulled the medicine out and they had given me a gentleman's heart medication. And because I had been taking care of her for days at this point, because the doctor didn't want to give her pain medicine right out the gate if she didn't need it. but because she clenches, it was causing more pain and tension in the jaw. So he had called it in for her. So I was desperate to get her comfortable. I would have just given her
Heart
something
medication.
unknowingly. And so
Right.
when I realized that, I was like, oh my God. So I don't know who it was, but I know I heard somebody as clear as day in my ear say, check the receipt.
Which Claire is that? Is that Claire sentient and Claire audient? Is that there's a
Clairaudient is when you hear
hear 'em, right?
I'm clairsentient. I've been told I'm clairvoyant, but there's so many Claires. There's just so many. I think
Yeah, but you know, I tell you, the intuitive thing is something that I do believe in part of what it is that this whole space. I think it is. We talk about this. I've said it 1,000 times. We talk about it a lot, which is this idea of intuition. And, you know, we all have a nature, right? A natural, like fight or flight sort of instinct, right? This thing, you get this vibe off of somebody. Somebody walks into a bar, gives you a bad vibe. You sort of have it, right? Like someone walks in the room, we all feel it. And I think people have different degrees of that to a level of maybe they are hearing spirit or something, they are connected to something else, right? Which I think is, and that speaks to consciousness. I don't know what the answer is to that, but I certainly do believe in intuition and into like that as a muscle that some people might have stronger than others, like anything else, right?
Right.
You know, and it's that's pretty crazy. Has it ever been a hindrance?
Yeah. Yeah. So, before I knew that I was more not just sensitive, not just intuitive, before that, they were messing with me in my sleep and I couldn't understand. I'm like, and I was getting woken up and I was hearing the voices when I was sleeping. And I'm like, I'd wake up and I talked to a psychic medium. I had won a free reading. I didn't even like pay her. She just, I was like, oh, this is fun. So I entered in and I won. And I was like, oh gosh, I won. And she said, spirit likes to communicate with you in your sleep. And I was like,
Pervy.
I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, I really wish they wouldn't because I'm awake most of the day, like available any other time.
Right.
But
right.
so that's kind of hard. It is very difficult feeling others' emotions because like I can just be going about my day and especially people I'm really connected with, like my girls, my daughter and her dad and I are divorced and she was at her dad's house and it was actually my birthday dinner and I was getting ready to go out and all of a sudden I just started bawling. But I knew it wasn't my feelings that I was feeling. So that's a little hard because, you mess your makeup up and everything. But text her and be like, hey, are you okay? She's like, yeah, I'm crying. I'm like, what's wrong? And, but
Oh, wow.
sometimes that's hard. And
That's
then,
that's really interesting. And that's, you talk, you'd say parents tend to be connected to their kids in so many ways and you hear that a lot. But I guess if you're an intuitive too, that could just heighten all that to a level
right.
of you don't want it to happen. What about in terms of wanting to strengthen it? Have you tried to take classes or something to how do I, turn this piece of coal of an intuition into a diamond psychic medium? You know what I mean?
Well, I worked with a mentor this summer and it wasn't the best fit. She's wonderful, super, super great. But it just, sometimes people, they're just have different paths, and it just, they don't align. So she taught me a lot about protection, which was great because I didn't know how to protect myself before. And it was really great having that guidance on how to, as I open myself up more, how to protect myself. Because when you're a beacon and you open yourself up, that's good and bad that you're opening yourself up to. So she taught me a lot about protection and I really appreciated it. And the biggest thing that I struggle with is following my intuition because I doubt myself a lot. I have that that can't be right. Like my friend has a bunch of haunted dolls. And I mean, this is just
dolls. They creep me the hell out so badly.
That's Roberta.
I'm not ready for dolls yet. We haven't gone down the doll path. I just I'm not ready to sit here and this is
this
my
one
doll.
chose me. I'll have to tell you that. This one chose me. But
yeah, I see it back there. I've got an eye on it. Trust me.
Oh yeah,
Go ahead.
She's got all her lights. So if, she might set them out for you. She's not a big fan of men, so she might not. But I never know when she's going to do it. So,
Why is that? What's up with that? Because there are so many dolls that are not, a fan of men.
Well,
And I come across that so much, and it's like,
Men are the worst, dude. We're terrible
yeah,
people.
yeah, sure.
I mean, you don't get it? I get it. It's
so
like
the
we're
feeling I
just
get with
awful.
her.
Until you need a couch moved,
Yes.
Well, the feeling I have with her is I think there was some trauma before she passed at the hands of maybe a husband or a partner. And I don't know for sure, but that is just my feeling when I look at her, I feel like a level of pain. And I can tell the energy that she has when it's me versus the energy she puts off when my husband's around is very different. And so I've had to lay down the law with her because I didn't want a haunted dog. Like I said, she chose me and that's why she's here. And I've enjoyed her being here. It's really cool. But I had to tell her, you will not affect this house negatively. And if you do, you have to leave. And so she's, I lay down the law with spirits. You set your boundaries and you have to maintain them. But yeah, she,
Can you lock up the power of a doll? Is it something, John? Like, I don't know. Like, can you
yes.
throw, what do you have to, like a lead box or some shit? Or do you have to, like a shoe box? Will any
Well,
box do? Like, what's the
look,
deal with dolls in that sense?
I mean, funny enough,
What's the lore?
It's intent. It all comes down to intent. Just
Yes.
just like she said, with the laying the boundaries, intent. You can, like for example, I have items in here. None of the dolls are locked up. All the dolls are out in the open, right? Because they never really cause any trouble. But the real haunted items, the ones that can cause trouble, I just have in cases.
Yeah.
And I'll bring them out of their cases, and then they start acting up even more. Once I put them back in their cases, it tones them down.
But is a case a metaphor for like you? Is it, you know what I
Very
mean?
well
Is
could
it,
be.
do you know what I'm saying? Is
Or
it
your
like because
intent.
you,
Yeah.
yes, because you created a physical case that sort of
Boundary.
says, I've locked it away. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense? I
Exactly.
don't know what I'm saying.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah.
I agree
But
completely. Because when I got
Have you
her,
ever had to lock her up before?
no, but I
No?
will say when she first moved here, she was supposed to stay in my studio. And I noticed the energy shifting really hard. And I knew it wasn't my family. And I know it. I know that energy because my ghost in my haunted house used to do that when he was upset or when there was something going on. I could feel the energy shift and it was so uncomfortable. It's a level of anxiety that all of a sudden hits you. And it's like, it feels like when you walk into a really crowded room and everybody gets quiet and looks at you.
Mhm.
And it's like, okay, that's exactly what it felt like when I walked downstairs when I had left her up here. So I contacted my good friend who is a psychic medium and I'm like, what's going on? And she said, well, I get the feeling she wanted to be part of the family more. She does not like being confined in the studio alone all day. So now she comes down.
Oh my
I
gosh,
always,
she's needy.
she is very needy, but she's a sweetheart. She is a protector spirit. So I don't mind her being here because I love protector spirits. I'm all about them. But she had to learn that you cannot affect this house. I work really hard to keep my house positive and a good energy. And that's very hard with 3 teenagers, So I don't want anything else causing
Right.
it. So I used to, I still make fun of myself, but like I used to make jokes like, who gives dolls rocking chairs? Why are you giving? I gave her a rocking chair and she sits in the living room.
Wow.
I am that person. I'm the problem. It's fine. Everything is fine.
How often does she ring the bell?
The bell every once in a while. It's off right now. The bell's not on. I was worried about any kind of distraction. She does not. So I have a house ghost. He will set off the REM pod.
Yeah.
His name is Al. He came with the house. I don't call him haunting because he doesn't do anything. He's just here. But she loves the cat balls. She'll usually set her cat ball off, her little balloon light around her neck, or there's a flashlight right here. She will turn that on.
Wow. Yeah, and then you just keep it there, like staring at your back the whole time, which is
Yeah,
even
She's got
you
my
know what I mean?
back. Yeah.
Like
And
I
she
would want to make sure that I could see it. Well, right, because you're looking at your screen, you can see it. But like I want to make sure I'd always had eyes on it. I don't want
Yeah.
it like staring at me or moving or something.
Can I tell you how she chose me? I think you'll find it really cool.
Oh my God, like what? Like a Harry Potter wand?
No, well, no, not like a
Chose
wand.
you?
Like, so, well, it kinda. I think your listeners will enjoy this because I see the chat coming through, so I think they will enjoy this. But
Tell me.
so Jocelyn is my friend. She has over 130 haunted dolls, negative haunted dolls in her house. She has a few positive spirits that
Wait,
have
I'm sorry. She has over 100 negative energy dolls in her. Like, so you're saying this woman has over 100 like evil dolls
Yes.
that she knows are okay. All right.
Nice.
This is a friend. You keep this person as a friend.
Yeah. She's
Okay.
amazing.
Let's go. Let's
Sorry,
go.
my dog is itching her butt on my chair. She's about to spin me around.
That's crazy, by the way, to know that you have that kind of evil in your house. And then it's like, all right, let's hear it. Let's see
They
it.
love her. Now, other people, not so much, but she's so good with them. She's so good
Okay.
with, she's not scared of them. She respects them and they really respond to her really well. It's crazy. Like she has dolls from the Sally house. She has 2 original dolls that the Pickmans gave her. So like this, she's legit.
She's like,
So-
all right, she's like a doll whisperer.
Yeah,
for
she
this
is.
stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Roberta, she got really. Oh, there's Tony. Definitely negative dolls. That's my girl right there. So Roberta is a positive spirit that lived with Jocelyn that started to get scared of the room and was asking to leave. I didn't know that. I was sleeping, and like I said, they contact me in my sleep. I don't know why, but I had gone ghost hunting with Jocelyn at Belvoir in Missouri. Well, in my dream, weeks later, I'm talking like 4 weeks later, I had a dream that I was at Belvoir and it was super realistic. I was there. Jocelyn was there. My dad was there. My dog was there. And Jocelyn comes into my room and throws herself like on my bed. And she's like, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Help me. Help me. I'm so scared. And in my dream, I'm like, what are you scared of? Because this girl is fearless. Like she's got 130 negative dolls. Like, what are you scared of? Even in my dream. But it was one of those like lucid dreams. So it was very weird. Well,
I like how you call them negative, by the way. You're not calling them evil. You're calling them negative. I like that.
Yeah. They're not evil. They have a story or two, you know. But I didn't say anything to her right away because I was like, this is just a dream. Cause I don't trust myself. Here we go. So I'm like, it's just a dream. Well,
Right.
a couple days later, she made a post on Facebook how some of her positive dolls were scared and wanted to leave, and she didn't know what to do. And I explained her to people that don't understand, like she is the keeper of these spirits. She is taking care of them. They are not like circus animals, you know, she doesn't make them perform. She takes care of them. She is their caretaker. So she genuinely cares about how they feel. And that sounds crazy to people that don't believe in this, but she truly is. And Roberta was one of them. And so I had texted her and I was like, hey, I saw your post. I'm like, I think one of your dolls came to me in my dream. She looks like you. Can you send me a video of your room? So she was panning a room and she was stopping on all the dolls that look like her, but she didn't stop on her. She skipped right over her. And I saw her and I was like, no, go back. That's her. And she goes, that's the one asking to leave. So
wow. See, that's
wild.
That's fun. That's really.
She's come to me 2 other times in my dream. The second time after Jocelyn shipped her, she came to me panicking, not saying a word, just freaking out. So I woke up and I was like,
wait,
what
was
is going on?
Was it Jocelyn again in the dream, or was it this time the doll after you saw the doll?
It was Jocelyn again. Because she hadn't arrived yet. And by the time she arrived, her box was crushed and she's porcelain. So she was panicking because her box was getting ruined in the mail. And I think she was worried she wasn't going to make it.
That's.
I
have
was
chills.
going to say, are you frozen?
That's no. That I got chills on that one. That was a good chill. That was a chill-worthy story.
And then the last.
First of all, I have a very claustrophobic sort of, like many people, like fear of that, and like now I'm picturing like this living person getting crushed in a box, and then the whole thing just is terrifying.
Well, and I think she does have some anxiety about her. But the last time, so she had told my friend Jessica, who's a psychic medium, that she wanted to sit and watch the birds. So that's why I gave her the rocking chair at the window and she watches the birds. And then after I put her up so the dog doesn't eat her. Well, one night I had gone to bed and I've left her in her rocking chair right by the window. And I didn't think anything about it. Well, that night she comes to me as herself because she's been here for about a month now. And I'm wrapping her in a scarf. And I woke up And I was like, I left her by the window. And it was right around the time we were having all that ice and snow. So she came to me to tell me she was cold.
What?
She's incredible. She really is. She is a little needy. She loves to be with us a lot, and she's not allowed upstairs. She's not allowed in our bedrooms, but she's allowed to go in the bonus room, my studio, and downstairs. And she really is. It's really cool when she turns on that flashlight. It is quite badass when that
Now,
happens.
do you ever like around Christmas, do you put her on the shelf as opposed to an elf and scare your kids, or to keep them straight, or what?
She didn't get here until after New Year's, so
Oh. We haven't done it yet. Okay.
no, it hasn't been Christmas yet.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, it's that new.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, it's funny. I love talking about haunted dolls, because then I jump in with, "Hey, I've been bit by a doll once." You know,
Really?
right on live. I don't know if you're going to be able to see the scar on my hand, but right on the live stream, and it was wild. I was holding it like this, and you just saw it lean over and me. And I was like, "What the hell was that?" You know, like all like dramatic. And I still have the scar. I still have, and the next day it looked like a burn. It started looking like a burn.
What kind
and
of
then
fucking
it
doll was
healed.
this? It was like a
Yeah.
Godzilla doll?
I was
Like,
gonna
was it a
say,
toy?
was it a vampire?
So it was a porcelain doll, and then a couple of weeks later, one of my friends came, and she got all crazy, and she ended up taking the doll and smashing it. You know, which I wasn't opposed to be honest. The damn thing bit me. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
Listen, the
Summer of
dolls,
2022 that happened.
these dolls, dude. These
Dolls
they're
are great. Dolls are great.
Yeah, they're
And I
weird.
believe it's and I correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the whole, woo-woo with the dolls starts back with the ancient Sumerians. And I believe it was when Sumerians created dolls, it wasn't for children. It was for the souls of the departed to have a place to go and enter. I could be wrong on that. I believe it was the ancient Sumerians. So
gotta
it's
look
pretty
that-
wild
I
to
got-
think how
I'll-
far
I'll-
back that goes, and how
Listen,
how
I'll do a
long
deep.
humanity's been dealing with dolls. You know,
I'll do a deep dive on dolls when we get there. I'm just not ready mentally or metaphysically even for it. It's just so
Hey,
strange.
look
to
at
me.
that. You're easing Gary into the whole thing now.
Well, I gotta look at that
yeah.
doll. Now I'm worried about her. I'm like staring at behind her now over her shoulder every 2 seconds to make sure that thing's not moving.
Oh, she
Um,
doesn't
Put your
move.
hand there.
Don't touch it. Don't put your hand there. Its mouth.
You want a little nibble? Do you want a nibble?
Yeah.
She nibbled me. I swear to God, I'd probably smash her too. Not meaning to, but out of reaction.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So hey, Ashley. So doing the podcast and stuff now that you've been doing it, like what has been, other than yes, you're not alone. What have you learned? Like who are some guests or something that have like wowed you? Like, did you ever sit down, or what when you go about it, what's your approach to talking to these people? What do you want to get out of it when you meet them? And what have you walked away from like, oh my God, that was eye-opening?
Well, I call myself a forever student because I'm the first person to line up and say I know nothing. I was not in the paranormal world until 2022 when I got a crash course. So I'm constantly trying to learn. And the best way for me to learn is to have a conversation with somebody and to listen to them and to hear how they handled it and how they approached it and what worked for them. And I mean, just listening has truly taught me so much. One of the neatest person that I have met, his name is JJ. He has a podcast. He's a demonologist, an ancient demonologist. And he has one of the scariest stories, and that left me speechless and freaked out. And he is so soft-spoken, and you would never know it about him. But when just listening to him speak, I could just listen to him for hours because of the knowledge that he has about something that I truly know nothing about. When it comes to demonology, I don't know anything about any of it. And so it was really interesting to listen to him because that's an area that I am completely ignorant in.
Did it change the way you looked at spirits moving forward from that conversation?
Yes and no. Because he's ancient demonologist, it's a lot different than I call it modern day or pop culture demons that, all the YouTubers, it's a demon. It's a demon. So I just learned, the main thing that I learned is that there's a difference. I didn't know that. And so it was really neat because I even told him when he started talking, I was like, dude, I didn't know any of this. Like, I,
Right.
I I didn't realize that ancient demonology is not the same as what we know on or what we've heard about it or what we've seen in movies, you know?
Sure. For
So
sure. It's
he's one
nothing
of
like
the
what we see in movies or on TV.
yeah,
Uh,
not at all.
no, that's a definite fact. Well, based on all these conversations, and I asked this to all of our guests, what do you think spirits are?
Gosh, I've been racking my brain. Been racking my brain. So to me, personally, it's energy. It's almost like their essence that lingers. It's the energy of them mixed with the memory that the person has. I think that like like my grandparents when they're around to me is a lot different than like the ghost in my house that I dealt with, you know. I think he was really angry and he had connected himself to that house and so it was like he imprinted his energy onto the house. And I truly believe that spirits are just energy. I think they move on a parallel plane as we are, that some people are able to sense and feel and others aren't. I think everybody has the ability to be clairsentient and have some clairs, you know. Oh, I feel like I'm like going to ramble. I could just ramble on and on about what I
Ramble.
think, you know?
Ramble away. It's a hard topic to
It is.
articulate,
Right.
because you're also afraid. Most people, what I've discovered doing this is ask everybody and I don't care how long anybody's been doing it, they're always afraid to answer it.
Oh, I'm not afraid
They
to answer it.
but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't mean
I don't want
scared.
to be
It's just
wrong.
sort of, yes, exactly. They don't want to say something that's going to maybe bite them in the ass later, or that someone's going to
Right.
attack them for saying it. And it's like, who gives a shit? It's,
I
nobody
don't.
knows what we're talking about here. So my point being, you're in a safe space. So you
We're
could tell
safe
us,
here.
you're in a safe space. You
Safe.
could tell us anything. So it's like, don't worry about it. Like, just, no, because it's a weird topic. This is weird.
It
This
is
is
weird.
weird. So it's, trying to articulate what you think a spirit is.
Right.
It's not easy because no one knows what it is. And we sit around here and we chase them with different devices and we try to catch them on tape and all this stuff. And, you don't know what is happening, but we all yet agree that something's happening. So how do we articulate it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Do you track sort of the state of the business in your podcast? Like, is it, I've listened to a few episodes and I just love, you're meeting interesting people. And like I said to you, at the beginning of this, I love how you just have conversations randomly. Do you have a goal of where you're trying to talk to people or what you're trying to go to get to? Or are you tracking like the business of paranormal and the community of paranormal? It's just like, no, this is just, I want to keep, my skills going and understanding what it is.
I feel called here into this community. I've been told by psychic mediums, my purpose is to help people cross over. However, as I have worked with my gifts and I have met people and I have talked to people, what I find is one, I make people cry a lot. And it's not like bad tears, but because I'm able to pick up on things, I've brought closure to people.
Do you get people to cry on your podcast?
People cry on my podcast and I make people cry in real life. I don't mean to. It's not like I'm being mean. Like I'm like, I'm just saying
No, it's
something.
great.
Like one lady, her father had just passed away and I didn't know that. And we were talking and she said something and I went, he's really proud of you. And she goes, what? And I was like, your dad, he's departed, right? And she goes, yes, he just died. And I said, well, he's really proud of you. And she lost it. And I'm learning. And then I was at a concert a few months ago and I was talking to a girl that I met there and she was staring at me funny because my best friend Jada, she's really proud of me. So she tells everybody about my podcast and she's like, she's a psychic medium. And I'm like, don't tell people that because people have expectations and I'm really bad. Okay. Like there is no rhyme or reason because it comes and goes. Like I tell my daughter all the time, it's not a party trick. Like, I don't know what color you're thinking of, but it's probably white, So
Right.
But what I've learned from talking to these people, like this one lady, she's from Brazil and her brother was murdered. And her mother refuses to celebrate Christmas. And so she was just talking after Jada had brought up the fact that I was a psychic medium. And I think I made her a little uncomfortable because Hispanic and Portuguese, they are very spiritual. And so I kind of freaked her out a little bit. And then and I just asked her, I was like, what number do you see all the time? And she goes, 28. I said, well, that's my favorite number, so I'm supposed to meet you. Your brother wants your mom to celebrate Christmas again. And I said, I know your mother's probably the type that's like, nope, I'm not doing it. And she just started crying. I said, just know he wants to. She had to turn her back and compose herself. So I make people cry. I need a shirt that says that I make people cry.
I would have
Sorry.
loved you on, so I was a producer. I used to work at Discovery. I ran development for them for years, the studio
cool.
side of things. And, my team, we had a trophy that was called, it was for man tears. So it's like in an interview, if you can make a guy cry, because remember what type of shows we're talking about at Discovery, right? Like Fisherman, and these guys who are supposedly blue collar, tough guys. And those are a lot of the guys that we're interviewing for reels and for development and stuff. And it's like, you came back and it's like, we're watching the interview, and it's like they got man tears. It's like, you got hold that trophy on your desk until the next person pulls one in.
Oh,
It's like, it's
man.
a big win for the TV game for sure.
Yeah, I've
Get a
made
guy
some men
crying.
cry. Not meaning to. I mean, in my younger days, when I was a single one, whew, I could make them cry. I'm brutally honest, like brutal. I'm having to learn that honesty without tact is cruelty. So I try to rein in my honesty because not everybody is ready.
Yeah, but that's all right. It's John and I talk about this too all the time with this podcast. It's you have to have a point of view. If
Mhm.
you're milquetoast about it, you're just dead in the water. Like, who cares?
Milquetoast.
You don't. You have to have a point of view, and that point of view is going to upset some people.
Right.
Yeah, but I get what she's saying.
Yes,
Because
but
sometimes brutal honesty can just be horrible.
Yeah. There's a way to
It
say
could be.
things.
There's a way to say things, and sometimes, and I have to catch myself on live all the time, not being brutally honest.
Right.
well, yes,
Because it's
of
just,
course.
some people can't handle it, and it makes me look like a complete asshole.
Right.
Well, of course,
So-
you can't be rude, but you also can't. You have to be authentic.
Right.
And that's what I mean by, having a point of view. It's not about being mean or rude to somebody, but it is about being honest.
Sometimes you just got to do it just to do it.
You just got to do
Yeah.
it. You just gotta do
sometimes
it.
it's like, all right, no, I'm gonna. Yeah.
When my mom asks me questions, I'm like, do you really want to know? How much do you want to know? Because I will tell you. And then like my girlfriends, I'll be like, how honest do you want me to be? You want me to be brutal or you want me to just tiptoe? Because I'll tiptoe. Like with my teenage daughters, sometimes I just have to tiptoe because they emotional. Lord have mercy. I got to tiptoe a lot with them, but it's fine. Like, I don't want to say like your choice of boys is like trash, but I probably said that after a time or two, but I'm like, maybe that's not the best for you. Or remember, you are the company you keep, or, I try to be nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
what is the latest gossip about ghosts that you've discovered? Like, what's everybody talking about? I know, like right now, John and I were talking about this earlier. I don't know if you're tracking all this. There's like a lot of big ghost celebs. They're all like hating on each other.
yes, I was about to say the drama.
And it's, look, I've only been doing this for a year. We're a year into it. You've been doing it for a while. John's been doing it even longer. It's like, look, I don't get it.
I don't either.
I don't, like, do other genres hate everyone within it as much?
No.
I don't ever hear like the Star Wars and the Star
No.
Trek people like fighting publicly.
No.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand.
No, this is the only niche that I've ever heard and experienced this happening.
It's
Most other niches people get along great. You get one person that, delivers the news, they get along with the next person that delivers the news. Somebody who cooks gets along with somebody else who cooks. Someone that does makeup gets along with someone else that does makeup. Even true crime, even people that do true crime, they get along with other people that do true crime. But when it comes to the paranormal,
it's like hip hop. It's like hip hop to
fun.
me, right?
it's insane. It's insane.
It feels like Drake and like Kendrick Lamar or something.
Yes.
It's like beefs.
Yeah.
Like
I
hip
don't
hop.
consider
beefs.
Drake hip hop.
But But I don't either. But you know what I'm saying, right? Like that's I can't.
I know what you mean.
And it's this latest one. It's sort of interesting, and I don't know why anybody would speak about it. I don't really even understand all the
There's
details.
a lot of it.
but everybody's talking about it, so why don't we? Like, and especially since we've got the ghost gossip person on, it's like let's get a little gossip. Shh, let's talk about a little tea here.
All right.
So you got one celeb accusing another celeb's show. Someone's show was canceled, from what I understand, and then someone said our show was canceled because this other celeb said to cancel it, and then this other person then said, "Hey, that's probably not why your show was canceled." You know,
Right.
they don't just cancel shows because a celeb said to cancel, like the person on the network said to cancel your show. Let me say this, since I've been a head of a studio creative division, and I've worked in the business for almost 30 years. And full disclosure, all of these parties I have spoken to get on the podcast. Some have said they will be on here and then ghosted us. Some I am still actively talking to, and some have yet to respond. So just know that I would love to have them all on. And we shoot well in advance for unless it's a live. So I wouldn't even talk about this because the story might be dead by the time it airs in 3. Most of the episodes you see, we filmed like 3 months ago. So I'll tell you this. Can a star of a show get rid of a cast member? Absolutely. That is, if they don't like them and they want them gone, that could happen. Could a star of a hit money-making series potentially stop another series from getting made? Maybe. They probably that is the discussion you would have with that person who's making the money, because this new thing is an unknown entity. And it's like, why upset them? You know, if that's going to take away from their marketing dollars and their budget, and why would you do it? And they don't have a say in it. And then certainly back in the day, that if that show was going to be a potential lead-in for their show, they could have a say in it, because that could hurt. You know, this is before streaming and on demand. It was lead-ins mattered.
No.
That was a thing. Could a celebrity cancel another show that is already on the air? They could certainly speak it, but there is a lot more nuance to it, because that other show, there's people that have jobs. It might be it all depends. There's a lot of factors, right? Is it making money, right? If it's making money, they're going to figure out a way to appease the celeb complaining about it. They're not just going to be like, "Oh, he said to get rid of it. We're getting rid of it." It's not going to happen. Not if the show is profitable, right?
Right.
It's just there's too many things at stake. Be that as it may, I don't know why anybody outside of that universe gives a shit if the person who's claiming their show was canceled. You know, why do they have to correct them? You know what I mean? It's like, you weren't there. You don't know.
Right.
So I don't know why people tend to take it on themselves. And it sounds like then this other person, she has her own problems with a team of people, and that sucks. You know, and but you know, so it sucks for them, and that happens too. You know, you make a shit deal, and then like you can't move forward, and that happens constantly. And I don't know why they keep bringing each other into each other's lives.
I don't
and
either.
I just don't get. I don't get this. It's weird.
I'm going to
Tell
tell
me,
you
Gossip
something.
Girl, why?
I'm going to tell you
What
something.
are you hearing?
I'm going to disappoint you. I think I know what you're talking about, but when I see that, I scroll on, because I'm like, that's none of my business. So when I gossip, I'm gossiping as in, let's chit chat, let's have a conversation, tell me about what you've gone through, and let's talk about it, you know? But when it comes to real life drama, I've been bullied in this field.
You have?
Nasty. Yes.
Really?
And yes. And
I want to hear who would bully you, and for what reason? You don't have to
I
tell
don't
me
know.
who, but what was the reason? What would they give you a hard time? What are you possibly doing that ruined their day?
I didn't buy in. So the way that I work is, if I'm not, it's kind of like, not everybody's going to like me, and that's fine. I'm not a dum-dum, like I said, human lie detector. And I'm not easily manipulated. And I walked away, and I didn't say anything. I kept it to myself. And then stuff started happening, and I knew I could feel stuff happening behind the scenes. I could feel it. I didn't have proof, but I could feel it. And then over time, I got the proof that validated how I was feeling. And, you know, I don't talk about them. I don't talk about it. I keep it, you know, I move on, because they don't they don't affect me. You know, it hurts my feelings to know that people hate me that much that they would rather ruin my name with lies. And I've had to accept that some people are just like that. And my character will speak for itself at the end of the day. And so I keep my mouth shut, hold my head up high. I know the truth, and I know true character always shows itself.
It
feel-
always does. I can speak from experience in this
John gets
field.
it a lot. I feel bad for you guys because I am
I-
so loved.
Well, rub it
listen.
in, Gary.
Yeah, right. Rub it in. I get it a lot. I get it all the time. And I can say this: it always ends up in my favor at the end of the day.
You got that
Always. It might take some time.
Yep.
Sometimes it might even take a couple of years, but then it always ends up going in my favor, and it always ends up working out. And it's very simple, just like you. I keep my mouth shut. I don't talk bad about anybody in this field whatsoever, no matter how big or small, and that's it.
No, see, listen, I love talking about people behind, but not like super loud publicly. But I'm that guy, like on the WhatsApp group for my kids' classroom chat, right? And all these parents will say something that's just so stupid, and I'll never say anything on there like mean. But then there's like the side chats where it's like, I think their kid's an idiot. Right?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Isn't their kid so stupid? And then it's like that kind of gossip's fun. I'd enjoy it.
Right.
But
I'll tell my close friends, the people that I consider to be my family in this, they know about it, because part of them, they've caught it too from these people. And so
your family?
my para family, my people that I trust that aren't running behind me and two-faced. I don't like two-faced people. I don't like inconsistent people. I have nothing to do with them. Like if I get that inauthentic or that I don't even know the word. My husband's my human vocabulary and he's not here. So I know the word I'm looking for, but when you're not a genuine person, I can tell it screams to me. And I can be an adult and I can be polite, but we're not going to be friends and I'm not going to trust you. So the women that I have met that I trust, they know and they have my back. And then I have some other podcasters because these people have reached out to some of my podcaster family and tried to start stuff. So they are aware, but we're not talking about it a lot. You know what I mean? I made them known. I made them aware of the situation so they would all be on the lookout. And I mean, sadly, it's happened. But it is what it is. Other than
I'm so confused by it. I just feel like, I've watched your show and it is not, it's very fun and upbeat and people are just miserable, right? I guess you just have to be a miserable person and you have to want to take.
Well, you're in this for the wrong reasons. That's what it is. At the end of the day, those people are in this for the wrong reasons. And that is why they act the way they do. And I do everything in my power to stay the fuck away from those people.
yes,
Yeah, it's weird.
Exactly.
Yeah, they
don't have the love. They don't have the love for it. And that's
is it, let me ask you this, from is it a business move? Because look, enragement, equals engagement. So is it I'm going to start something?
Yeah, it's both.
I'm going to start something with Ashley because if I say some nasty stuff in the chat and on the thing, people are going to start talking. That's going to get me promote. It's going to promote the site. You know what I mean?
If they see there's
is that what it is?
That's 100%. If they see there's a core group of people there that they can get their name mentioned, because it's free advertising. When somebody is live or someone's podcasting and they're like, fuck this creator. They're so full of shit. They're using a soundboard and they're doing this and they're ranting and raving about that person. Regardless, it's free advertising, right? So these people try to get under your skin. They try to push the right buttons. So you go on your platform that you built in front of the community that you created and you spew their name because it's free advertising and it keeps them relevant. And that's why they do it.
And the joke's on them because I want nothing but the best for them.
Yeah, me too.
You do you, boo. You go and you find your success.
Yeah, right?
Do it.
There's
exactly.
Ashley, we say this all the time. There's no shortage of views. There's no
on my
finite
channel,
amount of
sometimes
views.
there are. I can always do more.
You know what I mean? It's like there's there's plenty of space for everybody to do their own thing, and it's
Yeah.
I don't know,
That's
man.
right.
I enjoy it. I've really enjoyed meeting the people I'm meeting,
Yes.
and I like talking to you, and you coming on here, and we're just talking about
It also
nonsense.
comes
I
in
find it.
waves, by the way. It also comes in waves. And that's because of the saturation of the genre,
Yes.
right? Like, I know for a fact when things are quiet on my end and I'm not getting reported, I'm not dealing with drama, people aren't coming in starting shit, that means that it's on a low curve, right? But then the second everything amps up, that means that the market's saturated. That means there's a million podcasts out there popping off. There's a million live streams popping off, and everybody and their mother is doing it. So it comes in waves.
Do you
Yeah.
think?
You
Do
know?
you think that it's really done? Do you think this the new? This is where I sort of. You want to talk about like imposter syndrome? I just look at everybody. I feel like I'm so old, and then everybody's so young. And it's like, do you feel that this is an older generation thing versus? Do you
Both.
think do you think
Both.
younger all the younger people that I've
Both.
met don't feel? Oh, really? Because most of the younger people I
Oh.
met feel like there's more influencer community versus
It
an
depends.
older crowd.
It all depends, but you can see it on both ends. You can
Yeah.
see it on someone who's younger and someone who's older. Maybe a little worse with the older. But
Maybe.
you could definitely still see it with some of the younger as well.
I will tell you this. I surround myself in this community with only, and we all have our bad days. Don't get me wrong. We all have our bad days. We have our off days. We're not perfect. We're human, and
Speak for yourself, Ashley.
Okay. Most everybody but Gary is human and, not perfect. We have our bad days. But the women that I surround myself with in this community, my support system in this community, they are so loving and they support others outwardly and when they're not sitting at the table. You know what I mean? They're the kinds that they have your back when you're not at the table with them. They're the kind that if I walk out of the room and somebody comes and talks crap to me, they're going to be like, no, don't say that. You don't know. You know what I mean? And they've shown me that. And those are the ones that I worry about. Those are the ones that I concern myself with. Those are the OGs or those are the true people that I care about their opinion. Everybody else, you go do you. Rising waters raises all ships, everybody.
That's
So
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Say it
That's
all the
it.
time.
We said
say
that.
it all the time.
I
We
do
say
too.
that all the time.
All the
I think.
time
Yeah,
we say that.
right. We say all ships rise with the tide. Is
All
kind of how
ships
we
rise
phrase.
with the
Yeah,
tide. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
kind of our thing. That's great. It's so fun. I love hearing you say that. Ashley, where's Ghost Gossip Podcast in 5 years? What do you want? Where do you want to go? What's your thing?
I don't
What are
even
you hoping
know.
for?
I don't know. So I did set something for this year. I was like, okay, in the next year, I want to be invited to a Paracon and I want to be picked up by a network. Well, then I realized this past just 2 months, I'm like, I don't want to be picked up by a network. There's
No,
a
you
lot
don't.
of there's a lot of drama in network. I want to be my own boss. I'm taking that one out of the universe. The universe.
You always stay
No,
away from
it's
stay
not
away
right now.
from agencies, stay away from networks. The path you are on,
Yeah.
have it be all you.
Yep. And
And
that's
you
what I've
will
learned.
you will never be happier. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You will be, yeah.
And here's the other thing too. Don't wait for the invite. Take action on the Paracon
Well,
thing.
I got 2 invites.
Okay, good.
One, I know. After I said it happened. It's crazy. So one is in June. I'll be in Arkansas, and it's the Cryptid Fest. I have a really great group. I call them my paranormal podcast big brothers. There's a handful of them. They take care of me. They are very protective of me. And anything, because I did this by myself for so long, and I had no guidance. And so,
Sure.
without question, they help me no matter what. It's
That's great.
wonderful because I'm self-taught. And then I'm co-hosting with Jocelyn a Paracon in July in Brunswick, Georgia. So,
Oh wow,
so not just invited, but hosting. So I think
Good.
that's pretty cool.
that's very
But
cool.
5
Dude, what do you
years.
think? What do you think of cryptids? Do you believe in cryptids?
Oh
I
yeah.
haven't got my head around that yet. I haven't gotten around I told John this. It's like I think I could listen. Spirits, I'm on board. I like. I like I said, we don't know what those are, but I know there's something.
Well, we got more evidence towards cryptids than we do spirits.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's
Like
I don't
solid
know
evidence.
if I
Listen,
just don't
the
know if I
first- the
believe in
first big-
Bigfoot.
the fir-
I'm just going to
Well,
say
again,
it there.
I hate that term Bigfoot. I call them big feet because there ain't no way there's one big, foot creature
Right,
hopping
there's more
around,
than
right?
one.
He's got 2 big feet. All right, that's number one. We discover species all the time, and
I
not
don't
just
do, but
little
we're talking
things,
about
and not
fucking
just
bugs.
little
But
things, dude.
stop.
We
Most of it's
discovered-
bugs. Most of it's bugs and little things and
most of
fish
it's
and
sure,
fish.
yes,
Deep
but
sea
some of
shit.
them, but some of them are big. Some of them are big. We discover these things, and it's like, who's to say? With knowing that information, knowing the probability of discovery.
There's a fucking
Who's
giant
to
hairy
say?
dude like walking around the woods. We can't like find this fucking thing. I mean, I don't know, dude. Like,
Could very
listen,
well be.
a sea creature. I've said, like, if anything, too. By the way, one, if we do find it, it's on Australia because that's Monster Island. That's where it's going to be. And I do believe in sea beasts and sea creatures.
Sea
Because
beasts.
I think an octopus is an alien straight from outer space.
It looks like
there
one.
is, and the ocean is monster soup, hands down. That's
Well, yeah, exactly.
absolutely
Remember,
true.
one of these most famous cryptids that was stuff of legends, like the Kraken, was the giant squid. This was
Yes.
in stories, and everybody thought it was, a creature of legend.
We did
Until
that documentary
1900.
Discovery.
Yeah, 1996, 1998, the Japanese scientists ended up discovering it. Right? That's
Yes.
what. That's
And we caught it
so
on
it's
film.
like, yeah, like
It's
that's
wild. It's super huge.
yeah,
right.
super huge. So it's like, wait a minute.
But that's also like a giant squid. But let's be real. That's a giant squid. So it's like we know what a
Giant
squid
squid.
is, and now it's a big one, right?
Yeah.
But it's like you're talking about like this, like a big, Harry from the Hendersons,
Well,
like
I'm
walking
talking
around
about
the woods.
all in general.
and it's
Right?
just
I'm
sort
talking
of-
about in general, not just big feats. I'm talking about in general. Like, who knows what's out there?
What do you think, Ashley? Weigh in. Don't let us like.
Okay.
What's your thing?
If Native Americans believe in them, I believe in them too. Because
Oh,
I'm telling
dropped
you,
the Native American thing. How can we argue with that?
I'm just saying, like, there's cave drawings and all sorts of things that they've documented in their way, and it has been seen across continents. It's not just seen here, it's been seen in Asia, it's been seen in Europe. And I don't know about Australia. Everything in Australia is trying to kill you, so I don't know.
Yes.
But if they have documented something back then, they had nothing to gain from it. Absolutely
Yeah, but they
nothing.
also
to gain.
documented that the fucking sun was brought around the skies by a chariot or something. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
maybe
like
it is. Maybe it's still a little bright. We can't look up there.
I don't know, man. I got a problem with Bigfoot. I'm not in it. I'm not in that one. I'm not in that camp.
Well,
spirits,
my
that's
friend
why.
believes it's a giant sloth, and he wrote a book about it.
Interesting.
Giant sloth. They used to
Okay.
exist.
Exactly.
They used to exist. They find all their tunnel systems. Where is that, in Brazil?
No, I think
Where
they
they find
here.
their. Are they here too?
Mhm.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, they're still carved, like these tunnel systems that they carved when they were, alive.
So he thinks it's a sloth, but
He
just
thinks
really big.
I don't know. It makes
Could be.
sense to me. I read the book. It makes sense to me. It makes sense. I will say that. I was like, okay, I can see if it is, it makes sense that maybe. Okay,
Maybe.
Mhm.
maybe. I don't know.
I like that theory. I like the giant sloth theory
I mean, it's
because at least it's just a bigger.
Listen, I just find it interesting. Again, even talking about big feats, we have them here, right, in North America, okay. And then you go, where's the I was about to call it the Bumble from Rudolph, not at the
Yeti?
Yeti, the Yeti, right? So where was that? That's the Himalayas,
Mhm.
Yes.
the Yeti. So
Yes.
just like the brown bear to the polar bear. Keep that in mind. And this is going back, thousands of years.
Let's hear it.
So think about it like that. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Think
you're just
about it
saying
like
it's.
that.
You're just saying the Yeti is just a white, like this. It's the polar bear version,
of yeah.
right?
Of the
Not
big
to be
feet.
complete. Not to like
Yeah,
confuse
with-
North and South Carolina.
Yeah. Remind you, peoples that had no connection, no connection with each other. They weren't sending emails.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? Think about it. How did this this come to be?
And
Right.
that's exactly how I feel about spirits. People from,
Yeah.
I mean, ancient, were seeing something, were experiencing something that they could not explain, and they weren't emailing or writing letters. There was nothing. I mean, they were talking about ancient civilization, which I can't wrap my head around, but I know
Yeah.
my husband's really into that. But it's really boring, the show on Netflix. It put me to bed. And
Well,
I tried
that
to
and then
watch
and
it.
then you could also get into just the whole fact of our genealogy
Right.
and humanoids in general, like humans, ancient humans, what came before. There's so many branches to that tree.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even funny.
It's crazy.
And they find them. They keep finding them. A bone fragment here, half a skull there, a jawbone there, of all these different human species. And then when you look at the drawing renderings from the bone structure, they kind of look like, elves, gnomes, dwarfs, all these different things. There's even talk that there is a nocturnal Homo sapiens species that used click systems, like to navigate in caves because their eyes weren't developed right to see out during the day. They were nocturnal. They
Yeah.
were in darkness. And they're discovering these things and they're starting to pinpoint all this stuff together. There is a lot. So because of all this data that already exists, actual hardcore rooted science, there is way more evidence for cryptids like big feet than there are spirits.
All right,
It's
listen.
actually
I don't know what to tell
in
you.
a scientific perspective, from a scientific perspective, peer-to-peer reviewed scientific data and anthropology and evidence. There is more, the opening for the possibility and the probability of these cryptids.
We'll see.
It's awesome.
We find a woolly mammoth man. We'll see what it is. Start to figure it
A
out.
woolly mammoth man?
Yeah, well, whatever you want to call it. I like the giant sloth theory. That's kind of close. At least it's like something. All right, well, that's a creature that exists, and maybe just they pop out a big one every now and again. But just like every now and again, we get a shack. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, that guy's huge.
That guy's big.
You get a human who's like 6'10". It's like, what?
Right.
Listen, if you ever run the numbers on people's heights, right? Like when you're talking about the percentage of height, it's like the amount of people who are above 6 feet in the world is this big, right? When you're talking about 8 million people. And then you start to get to like 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". It goes like the amount of people who are, and if you're, have been some 8 feet tall people, right? And they know exactly where they are. That's how few of them there are. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how few, like we know them all. That's what I'm saying. So it's like if there's a sloth, maybe they pop out a giant one every now and again and he's floating around, and that's what we're talking about. That would be interesting. And I could sort of wrap my head around that, other than a species of like some sort of
I don't know. See, I
this kid-
disagree. I think it's less probable
She's
for
sitting
it to
back.
be
Look, she just ran back to stand. We're boring the shit out of her.
than an actual Homo sapien species, like its own homogeneous, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying.
Well,
to
listen,
say. I'm
have
telling
fun
you,
at the
it's-
cryptid convention and work on that one with all those crazy. That's a really
yeah.
good one.
Listen, cryptids aren't my specialty.
No,
Cryptids aren't my specialty.
no, we're
I'm just,
we're ghost people.
I
love my ghosts. I love all my ghosts.
interdimensional entities. Listen, this has been fun.
This has been very fun.
And I wish I could keep going, but it is time for me.
John
to
jumps in his
depart.
live. Yeah. Oh my God,
I
we
gotta-
kept you you stayed with us for over.
An hour. Appreciate that. Appreciate great conversation. Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank
She
you
was
for
sitting there
having me.
She was sitting there looking at us at the end, like, man, I could have said goodbye like 10 minutes ago, and these fucking guys are talking about Bigfoot.
No, I love it. This is part of.
I think we're pissing your doll off.
No.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, she's not doing anything. She's fine. No,
Yeah.
she's fine. She's good.
Bye,
Ashley,
sweetheart.
thank you so
Don't hate
much
me.
for your time, everybody.
Don't hate me, sweetheart.
She said, "You good?"
Ashley, thank you so much for your time. Everybody, if you haven't done so already in the hour or in and out, you got to jump over to Ghost Gossip Podcast. We'll put the link up in the link tree in the bio. Follow, subscribe wherever Ashley is and Ghost Gossip Podcast is. Ashley, that was
Thank
great.
you so much, Ashley. Really
Thank you.
appreciate you
Really-
doing this.
Thank you. It was an
Thank
absolute
you.
pleasure. I hope you had fun.
Right.
And
Yes, I did.
we will keep talking.
Awesome.
I'm going
Right.
to say goodbye to you now. And we will
Bye.
see you later.
Bye.
All right.
Cool.
Oh, we ran for a
Yeah.
while. That's just fun.
I tell you, listen, there's some cool people in this space, right? There really is. Like, there really is. And it's cool that we can feature and, work with a lot of these awesome people. And, it's just part of what this awesome podcast is about.
I like talking to new people and getting different perspectives and like here, she's out there doing she's got a couple years on me doing it, and she considers herself, she's an intuitive and like a sort of an early stage psychic medium, which is really in an interesting way that she's going about this course and this journey for her on that road, right? Which is, I like it. I mean, it's just a good. It's good to see what she's learning and hear what she's learning, and it is amazing when you watch her talking to people, and it's just so casual. She makes everybody feel so comfortable and good.
Yeah.
So
Until
anyway,
she
man,
starts making people cry.
this is it's like, dude, she's gonna make you cry. Oh shit!
Oh, that'd be hilarious right now.
I would love it. I hope she makes you cry, dude.
I have no heart. What is she gonna say to me?
She'll say, I'm gonna laugh. Oh my God, I hope she makes you cry. That would be the best clip ever.
She's gonna be like, Tracy says hello.
I
and
will
I'll be
fucking buy her a trophy. I will send her a trophy so quickly if she makes John Santa cry. That clip will go viral. Millions of views.
She might be able to make me cry laughing. That's a possibility because I've been known to do that.
Maybe, whatever. But I bet, let's see.
She'll get my stroke eye tearing,
Oh no, that'll be great. What a challenge.
Yeah. Anyway. I've actually teared up. I've actually teared up twice doing this. And it was talking, speaking to two children.
Spirits?
Yeah, spirits. Yeah. Two times it got to me. Once what made me, and you could hear it in my voice. I was getting all choked up. Now fucking wiping my eyes. I mean, they couldn't see it because it's pointing at the headstone. And then another time it happened too, talking to another ghost child, and it was just because it gets to you. It's a fucking dead kid. If you're not,
it's dark.
If that doesn't pull on the heartstrings, then you're a fucking psychopath.
Well, that's
right?
dark, dude. I don't know what would I don't know if I would be on edge. I guess I'm just too nervous when I'm being interviewed to have my guard down like that. I mean, like I've cried in movies, like Interstellar. I cried like a baby.
Interstellar was great.
I cried like a baby.
Interstellar was great, dude.
Bawling.
Great.
And I went and saw that in the theater.
I bawled during Logan, dude. The old man Logan.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, dude, that last scene with him impaled on the stump, and he's all like, dude,
sure.
holding his daughter's hand, bro. I was in the theater. There was 6 other grown men, some of the toughest men I fucking know. And we're all like,
dude, when I saw Interstellar, everybody was out of town for the weekend or something, so I just went by myself to the theater. So I'm like a dude in the theater by himself.
Yeah.
And then
crying.
I'm weeping at the end, like crying. And they're just like, I wonder if people thought I was gonna like hang myself or jump off a building or something. But it was
in the theater. All right, Gary, listen.
It was awful. All right, everybody. Hey, listen, guys, don't forget, hit that like, share, subscribe button, please. Right here. If you're on Santa Paranormal, hop over to Splintered Spirits, give us a like and a subscribe. Thank you so much for your time on Tuesday.
Big episode coming out Tuesday. Big episode.
Tuesday with the one and only Patty Negri. She was a wonderful guest. She's an amazing talent. You know her. She's been around. That's going to be a great one. Guys, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Until next time, stay curious. It's Splintered Spirits. Adios, everybody.
Later.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
She was doing dark magic, and she was actually channeling Ed Gein, and she wanted to kill me. I still firmly believe light beats dark always, because you bring a candle into a dark room. You've brought in the light, even though you see those extra scary shadows now with the light. But anyway, did it again. But she was a lovely woman. I respect her craft, but she's dead now. I don't think she was older than me.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, and along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal, we try to find answers to the question, what are spirits? On this episode, I head into the heart of Hollywood magic, with a K at the end, to the home of psychic medium and the good witch of Hollywood, Patty Negri. Patty shares how as a little girl holding her first seance in Southern California, she grew into one of TV's most recognizable witches and spiritual teachers. Patty gives me a crash course in divination, how she actually uses tools, rituals, and intention to read signs and communicate with spirit. She even shares a few of the everyday spells she relies on for protection, manifestation, and balance. We also pull back the curtain on the business, how she walks the line between entertainer, entrepreneur, and intuitive, what stays sacred when the cameras roll, and how she keeps her work authentic in an industry built on spectacle. Let's dive into the conversation. Patty, thank you so much. I'm so excited to do this with you. It's like such an honor that you would even, first of all, as I told you, right? I try to, everything we do on Splintered Spirits is over Zoom or video conference. And it's like, oh my God, we're both in the same city. Wouldn't it be great to get out of the office and get out of the, behind the camera? And the fact that you let me come to your house, it's like, I wouldn't let anybody in my house. This is so sweet of her. It's unbelievable.
You are so welcome, by the way. And no, I like it too. Because with my podcast, like you, it usually has to be on video because we're not in the same place. But if just this week, I taped somebody right next to me, right here, going, yay, we can.
It's so great. It's
live
so
and
fun.
nationwide. Yeah.
I love it. Patty, you've been doing this for so long, and you're such an expert. I'm just curious. First of all, when was the moment that you went from sort of seeing spirit and talking to spirit to sort of breaking into the mainstream?
I've been seeing spirits and talking to spirits since I was a kid.
Right.
I did my first seance at 7 or 8, which is one of the things I'm known for. I've been picking herbs and knowing what to do them since even before that. But I kept it really private. I had this very magical lifestyle, belief system, but all my regular day job, so to speak, I was in Hollywood. I went from an actress, like, they can't know. Then I started producing when I got too old for Hollywood. They're like, oh, I'll just produce my own damn shows. And I had a production company, but it was really corporate. And I'm like going, oh, these people can't know. Number one, I talk to dead people. And number two, I dance around bonfires in a cloak. We'll just keep that private, because I had
because you had a live, like sort of a live performance business, right?
A live performance
is that correct?
Yeah, Rainbow Entertainment, a live performance business. Which again, though we did big song and dance extravaganzas and shows, but they were often booked by the HR department at Microsoft and so and teach ethics to oilmen. I'm like, they can't.
Good luck.
But in 2008, when that big corporate crash came, and again, very much like the MC said, but corporate entertainment became a dirty word. People were laying off people. They go, we can't have this big extravagant show. We're going to give them a $25 check to Trader Joe's or something. So it went crashing and burning. Right. At the very same time, reality television, again, I'd always been both sides of it. And from a sketch and improv background, reality television was going like this. Somebody called me who had been to one of my seances and knew my ability with seances and said, Patty, we need to do a seance on this reality show.
So was Ghost Hunters already on the air at that point?
No. My show Ghost Adventures was, it had not quite started yet, but really close. Maybe it's about the same time. It really may have been about the same time. But this was a show. I'm like, please do a seance. I'm like, no, please, no. And I'm looking at my empty calendar going, oh gosh. Well, I'm like, well, what's the name of the show? And literally with a very straight face, she goes, it's called Mobile Home Disaster, and it's on country music television. I'm like, that's great. Who would watch that? I don't know anybody who would watch that. I don't think any of my corporate clients, my friends. Maybe I could do it just this once. Okay, I'll do it reluctantly. I went, and Gary, it was like the most fulfilling day I'd had since I could remember. I got to help this human little girl that everybody thought was crazy because she was drawing portals on the ceiling of her motorhome. I'm like, no, there are portals on the ceiling of her motorhome. I got to help a spirit kind of cross over who was kind of stuck, go to the light. And almost best of all, I got to slightly open the minds of the Southern Bible Belt cast and crew that this isn't dark and this isn't evil and this isn't satanic. And I'm like, wow, and I know, great on camera, knew it. And I'm like, but never again. I did, but never again. No one's going to watch this. It was fun. It aired a couple months later, as they do, and I was like, that was good, but never again. Oh, Gary, my very first phone call that next morning was from my biggest corporate client. I was at bank, and we did shows nationwide. Hi, Patty. Hi. I saw you on television last night. Oh, yeah. I didn't know you were into the paranormal.
Oh,
And I'm like,
no.
I've lost a client. I'm like,
Did you?
yeah. But
Did you really lose? Did you lose her?
no, she goes, I mean, I thought it was good. And she just goes, I love the paranormal, and proceeded to tell me her first ghost story. I'm like,
Oh, see, that's
doing?
great.
I'm out of the closet. I'm out of the witchy broom closet. I'm out of the psychic medium closet. I'm out of the paranormal closet. I'm done. And I haven't looked back. It's so much more filling. My whole thing really is about empowering people and bringing inspiration to their lives, whether it's on, Ghost Adventures or Bad Girls Club or silly TVs throughout.
Right.
But it is so much fun doing it in this spiritual, metaphysical, even paranormal world than it was the HR department at Mattel or Microsoft.
Yeah.
Going, oh,
No, that's not fun. That's awesome. Now, you said that you've been seeing ghosts as a little girl.
Yeah.
And you grew up out here in Southern California. So was it, and it was like you had your first what was it, 8, did I read?
7 or 8.
7 or
Literally,
8.
I was.
All right, tell me about, what I'm more curious about is what your parents did.
well, luckily, I think it must be into the blood. I honestly think that kids really can see spirits, but I said it's the drum plays. That's my ghost, Adrian. That's her on the corner. She lives here. She was in the house when we bought it.
All right, thanks, Adrian.
Yeah, thanks. She's good. Keep the cameras working.
Yeah, please.
But where was I? Oh, well,
No, I was asking, what did your parents think?
my
Were you being an
goodness.
8-year-old doing a
See,
seance?
So I was in the hall stuffing towels into the doors. My mom was, again, I was luckily raised without any, oh, this is evil or this is bad or religious background or anything like that. My mom just kind of went, yeah, grandma did that too. Grandma could see that too. So it was it was inspired in me. It was okay. It wasn't, oh no, that's your imaginary friends. And again, in our modern Western, complete left brain, logical, focused, non-mystical society, it's gotten taught out of everybody.
Sure.
Luckily, I think there's.
But you got taught in at 8. Like, how do you do that? Like, tell me. Like at 8, I'm sort of thinking it was like Sesame Street. Like for my kid, whatever it was. How does seance become for an 8-year-old for you?
Yeah,
And what was the scene? Set the stage.
I watched Sesame Street. I watched whatever the kids' shows of the day, but I was really watching Outer Limits and Twilight Zone and Alfred Hitchcock movies and The Birds. And even though I'm very light in my complete practice, that's what I'd run home and watch Addams Family or Dark Shadows.
Right. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Dark Shadows is a classic.
Yeah, classic. Still do.
They're all great. Yeah. Okay. But so you were always into even at very young, that was what you were sort of exposed to. Were your parents really woo-woo?
No, not at all.
Not at all. What did they do for a living?
My mom was a stay-at-home mom, beautiful. She had wanted to be a performer, but she gave it up for family. In the decades you had to do that. My dad was a mechanic, but my dad's dad, there's a big statue of him right there in the corner, came from Turkey. He was a very well-known philosopher, psychoanalyst, psychologist, psychiatrist, who specialized in religion or the lack thereof. He was a super practically evangelical atheist, humanist. He hung out with Isaac Asimov, Carl Sagan. Steve Allen was his best friend. Academic, anything woo-woo religion is just bullpucky weakness. Though I read his book, he wrote on religion, he wrote on sex. He was way ahead of his time. He wrote on, but I read his books now, it's like, oh, Grandpa, and I worshiped him.
Sure.
I'm like, Grandpa, you sort of believe the same thing I do. You just put a different template on top. You use academic terms and science terms, and somebody else might use religious terms. I might use metaphysical or witchy or magical terms, but there's these basic truths in between. It all bears down to energy to me.
So, okay, well, we're going to get into energy in a minute. That's a big word for sure. It's a big word in this whole space that I'm discovering. And it's, so, all right, you're 8 years old, you have a seance. And you start, and you've got this, a mechanic dad, stay-at-home mom, academic grandfather. Now, at what point, now you're going through middle school. Yeah. What was like middle school and high school? Like, I'm so fascinated by this because, how did you learn your craft? Like, where were you reading? Who was your teachers? How did this come about?
There was that's my dog Willow. there was a little part I turned it off in high school.
Okay.
Again, it's like, even because I like leave my body all the time. Before I really knew how to control the gifts, I would go walk around hats, wear a beanie, put on a ball cap.
You were like the cheerleader in high school. You were like, were you like the
both sides of it.
Okay.
I was
all right.
actually already working professionally. I was
Okay.
a model. I was a cheerleader.
You're a dancer.
I was
right?
a dancer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've always had many fingers in many pots.
Sure.
But I kept that pretty separately. But I was a seeker. I would see these things, and even younger than that, from 13, I would look at a church or a temple or a mosque or a synagogue or a park and see this energy coming out, and I'd want to go. But with that family, even though they were open to me talking to ghosts, I was like, God or anything, deity was like a dirty word.
Sure.
So I remember I was
I'm sorry, were your family religious?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not,
All right. So you didn't grow up with that?
Not
like,
at all.
Okay.
But I remember at 13, I think, those were the new Jesus evangelical, and there was some really cute Christian rock band. I wanted to go see with a friend. I was almost so nervous to ask my mom if I could go to church. I would have been, can I go to a rave? Can I go to a wild party?
That's funny.
And I go, oh, I just want to go hear this band music. It's a cute singer. And my mom's like, you could do anything you want. I could do anything I want. I became a seeker. I'm like, well, I want to go try this born again Christian thing. No, they're kind of judgmental. I don't like that. I want to try my Jewish roots from my dad's side. Okay, that's in. There's a lot of tradition. I want to try. Let's look at Buddhism. But then I found a Long Beach Women's Spirit because I'm local,
Okay.
and all these people who worship the earth and trees, and there was a feminine.
How old are you when you found them?
13, 14.
13 years old, so okay.
Maybe a little older.
Right.
Again, just getting out of high school into things. And then I went to an event, I think, put on by, and I'm like, these are my people. I talk to trees. I've been, knowing that fairies are real and animal spirits my whole life. So I followed this pagan path. And in the 80s, I met this guy. He died sadly in the 80s, but I was able to meet him, Scott Cunningham.
Okay.
I still recommend his books to people because it's simple, magic, elemental. I'm very elemental in my work. Air, fire, water, spirit, the planet. Yeah, we work with deities and gods and stuff, but just we're human. We're right here. And
so he was like a mentor.
He was
or
mentor.
So like an early mentor of you.
Early mentor. Again, only met him once, but through his books, and he still is writing books. 30 years after his death. I don't know how, but
It was certainly, he's very influential, I guess.
Very influential. And now there's a million good things out. Now I'm an author. I wanted to be Llewellyn author, so it's like I want to be with Scott Cunningham's.
Okay.
So, but now there's amazing, and now with the rise and witchcraft and the popularity of witch talk, and some good, some bad, but all eye-opening for people. So it just became who I was.
Why do you think right now is a time where there's a rise in this?
I think there's a rise in this because, well, we want to think for ourselves for one. And when times are scary, people usually go back to their faith. Times have always been scary, but they're extra scary now because we have 24/7 news on our phone, on the TV screen by us. It's bombarded. It's not just you get the paper once a day or once a week. So it's always been scary. It's extra scary now. So people traditionally, I'm going back to church or temple or whatever they want to do. That's not holding up for everybody. It's like, well, I go to church, but I'm gay, and they don't like it at my church. So therefore, the more alternative religions, more left of center, New Age, and the crystals, which is great, just spirituality in general, and of course witchcraft, because witchcraft or any of the million forms of it are self-empowering. They're both you take responsibility for your life, and they're very empowering.
What I'm curious about too, with you especially, when you start talking about this, the empowerment of people and giving them empowerment. You're sort of known as like the good witch.
Yeah.
Right? How did you give yourself that name, or did other people give you that name? And how, so, and what is having that name mean to you? Is it important to maintain, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it important to live up to it? And what does it mean to live up to it?
Okay, I do use it for, I rarely, people do by mistake, use the word white witch, because I don't like black and white and good and evil. I'm not even good at, I'm high vibration and low vibration.
Okay.
But I do only do good high vibration work because not good or bad, burn in hell or any of these things.
Sure.
It's like you have to live in the world you create. If I personally believe you can get anything you want from positive magic, positive manifestation. So why would I send out curses and hexes because I have to live in that world.
I see.
Everybody I know who goes into dark arts, I respect them.
You know people.
I like
Wait. You know people who go into dark arts?
Of course I do. There's a community, and I'm not even judgmental.
Oh, shit.
But
I didn't know that existed.
Oh yeah.
Like there's a dark arts.
I mean, and there's gray witches are very popular. It's like I do a little good, but I just know people who go dark. They're fine, they're good, but they start getting cranky. And after they start getting cranky, they start getting angrier, and then they start getting paranoid. And then even a really good example, and I feel weird saying this because I'm not saying this is why, but Zach Bagans on Ghost Adventures loves the good witch, bad witch. So I remember the first time it happened, we were at his museum, and he's like, Patty, I want you to meet this woman. And he brought me into, I didn't know it was Ed Gein's cauldron where he cooked people, but and there's this little English woman in a cloak who looked like she wanted to serve me tea.
Sure.
But she was doing dark magic, and she was actually channeling Ed Gein, and she wanted to kill me, holding Ed Gein's shovel in her hand.
Wait, so did he try to like dunk on you with this?
Yeah, not in a bad way. He likes the good witch, bad.
Okay.
And again, so the swords are out. Ooh.
Now, did you feel it? Like, did you feel like, wait a minute, something's up? Like, how did?
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I was going, literally, I was in a caravan in the dark, brought into the light, and I thought this woman, and so it was a big little face-off kind of thing. And then he did it again, I don't know, a year or two later. We were back at the museum. I knew everybody on the episode, but she was kept hidden. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, do you want to go to the basement? Lady Snake is there. I'm like, oh, you did it again. And again, I still firmly believe light beats dark always, because you bring a candle into a dark room. You've brought in the light, even though you see those extra scary shadows now with the light. But anyway, did it again. But she was a lovely woman. I respect her craft, but she's dead now. I don't think she was older than me. Again, I'm not.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh when someone is dead. But the way that came out.
She's dead. And I'm healthy.
It's like,
strong.
You give yourself one of the, it's like, all right. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but.
Yeah, because I think karma is a word for it. Cause and effect is the science, action and reaction.
Right.
Again, you have to live in the world you create. And I honestly believe we can create anything we believe we can.
Manifest. Now, and we've got a lot of things in front of us here. We're going to get to that in a second. I wanted to talk about, I really want to get to know you and sort of, your philosophy on this stuff. And for me, it's really interesting because you're not just a believer, you're an entrepreneur, and you're very successful at it. I mean, you're well known, and there's a balance there. How do you balance that without losing credibility?
Right. You have to be very careful. And I can't live in the woo-woo world because we know those people who do, and then you can't live in the entrepreneur world. Run a streaming service, run a school, and so you're like,
right.
I have a big old on-off switch, so I'm not seeing spirits all the time.
Okay.
On-off or a little dimmer as needed, because I like, in a witchy world, you have one foot in this world, one foot in that world, and you go back and forth. And the more you go, I'm in the mundane world, I'm going to the grocery store, this is what I'm doing, I'm not going to talk. And now I'm going to the magical world full on. The more differentiation is it. Number one, I'm really picky about what I do and don't do. I would, even though everybody goes, is that fake on TV? No, I've never done a fake TV. I would never, ever, ever do anything. And every show I've done has been really ethical that way.
Right.
Zach or Elton or all the guys. Nope, don't, that. Don't go there. Just tell us what you experienced, because my credibility is at stake there. So I think that's it. And just real picky about how we do it.
Okay.
Like it would be like I had when I used to run my immersive theater company. We had a show, and it was so. Brain to it. We had a little around the table show. It was a seance show, but it was a fake. We had, flash paper and, ink that disappeared on the Ouija board, but everybody was a character like the game Clue, but we were resolving it. It was brilliant.
Right.
Me and my friend Amy had wrote it.
Right.
And I was it's like, we did it twice. I'm like, if I make part of a living doing real seances, I can't take 10 minutes to explain. Now this is fake and this is, but I do real ones. But besides, when you do fake ones, real stuff happens anyway, just like at the Magic Castle, just like all the mentalists and the magicians who do stuff that all of a sudden go, oh wait, this is real.
What was the biggest adjustment for you though doing TV? Because there are parameters in television. I mean, it's just a fact. We've got to get what we got to get, and we got a few days to get it. And I don't give them a hard time. You know, look, I come out of that world, right? And I don't give them a hard time for. I wouldn't even say a recreation is shameful to do. It's like if we weren't gonna have the camera gear, let's just show the people what we saw, because you're taking it on faith at the time that these guys did it. So I don't give them a hard time for doing that, because I understand the parameters of it. For you, when you first really dove in, what was that was there an adjustment? And were you like, okay, I have to roll with this process, or did you ever experience that?
It wasn't too much of an adjustment, but I thought, again, because of my background on both sides and knowing it, and the fact that I literally had to sketch an improv, don't over talk, I know how to talk in sound bites, all the little things people don't think about. And then again, I'm legit. I don't, and again, even Ghost Adventures does reenactments, but they say this is a reenactment. So that I don't have an issue with that at all either. Right. But like, say if we're going to, like, I sent them to Reseda House of Evil or Pasadena House, my friend Richard Layell, and I had done so much stuff there. Or even the closer of the last season, I sent them to the women's club, and he doesn't want me to go in and go, I feel this over here, because I've done that so many times. It's literally stand outside and this is what I've experienced, or this is what I experienced. Gotcha. When I go into a place, it is blind. I'm always scared to death, because it's like, what if I get nothing? What if I hear crickets? It's like, you've got this whole crew. It's like, and you're supposed to go in and say what happened there. I don't know, but every place usually is so vetted. It's like, I've never had an issue with that. It's like, okay, this is here and this is here and that's here.
So, you talked about energy, you talked about frequency and vibration. Is this from what I've read, it's like a Kabbalion, the Hermetic value of vibration. Is that the philosophy that you're playing in? And how do you what's the word I'm looking for? How do you notice that? How does it hit you? What goes through you when you're experiencing these vibrations? How do you tap in?
Well, again, we have all the different people talk clairvoyant, clairsentient, claircognizant, clairgustant. You see, it's like seeing, smelling, hearing, just knowing, and tasting.
I'm familiar with all the clairs. I've read about all the clairs.
Yeah, all the clairs. I teach it in my school, but I just throw them all together since I've been doing it so long. But it just, again, that's why I have the on-off switch. I don't want to be bombarded. And I also believe it's controllable. I think this is our realm of existence. The other worlds on the other side of the veil.
But what's bombarding you, Patty? Is it sound? Is it like, I'm getting a headache? Like, what is that?
Oh, I have body tells. Yeah, we all have. And again, we all have our own spirit language. So everybody, the obvious one, everybody knows, I got goosebumps. I got chills.
Okay.
That's a tell. That's like, some people, my left ear goes like this, or I get nauseous is a common one until you start getting used to it, or I get hot, I get cold. All those things are just little symbols of how you are tapping into the other side. So I teach people to be aware of it so they start really writing their own language for spirit.
Is there anything specific for you that's like, ooh?
I see energy. I really do. Again, not talking just about ghosts or anything like that. Whatever. I see like the auras and the cords around people and all this kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
So
I spoke to somebody once, like she gets a ringing in her ear. Like it was very specific. It was very clairaudient. Like she gets, it's a real problem, like for her.
Yeah, that is a common thing. Again, say if we're at a seance, I was just the other day, I will feel that and I'll go. And oftentimes that's just, that is your sign that spirit is talking to you. Sometimes it is like, listen up. Sometimes it is there, listen up. You're not listening, whether it's grandma talking to you or a spirit guide, or people get their throat all tight. It's common. It's like, it could be say what you want to say or speak what you want to speak, or someone's trying to choke you. Again, you have to.
That's dark, for sure. No. So, all right. So you just mentioned you teach now and you help people. Is being you're teaching witchcraft
witchcraft, psychic development, mediumship development.
Okay. So,
but I don't ever say this is the way to be. We have like 20 teachers at our school, all different paths. We even have a Catholic priest.
Is is being a witch
Mm-hmm.
and learning about this, is it like in a weird way being a lawyer where it's like you have to constantly stay up? Are you still learning?
Always, every day. And if I ever stop learning, then shoot me. No, don't shoot me. But no, because
what is the last thing what is the most recent or last thing as a witch that you discovered and you were like, whoa?
and it's not even necessarily as a witch, it's as a human, as a medium,
Okay.
as a psychic, as an intuitive. I think this weekend I was in Arizona, and I went from event to event to event, different producers. So I'm literally teaching a workshop and a workshop, and then we're doing a seance in the dark, and then we're off at Superstition Mountain doing paranormal investigation in old mines, and almost the scent, the energy attached to spirit, like the thing, how it goes, how it doesn't go. When you're going from one to one to one and you're living on the other side of the veil, I'm learning again not what this specific truth is, but how I deal with it. It's interesting. It's like I have to stop for a minute. I am overwhelmed. I am bombarded.
Is there somebody else currently whose practice you're like you absorb or you take from, like, oh, that's interesting, like, yeah, I'm going to try that myself, and like certain practices or new practices that you've
All sorts of them. Luckily, with my podcast, The Witching Hour, is all about the guests, like you do.
Yeah.
So I want to know about this. So this guy, again, not all witchy. Some of it's real New Agey, some of it's Buddhist, some of it's
okay.
well, it could be just again from a spiritual positive bent. So that's why because if I ever think I can't learn anymore, that gets into ego, and
Right.
once you think you know everything, you crash and
You're done.
burn. You're done.
All right, so I know nothing, and
Nothing.
I know nothing. So for me, and I was so excited when you said yes to sit down, because as a teacher, it's like, okay, what is a big part of this world? And that's divination.
Yeah.
And first of all, what is that? And how do you explain it to a noob?
Okay, divination is literally going into an altered state mentally. There's lots of ways you can do it. Again, crystal balls.
Some would say I'm already in an altered state.
We're already in an altered state, where you could see through the veil into past events, into future events. Again, that's what people use divination. Tarot cards are working with divination. Yes, there's meanings on each of the cards, but a good tarot reader, that's a jumping off point, and then what spirit tells you.
So, all right, we're going real fast.
Okay.
So we got to. So
Okay.
For divination, it's for an individual has to put themselves in a mental state where they are open to receiving frequency or vibration from whatever this is.
Yeah.
Right.
Is it the universe? Is it your spirit guides? Is it your higher self? Is it aliens? Is it deities? Is it elementals?
Any one of those things.
Any one of those things. I think you
Okay.
should be a little picky and get to know, because you don't want to,
Right.
like, especially like a Ouija board. That's divination too. Again, you don't want to go anybody out there. Really, you want anybody, and do you want the drunken ghost at the 7-Eleven who says, "I'm your grandma," and then you're going for wisdom.
Right.
Know who you're divining with.
So it's basically getting yourself open, really make yourself vulnerable.
It just
Right?
take into the energy. Yeah.
Just tap into something to figure that out. Okay. Now then, all of these devices and stuff, are they amplifiers or
They
are they
are.
receive? Okay.
I think they are both. They can be an amplifier. Crystal balls. We have regular crystal balls. This is made out of glass or lead crystal, whatever this. This takes you into that state, and it's not necessarily like, oh, I remember going way back to, you said Good Witch. Why is it the Good Witch? I have the big pink Glenda dress. That's why.
Okay.
No,
Right.
I do. I'm working on showing up in a bubble like this, but I haven't figured that out yet.
Perfect.
But again, this puts you into that state where you can see things. And there is a difference. Like this being lead or glass is one thing. If you have a quartz crystal, which I have somewhere, there's a spirit in that quartz crystal. So you're going to see it through the eyes of the spirit that's in a quartz crystal
So does this help a particular person focus? Like, would they choose a crystal ball versus a black mirror because maybe that gets their mind, helps them get their mind steady?
Now, a black
what do you think?
mirror, this itself is not just a black mirror. This is obsidian, black obsidian. So it got the spirit of a real stone in it. I'm an animist. I think everything has a spirit.
Okay.
So whether you're doing this and whether you're doing that,
Okay.
but even if don't have a crystal ball, I don't even have a black mirror. you can make these. If you need it, go to a dollar store and
Just use your iPad screen.
use your iPad. Yes, TVs and iPads are that. Use your iPad screen, but you could buy a dollar store frame, spray paint it back, use the shiny side. You got a black mirror. I put some protective sigils on it. I might put a horse tail pair on. I might do some other things, but you don't have to. But it's to take you to that state.
So you use it to focus, and you say, and then what? Okay. So you get, let's say, how do I even ask this? Because I'm so curious. Is it about yourself, or when you're teaching somebody, you're teaching them how to get into that state and what to say and see, or hey man, it's teaching you get into that state and good luck, or what's the state?
Point of learning to develop your gift, to see into the future, the past, is getting out of your own way. I talk very much. We have our left logical brain. We understand that. We need that. Stop at red lights. Logical. I go to work at 8. Left brain. You're right. There's your intuitive, your artist, your magical brain of things. This is the one we go through the veil with, talk to spirits. This is the one that shuts it down. This is the one that, again, we have to use it to decipher what we got here. We have to dance between. But like if you go, I'm sensing of that right bit, I'm sensing grandma behind me. Just go, hey, grandma. Or like my dowsing rods, again, divination. So grandma behind, but your left brain go, oh, that's ridiculous. Grandma can't be here. Somebody just opened the window. Use it, whatever that is. Just go, shut down. Shush, shush, shush. We need that left brain, but to learn to look, if you sit here going, what am I going to see? What am I going to see? What am I going to see? You're not going to see anything.
You're not going to see anything.
You just let it. Again, you could do breathing exercises. Meditation practice always helps, whatever that is, whether it's sit there home cross-legged or you take a walk in the park.
No, you believe everybody can do this?
I believe everybody can do it. It's just, again, really taught out of us. I think it's part of that 90% of the brain that we don't work. And again, that we have not ever focused on in our modern times and modern society.
And I look at what you do as a, for lack of a better word, an intuition. Because we all have intuition, right? Yeah. We all have flight or fight, right? This idea of like, we've all been in a bar and we're like, I got a weird vibe of that guy or that person. We all have it, but I feel like some people have it way more
100%
than others.
100%.
And they can take it there. Whereas like somebody who just has it a little, like this feels weird, isn't going to get there no matter what, no matter how open their mind is.
You're not going to do a stage with 1,200 people, like, let's talk to everybody's dead people.
Yeah.
I 100% agree. Okay. Everybody could take piano lessons. I took piano lessons 2 years. I'm never going to be a concert pianist. I could pick it out.
Right.
Yes, but I do think we need to develop that intuition, again, just for day-to-day life, let alone not talking to grandma. It's just because we've gotten so numb that we don't want to be phoned in, by road, automatic pilot, sleep at the wheel. We want, I sense, I feel, I know, I should call my mom. I should, whatever that is.
Patty, what is your go-to divination tool to help you focus, to help
My
you?
My go-to actually is, what's a little off-center, is dowsing rods.
The the witch sticks.
The witch sticks. I have regular old school ones like this. I have light up ones, new school, which is really great if you're on a paranormal investigation or you are
right. They look like a witch version of a lightsaber.
Yes, this is a witch version of a lightsaber. One, you can get into that state really good, because if I was all over the place energetically, they would fly all over the place. Here, hold these for a second.
I can hold them. It's not going to like affect any sort of.
Yeah.
Okay, and these are, sorry, so I want people to know what I'm holding, right? So these are
dowsing rods.
These are dowsing rods, but they're also very isolated. So this spinning, I'm holding a handle, but what's inside, I am not controlling.
You're not
controlling, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm
you
not.
Cannot control it.
It is on. It's isolated. So right now my hands are not steady, so it's really swinging around.
But that's not just because your eyes are not steady. It's because your energy is all over the place.
Okay, but let me try to get like cool.
Yeah.
Let me try to be cool for a minute.
Don't burn your finger though.
Oh, Oh, thank you for that. I would have been like, Patty, I'm feeling very warm. Everything's getting hot.
It's a sign.
Everything's getting hot. All right, let me stop everything for a second. For those of you who don't know or are unfamiliar with dowsing rods, it's this metal rod. It's like a little thicker. It's like the thickness of a chopstick or something, and it's bent into an L, and it's inside a handle, so it's self-floating. You're holding this metal handle, and there's this metal stick out there. When I held those things, I couldn't keep them steady. They just kept swinging and swinging. It was almost impossible for me to hold it really still. And it's like, look, I don't have Parkinson's or anything. It's really hard to do. So when Patty picks those things up and not only holds them steady,
but then they move as she asks questions. And look at me, I'm staring at her hands. I can't figure out what's happening other than the fact that this woman is connected to spirit somehow. I mean, it is, in and of itself, it's wild and weird. I got chills when I was watching it. Let's keep it going.
But see, this is like doing those
Am I
breathing
doing it? Like, what's going on? What is it? I got an X now, marks a spot. What does that mean?
See, and that if we had asked a question that is, everybody learns their own, just like if you use pendulums, your necklace hanging. With most dowsing rods, and certainly mine, crossing means yes and not crossing means no. Here, let me take that back. So again, but see how you energetically calm down?
By the way, you're talking to something, I've never done meditation.
Okay.
Ever. Like, I don't even know what to do. Like, I've never tried it. My head, I've never had the
these to somebody and they're all over the place. This is getting into a good meditative state with this. So they cross on yes and they don't cross on no. I cannot control them. You cannot control them, right? Cross, don't cross. I can't make that happen.
No, certainly not with those. Those handles are not. They are definitely in those things.
I avoided getting these because I thought, oh, batteries are going to be
really. It would be really hard to like.
You cannot cheat. You cannot cheat. I cannot cheat. Maybe somebody can cheat.
Right.
But, okay, cross on yes, not on no. We are in Paris, France right now. We are in Hollywood, California right now. Gary is wearing a lovely lavender sweater. Gary is wearing a Santa costume. And they also, again, they get you into that state. So you can divination. Grandma, talk to grandma. Mine have nuances, like more right over left means you or that subject is making it happen. Left
Are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed. Okay. But usually left-handed you're receiving and right-handed you're giving, with some differences. But what's good about this is like, all right, I'm going to tell you that picture under the left. My ghost Adrian in the house hangs over there by the stairway. Point to Adrian.
That's so strange. That's so strange.
I can't control it. So again, come back. So it's really good getting yes, no, getting nuances. Again, great on paranormal investigations. Again, because you give a visual. Yeah, it's great. So maybe your nephew needs some dowsing rods. He could go even deeper.
Listen, I tell Johnny he's a witch all the time. He's like, I don't have any powers. I'm like, dude, you got something going on, because every time I have those apps, I don't get the same reaction he does with those apps. He gets real specific responses that I just don't get, and I'm fascinated by it.
What I like about is apps and the tools is its confirmation. The spirits tell me what color they want. Girls will usually, it's their favorite color. With boys and men, it's usually their sports teams. Like, get rid of the red. I'm a Yankees fan or whatever.
That's fine. I look at all of them as tools as well. I believe, another thing I always say, it's right. If carpenter ruins a renovation of your house, you're not going to blame his hammer.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like it's the person using it. All these things. And the hate that you get, that they get from it, it's very. I find it very strange or like, oh, how's this going to work? That was weird and very
again, and it would work the same with this, not light up, just old school regular ones. We are in Florida. No, we are in the Hollywood Dell neighborhood. Yes, we are. What is? Adrian, where are you hanging out?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay.
But
that's really wild.
But what I like about tools too, whether these old school or new school tools or the apps like your nephew uses, it's confirmation. Because we might be sitting here going, wow, we're doing a seance and there's a ghost doing jumping jacks on the table and kicking their left foot. You believe me or you don't believe me, whatever. Now there's a guy with an SLS camera that makes green stick people out of a ghost. Can't hear or see me. And there's a green stick person doing jumping jacks and kicking. It's like, yes, that's what I've been seeing.
It's that added level of confirmation for sure. What Patty, so okay, well, let's keep on with this before I'm gonna jump ahead. So all right, now you've got a deck of tarot cards. Of course I've seen tarot cards. But you use those, and what is the belief system of there with divination that even if I get into the zone, do I have to get in the zone to read those, or are you pulling in the thing to read it to give it to a person?
No.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, where's the magic?
No, I do like people get, whether you get all the way in the zone. When I work with clients, I have everybody do breathing exercises when we first start. Tune in, creating the sacred space between us, whether we're live like this or on Zoom.
Okay.
Connecting heart to heart, calling in their guides and my guides, so they have a better focus, whether they're seeing spirits or not.
Right.
These, you can read these and not tune in and just go, oh, an Ace of Pentacles means some new money coming in. Just like, but the book says this, and you'll develop your gift. But a good reader, tarot, oracle, whatever, you see that card, but then spirit takes you to the next. What this means for you is when you go on a whatever, it's again, the jumping off point.
Okay.
I read.
But so wait,
Not
you're
even
getting,
half of, like-
something from me, or is it spirit telling you about me?
Yes.
Yes to both?
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes to both.
Okay.
I call in, that's why I go calling in your guides and my guides, all that's good, all that's light, that I just may be a conduit for information that is real and true and helpful. That's what I say whenever I go into that space.
Patty, what are spirits?
We have so
What are
many
they?
kinds of spirits.
Well, what are like when someone says to you, Patty, what is a ghost?
For energy. No, ghosts themselves are what we call ghosts or spirits, are things that were living humans. They were living humans and they passed on. Nothing dies. Science has proven that, right? Nothing can die.
Well, energy, right, the
they
energy
lose our
is-
meat
okay.
suit. They lose our meat suit.
Okay.
And wherever you go after that, I think is a little like the Matrix. So if you believe in pearly gates, you're getting pearly gates. Reincarnation, I believe in that. If you want to go to the void, it's ancient Sumerian belief, actually.
Okay.
And you go to the afterlife you believe in. So ghosts, what we call our ghosts. We know residual hauntings, residual ghosts. That's more like video. That's
Imprint.
That's an
Right,
imprint.
okay.
That's like
No.
the lady in white walks by. That poor ghost doesn't have to do that. It's
Right.
video.
It's a recording.
But
It's
what
sort of
we-
stuck there. And even do you believe a living person can leave an imprint?
Yeah.
Energy, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I believe
So
in
yes.
living person.
Yeah,
So, and what we have is the everything else, things that were never human, and that's getting into the angelic realm, the demonic realm, the elemental realm.
Angelic and
fairies.
demonic is a very religious sort of perspective, though. I mean,
Well,
where does that come from for
I
you?
use high vibration and low
Okay.
vibration, but the world uses it. So you have to-
I see. Okay. All right. So you're just looking at it as
yeah,
Okay.
and I do think that
the vernacular of the
demons
day.
get way more credit. It's like,
Well, it's fun.
especially to
It's sure, yeah. It's sort of
but it's like a demon, no, cranky ass ghost.
right.
Just really.
Where do you think these other realms are from? What is that? Is that what do you think that is?
I think things are going on all the time that we can't see. And again, science is catching up with all the quantum sciences. Science and spirituality are crashing together, completely and coming together. I think they exist everywhere. Like right now, I have a haunted doll downstairs who's probably peeking up over here. I'm not paying attention to her. I have my ghost Adrian hanging
I
around.
just got chills from that
Yeah.
because I am so not interested in a haunted doll sticking its head up.
Good I didn't bring her upstairs, huh? She'd be sitting here
Well, you said
winking at
peeking
you.
it out. It's like
Winking at you, yeah.
I don't need that shit, but that's all right. I mean, it's that's so great.
Doll, don't you?
Oh, that's so great. I love this. I love this so much. All right, so sorry I interrupted you with the
No.
doll thing threw me for a minute because I literally got
See, that's the thing. Your
Right.
first sign. You know
Right.
something's there. You got goosebumps because you felt something.
Yeah.
It wasn't just because you got scared or
Right.
you felt something.
Sure.
Belle, her name's Belle. She's 110. She loves you.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Um,
All right, so you think these energies that are like the demons, the non-human entities?
Yeah. They're different and they're different dimensions. Like again, aliens, I'm sure, are one of the dimensions. And we always talk about we live in the three-dimensional world. We do, three-dimensional. On the other side of a mirror, that's a two-dimensional world. That's why mirrors are portals. And everybody go, ooh, two mirrors together. But in science, 3-dimension, 2-dimension. That's two. But where's everybody saying, all the New Agers and positive and spiritual say we're moving into the 5th dimension. We're going to have less limitations. But there's like 12 or 15. I don't even know. I haven't studied. There's a lot of dimensions.
Do you feel with this sort of philosophy that technology and the internet and social media is helping you or hurting the the faith, if you will, the beliefs.
Yes. I'm going to have yes to
I
everything.
just like, right. Okay. So that means you like both things. So what's the good side and the bad side of this?
I think the good sign of it,
Of this practices and everything
again,
that you're
of the
doing.
practices, again, there's knowledge out there for people. Knowledge is power, whether you're learning about something, there's good and bad knowledge out there. But again, develop your intuition, go, that isn't true, or at least not true for me, or that is true. Something feels off, probably something is off. Learning that. So the opportunity of the technology, of even in the science and magic kind of crashing together. Oh, that's all Kabbalists have known that forever, and now scientists are figuring it out. That's the good side of it. The bad side of it, again, is we don't want to rely on that. We don't want that to overtake. It could be the same argument for AI. It could be the same argument for art and AI. I think it has to be a balance. And we've been way out of balance for a long time. So that's why I'm so elemental in my work. Bring back the balance.
Well, I'll give you a great example, like a real practical example, right? I've talked to several ghost hunters, right? So some of the old school ones before the shows came out, you know, now in their practice, when they show up, when they show up for a client, they're like, well, where's all your stuff? Where's all your gear? Because, you know, like the ghost hunters, the TAPS guys would show up in a van with Pelican cases and stuff. And it's like, it's like, this is my gear.
Yeah.
I'm here to study it, right? So is that affected your work at all, you know, in terms specifically with clients? What are their expectations when they sit down with Patty Negri if you show up and you're like, listen, I gotta lug this crystal ball around because these people are constantly. But you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if you showed up without it, they're like, well, where's your shit? Where's your dowsing rods? You're supposed to come here with it. Do you know what I mean? Like, but that's.
Yeah, but I don't think people, if they're calling me for a session, a private session, my witchy side, my counselor side, my whatever you want to say, I don't think a lot of them want my rods just because they know how friggin' accurate they are.
My brain just filled up with rod level dad jokes.
Tarot cards, but no, I don't show up equipment. I'm actually teaching a class coming up at another event, how to be working with paranormals, where the guys are and girls are like all the tech nerds, and you're the intuitive on the team. How to integrate all of that, how to be that person that sit there, because this little human thing is the very best app we have. This is the
human
best
experience.
to me. The human experience is better than any of that. So that's the bad side of it. We don't want to give this away because we have a really good Ovilus.
Right, because we have a really good hobby. Yeah, exactly. Now, how do you, or have you changed your, how have you changed your work? 'Cause I don't want to give you another yes or no question. How have you changed your work to adapt to tech?
I mean, I probably carry a little more than because again, I like the confirmation of it. I don't have a Pelican case of stuff, but here's a nice little crystal version of a REM pod. I don't like spirit boxes are too. I'm going to throw them across the room. I don't know, again, because I need to go into that silent space. But I do like, okay, let's lay out a tripwire, because we can make the ghost, or not make, we don't make any. We could ask the ghost to walk back and forth and see it. Again, more than anything, just for confirmation. But it hasn't really changed how I do things. And more in modern time, again, when this whole ghost hunting thing started out 20 years ago, whatever it was all about the tech, and it wasn't, but spirituality and magic and intuition is getting bigger and bigger. I go to all the conferences. I do the conferences where it used to be tech. Now there's more and more witchy people and just crystal people and new age people and readings and learning to tune into your body and how to do it. And so it's more and more. Where it used to be not a cool thing to have the intuitive or on your team, now it's a cool thing, and almost every team has it.
We've gone from the hour-long shows to 1-minute videos.
Okay.
What are people losing in this new social media setup?
Yeah.
How is that like, oh, God, guys, this is not how you should be learning? Like, what is it?
Yeah.
What's happening?
There's a lot of negative. The positive sides are, it's like, opens your mind, makes you think. When you think, then if you follow there through, and like,
awareness is always great. I get that argument for like, hey, at least people are aware of it. It's out there. They're learning.
And then from there, they either whatever and go on or look into it. It's like, I had a 1-minute witch talk and do whatever. And now I'm a witch, or now I know how to divine. It opens up the mind. The negative side is that weird expectations. Even TV gets that. Again, I love TV, but I remember the first time I looked at it was something like fakepsychics.com, and there's my name for the first time, and they're like, what? I'm not fake. And the guy who wrote, I didn't answer back, but I want to explain. Going, how come Patty every time on the show, it's like she's always talking to the camera, she's always right there, and so it's like. And I wanted to go, well, do you not realize that we shot for 4 days to get that 44 minutes? They just edited all the bad butt shots and me going, you know, I don't know, you know. So there's expectations that the whole world fits into a 30-second TikTok or Instagram.
I gotta tell you a funny story. You'll appreciate this having done TV. Because I was an executive, right? So I was a development executive. I was pitching a show once, and it was a show about people who are victims of true crime and a psychologist who helped them get over those true crime, that thing that happened to them. And the way we were going to tell the story is we were going to have this person who's like, you know, they can't leave their house, they're agoraphobic, and they were going to walk us through what happened. We're going to show recreations, and then we're going to take that person to the scene of the crime and then find out. So at the end of the show would culminate. There at the scene of the crime, we find out what happened to them fully at that moment, and they have this realization moment. And we pitched it, and the executive goes to us, how are you going to guarantee in every episode that they have that realization at the same time they do it? Now, Pat, if you look down the room of us on this side of the table to this is a television executive.
Yeah.
Our faces are like, and the guy I was with goes, editing. It's like, we're going to edit it that way so we tell the story. But we're obviously filming this. So, I mean, it's just
that editing.
So this guy critiques you based on what is necessary for the medium, which is ridiculous, right? So it's like, you can't burn calories on people like that. They just don't get it. You know, they just don't get it.
Sign of success. That they hate you.
Right. You know, for the one thing, you know, what John does with all of his videos, he never edits. They're all like full clips without edits in them.
Which is great.
Which is why it's, and he's, and every time I try, I was like, oh, dude, he's like, I can't do it. He's like, the moment I put an edit in there, he's getting hammered, you know, from people. It's like, so he has to go through those lives that he does. He's live all the time, and it's because he's a live influencer, and he just pull that shit. But it's crazy. Well, that's an interesting. That's a really interesting sort of look at how to focus on these mediums for you as you move forward. And what is moving forward? What are you up to? Like, how are you playing into this and adapting? Because you're constantly working.
I love what I'm doing. I obviously, because I created what I'm doing. I think we all create our lives. If you don't like your life, change it. Again, so again, my whole goal is for people just to remember how powerful they are and that they do have control. I just want to do that on a bigger scale. You know, 20 people in a room, 1,000 people in a room. Great. You know, okay TV show, a great TV show, a TV show where I have a little more control would be nice. You know, you have the big goals going on.
Why do you want TV? But like, forget TV. I mean, you can do this yourself.
No, it doesn't have to be TV.
Oh, right,
when I say TV, I believe me, again, working with influencers, I just worked with Sam and Colby, top line. I work with Elton, Matt Hastave, Matt Rife, the whole group. When I started moving into that, I noticed, okay, I've been working Ghost Adventures for 10 years, basically 2 episodes. And it's like, we're doing a thing and you get paid nicely and they throw you on Southwest, which is great. I remember the first, you know, okay, you're on a little, first time I was doing the big influencer, it's like, you're flying me private? They have more money. The influencers have more money than network or the network spends. So it's a whole, their crews are just big. They're just as professional now. I mean, not all, some like even.
What, this is it?
Like, look at this. There's 48 people.
You can't see all those people. I got one camera that crapped out, and I'm using my phone over there.
Yeah.
No, she's like, what am I doing? No, it's. That's okay. No, but sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah,
cut you off with the joke.
No, but I love that. That's what I like. I do like stuffed on Southwest one day, or you're staying in a old haunted whatever falling apart, you know, 1800s thing one day, and then you're in a 5-star, and then you're in a Hotel 6, and then I like that. I don't want my life to be continuous.
What are you most proud of right now? What is that thing that you're doing right now that you're hoping in 5 to 10 years this is my thing? What's that one thing you're putting your energy in?
I have a project out there that's one of those ones that you can't talk about. Sure. But again, if that got picked up, it may. I need a little more faith that it'll get picked up. I think it might be just too much for the Hollywood world unless I find somebody who really will produce it outside of network.
But don't you have your own channel? What is
I do.
Paraflix? What is that?
It's my own streaming network.
Okay.
Why? I don't know how to say no. Like 6 years ago, I worked with my partner Natalie. We were going to do an event together, and then I have this. He was a kid then. Now he's an adult. But we turned. Let's do a live interview on Instagram into an international school, just with this kid and I. And all of a sudden, this great little business kid, Italian, lives in Iceland, and her and I going, we've seen everything on Discovery. We have seen everything when it was on Travel Channel. We've seen everything. There is no new content. You can't organize it like YouTube. It's all over the place. Let's start a streaming network. So it's called Paraflix. We call it the Netflix of the paranormal. It's way cheaper. It's only $4.99 a month. Our app is completely professional. It looks exactly like Amazon or Netflix, except it's all paranormal, adding more and more horror, trying to get more spirituality. We have everything from music videos to podcasts to series you haven't seen other places. Some are exclusive to us, which is great. We have a new series coming in. Some also, they also are on Amazon and here. They're also on YouTube and here. But it was a beautiful format for people to go, I like this paranormal thing, and I've seen that episode 14 times. To go, you guys should bring your parent.
I'm very curious. Thank you for that. What is how do you, but I want to know about you too with this. That is a very business setup.
Yes.
You're a psychic medium witch. How do those worlds collide? Are you like giving notes on things? Like, what is going on? You know, like, are you looking at it with, how do the hats switch, or do they?
Well, it's sometimes better than others. No, I'm kind of good at multitasking, I think, most of the time. And it's weird because I'm traveling. Last year I had 35 trips. Last year, because the world's so weird, mostly in the States, a little bit out. The year before, I was out of the country as much as I was in, and still. But again, we have internet. We have all that. Natalie, who is my heart and soul, she runs.
She a witch?
No, she's not a witch, but she's super spiritual and magical. She's more New Age and crystals and light and love and Jesus, but she's modern. She doesn't neglect anything that
Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage, kind of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, which is great because again, so she runs the day-to-day of Paraflix, but we have constant meetings, this and that, bringing in a new. We're always looking for good content. Always looking for good content.
Okay.
Always looking for new content.
Love it.
We pay by the click just like everybody else. Again, but it's only $4.99 because it's our baby. It's our passion. Sure. And then with the school, which again turned into an international school, I have about 20.
But the school is yours. That's just yours.
No, it's mine and Nick, the whiz kid in Iceland.
Okay, sorry.
And my partner, my vampire partner, Father Sebastian. He and Nick and I run the school, but Nick, the guy in Iceland, runs the day-to-day. But again, we're always on meetings. We're always there. I teach, Sebastian teaches. I teach a weekly class. And then just part of the workings, I'm not doing the day-to-day, or we have people do it. So that's it. Because
do you look at like lesson plans, like a teacher for the other teachers in there? Like, what are you doing? Have you ever seen one and you're like, this is bullshit? Do you have like a professor of the dark arts, like Hogwarts?
Oh, yeah, a little bit. Won't go real dark though. I won't go real dark. But if somebody's doing it, because like we have a guy in Italy now teaches Italian witchcraft, Strega.
Yes.
We have a guy in Brazil teaching Brazilian magic. Again, we have the people in the UK, we have witchy, non-witchy, a lot of witchy, but not all witchy.
What's the name of the school?
University Magicus.
Okay.
Magic with a K, Magick.
University
Magickus.com.
Magicus. UniversityMagicus.com.
Or Magic U, like university.org.
Okay.
Again, you can get to from my website.
Okay.
But I won't let teachers say, this is the truth. They get to say, this is a truth, or this is my truth. So you can't even call us a cult. We believe this or don't believe that.
Right.
We have people. I don't teach all witchcraft. I teach a lot of but I teach mediumship development, psychic development, past lives work. We do
like QHHT stuff and all that kind of thing. Okay. Patty, you've been so generous with your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I got a couple little fun questions because now you have a school. I'm sort of curious. Are there any spells? Well, okay. Tell me a spell that you've created.
Okay, probably because everybody wants money. My most famous one that I've been doing for 20 plus years is my money spell.
Okay.
Because everybody wants money, right?
What's the hit ratio?
Well, it's really good. It's like every
Okay.
time I've been doing it for decades, but you have to sacrifice a dollar bill.
Oh,
You have to
okay.
burn it up.
I'll sacrifice
Okay.
a human bill if it's
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
I know a couple that's you know, that I don't need. But anyway, go.
No,
Okay.
I learned it or we developed it.
Did you develop it? Did you create it?
I think it was half my creation and half a thing we were doing, because at the time we were on tour, my production company or what, and everybody's a struggling actor, struggling musician, we create that world, and it's like, well, let's debunk the almighty dollar. So it's real simple. It's some you create your sacred safe. You see what's in the way of you having it. Psychology and neuroscience is 1/3 of all magic. Like, what is in the way? Oh, my dad told me I'd never amount to anything. Got to get rid of that. Oh, I don't have the right college degree. Got to get rid of that. None of
Cost
that.
a dollar for every problem.
You
got to burn a dollar for every problem, because I don't know if I have enough money to burn.
No, $1. So figure out what's in the way, get rid of it. That's your little meditation,
Okay.
herbs, oils, whatever you want to do. Then with passion, you write everything on that dollar bill that you want. It could be paid off college loans. It could be new car, whatever. But why I'm such a good spellcaster and one best spellcaster in the world, like 2 or 3 times, because if you believe you could be a billionaire tomorrow, ask for $1 billion. But if you really don't believe that, ask for $100,000. Work, little successes will get you there. One big failure won't. So again, it really won't. But write everything that you want and that you believe. You have to know you mind, body, spirit. You have to see you having it. You have to know you deserve it. Believe you deserve it. Work on it till you get mind, body taking action. So you're writing all down. You breathe your breath onto your breath is your life force, your pneuma. So say anything out loud. Your spell, the universe, the gods, whoever will hear you if you say it in your head. Money is easy, money comes. But you say it out loud, your breath is part of it. The moisture in your breath is your free will. That's why some cultures. So money here, money now, money it is mine. Money here, money now, money it is, and you're burning it up over your little cauldron or over your pan. Every time I've ever done it, it's been a win. It's amazing. It is amazing.
My wife just got into her witchy Stevie Nicks phase.
Yeah.
She got a cauldron.
Yeah, good. So everybody has a little. You need a little iron cauldron because that'll ground you when you need grounding. So yeah. So it's in my book, Old World Magic for the Modern World. That's I think the one, because
that book's on my list. I read books and I do a nice book list. I've been educating it. Oh my God, really? That's so
I'll
great.
give you one right now.
Oh.
Wait.
I can have this?
Yeah.
Oh my God, thank you.
I'll even sign it for you if you want.
Love it.
You don't like dolls, right?
No, I don't want anything with dolls. But this I will 100% read. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay. That's like sort of the most popular one. What is a good spell? I want to end on 3 spells. What is a spell that people should do in these really trying times right now? That's so divisive out there. There's so much, and a lot of this divisiveness I find is lack of education and what you're getting fed, so you don't know what the truth is. What do you tell people? What's the message you give for them to get through it?
I have for them, and I even said it
without getting too political, but it's
I'm
like,
not gonna get political, though we could.
We certainly could.
We could. Again, we're out of balance, and again, they've tried to numb us out. While I wrote, like we zombies do it because we said so. Not this feels wrong to me, or this feels right. We're out of balance because everything's so fast. I, being that elemental girl I talked about, my best spell is literally a 30-second exercise to bring balance. Like I said, I work air, fire, water, earth. Earth is who you are. Oh, that's Gary, nice guy, he's a producer, whatever. That's your home. That's earth is who you are. That's in it. Your fire is your passion, creativity, what gets you up, sex, all that. Who we are and what drives us. Where we almost always get out of balance is like this, west and east, like a boat going like this, like a plane. West in an elemental, I'm oversimplifying, compass is water. We are almost 70% water. Water has to flow, not be judged, ignored, stuffed down like a tear. Water. And air is our thought pattern, our focus, our clarity, our thinking, our not thinking, the foggy brain, the numb brain. Who we are, what drives us, our emotions and our thoughts. Where do we get messed up mostly? Our emotions and our thoughts. Where do we need more than anything to live more than a few minutes or a few days? Water and air. So if we go back to that mind, body, spirit thing I talked about, you have to believe it and take action. And the spirit, to me, is the magic behind it. Spirit is the battery. Again, you can get your spirit from prayer. You get your spirit from vision boards and affirmations, or from itself nature, because we are all these human nature. So if you're not as happy as you should be, and you all should be, just, we're alive, we are here, you're watching this great podcast. If you're not as happy as you could be, or not as productive, or not as conscious, like, wow, did I eat that whole box of Oreos? Or wow, what did I do? How did I get, not as conscious. Go, which element is most off balance? Maybe it's your emotion. Somebody flipped you off on the freeway, or you're just angst general, whether you know where it came from. That's your water element. What you need is water, running water. Think how good you feel after every shower, right? No matter what. Oh, it jumped out. You might go, no.
Come on. But is that help? Is this leading to someone who's feeling helpless watching what's happening?
Yeah, well, yes, it will, because again, again, helpless, you're a victim, you're out of power. To be in power, you have to take control, command of whatever, what I can do, what I can't do. So again, if your emotions are all over the place, again, you can't jump in the shower, but though I do know some TV, you walk up to a sink, run your hands into mind, body. With this water, I'm going to release this angst, anger, fear, confusion, all these things that we're feeling. And the spirit is literally the water. Like an aspirin takes away a headache, running water takes away, hands underwater. Within 30 seconds, that excess angst, fear, anger runs away. Then you could do something about it. Not, I'm so mad, I hate what's going on in the world. It's like, I'm so mad, I'm going to do a protest. I'm so mad. So again, half of it's water. And then half of it is that we don't think, the air element, the foggy brain, the chatty brain, I can't think straight, I don't know what to do, is all attached to breath. Nobody breathes good anymore. We don't. We went through 2 years of wearing masks, and still many do. We're always in a hurry, so we're doing breathing like this. We're no big deal. Yes, we do our breathing exercises or our yoga class, but the other 23 hours, breath will clear this up completely. To do it in 30 seconds, I add sound, because again, I work, that's why I'm sitting here ringing bells and chimes. It's science and magic all at the same time. Frequency. So anyway, but sound, vocal sound is hecka work. Every sound we make,
vocal sound is
hecka, H-E-K-A-H-E. Every sound we make actually has an effect on it. Every vowel, every consonant.
Okay.
That's why we do rhyming. That's why we do rhyming and magic. Why we do hymns and sacred music. The cadence, the sound.
Mhm.
I'm not going to give you a lesson in that, but vowels will clear the head. Vowels. If you think about it, almost every sacred word is a vowel. Amen. Om.
Sure.
Native American, hey, hey, East Indian, ha, 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 open up this crown of illumination. So if you're going, oh my God, I can't think straight, I don't know what to do, what's going on in the world or in my life or in my dog, whatever. Okay, I need to call on the air element, whether you're talking to your brain cells or the aliens or God or your higher self. This 30 seconds of deep breathing, 30 seconds of vowels, I need to focus and bring in the qualities of the aspects of air. Ah, om, or E-I-E-I-O with your dog.
Right.
It doesn't matter, your toddler. Within
Right.
30 seconds, that chatter will stop, the fog will lift. Nature, gods, whoever gave us every tool we need. You not need grounding because we all get out of our body. Hug a tree. You can't hug a tree. Touch anything wood. Granite countertop, hardwood floor. This still has the spirit of the tree, though it's 200 years old. All of us wearing crystals. This has the spirit. With fire, dance around a bonfire. We can't usually do that because when we have too much fire, you're agitated, angry, just blah, 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 when our fire's too high. When our fire's too low, it's lethargic, uninspired, no energy. So we want to balance that out. And if you can't dance around a fire, the hecka for that is zzz. It's literally the lightning strike. It's that dragon strike. So it's like, oh my God, I have no fire and I got a hot date with my wife and I'm not feeling it. Or maybe that's spiritual work too. Even that's the Holy Spirit. You need the more fire to talk to the ghosts. Or maybe you're just tired. You had to get up extra early and either direction, more or less. And you can't dance. So 30 seconds, whether you're talking to the Holy Spirit, whether you're talking to the breath of a dragon or just you're beating hard or pele a volcano, 30 seconds of deep breathing, 30 seconds, zzz, that lightning strike. I need to balance out either direction. Zzz, 30 seconds is a long time. That was like 2 seconds. You might have to sit down, but within 30 seconds, you will feel the tingling in the base of your spine. It'll go up your spinal cord and you'll have the fire, passion, creativity, energy, whatever you need. That is my best spell.
Wow.
I've seen people get off depression meds, psych meds, again, because nature gave us everything we need. We've just gotten so far away from it.
That's amazing. That's so fun. I mean, it's so fun, and
It is fun, and it's
like,
easy,
you
and
know
it's
what?
free, and you
What?
can do it anywhere.
I'll tell you what related to me the most in that spell is music. I was a musician. In another life, I was a drummer for a band that no one ever heard of. But it was what I find magical about it, and from it's my own point of view, is that music has a finite set of rules, a very clear set of rules, and yet an infinite amount of combinations within those rules. The number one. And number two, I don't care who you are. I don't care if I just pulled you out of the forest, you were raised by wolves. If they sing a song and they hit a wrong note, they immediately know that person's out of tune.
Yeah.
And yet they might not be able to articulate like, oh, you're a little pitchy there, but they'll know. Like they'll know that it's wrong. And that's why like American Idol works, right? Like you watch these shows because when they sing and they're off, they get pitchy or whatever, and you're just, they don't know why they don't like it, but they know that it's off, which is amazing. Like, I don't know what that is, right? What is it?
It's
about
vibration, it's the energy.
That music right. So there to me, I do believe there's some, like, music has always been, I have a very romantic appeal and attraction to it because of that.
The best magic there is. We could change our moods with music. Forget the herbs and oils. Play a song you like, you invigorate you, relax you. And again, now science is getting involved with all the megahertz and the binaural beats and stuff, but just music itself has always been a part of life, of magic. I agree wholeheartedly. And I'm married to a drummer.
Oh, right on.
So I get it.
Yeah, it's so fun. All right, I got one more question for you. I just want to know, like, because you're so kind, and again, thank you for doing this. What's a no? What is there? We're not doing this. What is the no in this world that, like, this cannot be played with? What is that? What are the three, unusable spells, if you will? Like, what is the big, absolutely not? I'm not touching this. I'm not associating with you. It's not going to work out.
I'm not big on no, except for, again, I'm not going to do something that I think is negative. So that in itself, it's like, I'll do a love spell to bring you the love of your life. I'm not going to do a love spell to bring you Betty, because without Betty's permission, and if you have Betty's permission, then you don't need the love spell. Right. Because I don't want to manipulate Betty, because then it might be the worst thing you've ever had, and then I could be manipulated. So that is a big no for me. I do defensive magic and all that. I don't know of a no that I won't go into a dark or scary place or channel something, because I like to get scared. And again, I still think I can control everything. So I haven't got a thing I won't do, except for, again,
negative stuff.
A really, really negative stuff. Because I know you can get everything you want from the positive.
Yeah. Patty, this is so fantastic. I really thank you so much.
Thank you. This was fun. You're a great host.
I try. I'm trying. I absolutely learned a lot. I hope I can one day talk to you again. The next thing I will, when I'm ready for this, is dolls.
Yeah.
You clearly wrote the book on it.
I did.
Save it. I'm not ready for the dolls. John's got a whole bunch of dolls. I'm like, dude, they are. Look, see what happens?
Yeah,
you can see it. The dolls, like, it's just something weird about it, and I'm not there yet. Hopefully, my journey with this, of learning and sort of getting different points of view, like what John and I are doing here, is almost like a mosaic. It's or tapestry of different perspectives on what is spirit.
I like that.
And that's kind of the idea, right? Because nobody knows what it is.
Right.
I'm starting to develop my own theory of kind of what I think it might be, of what we're dealing with. I don't know yet at all, and I'll never know, but it's sort of like, okay, this is what's getting me through the day. So I'm not freaked out all the time.
It's great we don't know everything.
It's the best. It's so fun. It really is fun. But I mean, you are a joy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on. Again, great host, great show. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Drag is just me being a clown. It's me going out and making people laugh and having a lot of fun. And a lot of people out there think that, like, drag queens are grooming children to become drag queens. But honestly, like, that has nothing to do with any of it. My son has never once asked to put a wig on or asked to be a drag queen. But when my son sees me leave the house in drag, he he always tells me I look beautiful, which is so cute. Like, that means so much to me. And it's just so sad that there's such an attack on drag right now, and people saying that drag queens and children don't mesh well together, because they absolutely do. But the context is different when you're doing drag with a child versus doing drag with an adult crowd. And I don't think that people know that that line is there, or they do know and they just don't give a shit. And it sucks to me because I have this child who is so beautiful and wonderful, and he's so in love with, you know, everything and everyone. And leaving the house in drag and being told, or Papa, you look handsome, or Papa, you look beautiful, like, hearing that is the best thing before you leave a house to go do a show. And I feel like I don't get that kind of love from people, like normal adult people. And he inspires me to do drag. We watch Drag Race together, and he's always like, when are you going to do this? When are you going to do that, Papa? And I'm just like, I don't know. I don't want to compete. Like, I'm not a dancer. I'm a comedian. I do fun stuff. And Drag Race just doesn't always work out for those types of people. And so I told him, I'm like, I'm working on my own thing, dude. And you'll see me someday on TV, but it's just not going to be in this show we watch together. And it makes me so sad to know that in the world right now that drag is under such scrutiny, and people are trying to take this beautiful art form and turn it into a thing of hate. And there's nothing hateful about drag. Drag is about beauty. Drag is about entertaining. Drag is about laughter. Drag is about love.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host, Gary, along with my nephew, John Santa from Santa Paranormal. Today's guest is a New Hampshire native who lives the state motto, live free or die to the fullest, and does not compromise on who she is. Monique Too Soon is the ghostess with the mostest and the self-crowned world's most unique trigger object. As a drag queen paranormal investigator with over 20 years in entertainment, Monique is redefining this predominantly rigid black tea wearing male field by fusing glamour and glitter into ghost hunting. But you're going to see what John and I see, and that Monique is not just going for shock value. Just because she wants to have fun in these haunted locations doesn't mean her investigative work is any less credible. Monique is to ghost hunting what Elle Woods in Legally Blonde is to the law. She's a badass, and here to discuss her work investigating iconic locations like the Conjuring House in Wilson Castle, her books, and how her high-energy drag persona acts as a beacon for spiritual activity. Let's dive into the conversation. All right. Monique, welcome to Splintered Spirits.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Welcome.
Oh my God, this is so fun. I have to tell you, I love when Heidi Kemper was another guest of ours, told us about it. And when I looked it up, I was like, okay, this is a person who is disrupting the norm. And that's what I think. John, I think you agree with me.
I agree 100%. And I love it.
I love this anti-status quo of what is perceived to be a ghost hunter and what that all means and how that all set out to go, to go about it. So I want, just to get into it. So you call yourself the ghostess with the mostest, right? But, take us back a little bit, Monique, to the beginning of how this started for you. I mean, did you grow up in a spooky household? Did you grow up in New Hampshire or did paranormal find you later?
Yeah, I grew up in New Hampshire, and my parents' house was pretty haunted that I grew up in. I was sensitive to spirit back then, and I don't think I realized what I was sensitive to back then. When you're a kid, you get freaked out by everything, so you don't really focus in and learn how to use that until you're older. But when I was a kid, I experienced stuff at my mom's house, and I started doing paranormal stuff when I was in my 20s more, not so much. I'm 42 now, so I've been doing paranormal for about 20 years. And I didn't start ghost hunting and drag until COVID. And I've been doing drag for 20 years and paranormal for 20 years, but I never had this aha moment of do them together, see what happens. And then COVID, I couldn't go to a bar anymore and drag because, I'm not putting a mask over a freshly beautiful face and walking around covered. So I ended up going ghost hunting and drag during COVID at a place local here in Massachusetts called the S.K. Pierce Mansion. And I ended up getting an EVP that night, and it said, he's a lady. And I was like, immediately, the ghosts are making fun of me. They're sassing me. And I'm like, this changes everything. Because not only are the ghosts more interactive when I'm in drag. They say different things than they do when I'm at a location not in drag. So like I get wigs a lot, lashes, heels. They hit on me. They told me they wanted to have sex with me. That's on TikTok. There's a video of them like where I was like I was in this place where there's like sailors everywhere and I could feel this energy. There's a lot of war artifacts. And I'm like, if you could do anything you wanted to do to me right now, what would you do? And sex, 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 sex comes right out of the radio. Clear as day. Everyone's screaming. One of the best things that ever happened. And, ghost hunting and drag, it's like, think of taking like the highest form of energy you can and then throwing it into a location that has never seen that high form of energy. And now it's like a whole new investigation that the spirits don't know what to do with me just as much as humans don't.
It's well, look, you're leading into my next. I ask this to all our guests, but this is a perfect time to ask because you brought it up. What do you think spirits are? What do you think they are? Because you're using energy a lot.
Yeah, I think spirits are energy that have moved on, and I believe that there's different kinds of spirits. I believe there are spirits that weren't human ever, and I believe that there are spirits that have moved on and just come and visit, and then we have ghosts that are kind of stuck here on this 3D planet we're on, and energy is different for everyone too. Every medium reads it differently. I get things differently than other mediums too. But I believe ghosts are just our remnants and our memories and our some of our energy that's kind of behind that we can communicate with. And
were you ghost hunting when you weren't in drag? And did you notice the significant difference?
yeah. So when I wasn't in drag, we always had great nights still, and we use a lot of tools. I'm an equipment nerd, so like I have got like 20K worth of ghost hunting equipment. And oh yeah, I'm a serious if you come ghost hunting with me, I will pull out a whole table full of expensive stuff. And
what's your go-to?
Oh man, I love tripwire, which is like ghost Christmas lights. I love anything that is bright and shiny and pretty that I can like make different than any other ghost hunter in this world. I'm gonna do. Like I have a robot that I use, like a MIP. Just so many cool radios that I use different forms of radios. I scry as well, so I can like look through mirrors and see things. So I have a scrying mirror that I bring on location with me.
Yeah,
But
mirrors are weird.
yeah, tools are definitely my thing. I use my gift as well, but I'm more of a tool person.
Okay. All right. So I read you mentioned, that your drag persona was inspired by Elvira.
Yes.
And did you always see that natural bridge sort of between the world of camp horror and actual paranormal investigation? Now, I know you said you decided during COVID to combine the two, things, but what was it? What was that aha moment?
I don't even know what the aha moment was. It was boredom for me, really. Elvira had just been someone I was inspired by as a kid. As a kid, I was obsessed with all the Hollywood blondes like Pamela Anderson, Jenny McCarthy, all the women in Hollywood that were getting attention for the wrong reasons, I guess. That kind of was and Elvira to me had this sense of confidence about her. And she could just sit on that couch and host this movie and nobody would not respect her because of how confident and how quick and funny she was. And I inspired to be her a lot in drag. And that's why I started doing drag was Elvira. And I started out hosting. And that's the thing about Elvira that I wanted to do. I wanted to sit on a couch. I wanted to talk about movies or host. And that's how I became the hostess with the mostess. And then when I started ghost hunting, we switched it to the ghostess with the mostess. But Elvira was the complete and total inspiration for that. And still to this day, like I have never even met her in person. Every time I've gone to meet her, I end up sick or she cancels. Something always happens every time I have a ticket.
Oh my God, we got to figure that out.
Yeah,
in front of Elvira, that'd be wonderful.
Do you find that you have double the prep work for your investigations? Because your makeup's on point, right? So that takes skill and time, and then you have to prep for your investigation. So what's that like?
Yeah, so usually I pack everything for the investigation first. I'm OCD, so I got to make sure everything is lined up and in the car. And then I usually get ready at location because I want to see how spirit reacts to the fact that I'm getting ready in their room too. I have a castle up here that I get ready in, and I get ready in in the woman who built the castle's room, and I've actually felt her presence in there while I'm getting ready. And I almost feel like she appreciates the fact that I'm using her mirror and her things. But I spend an hour and a half just getting ready for the investigation, not including unpacking, setting up everything, and preparing for the night. So on top of any other investigator that's throwing on a black shirt and a pair of jeans.
Oh, just that's exactly right.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. Look, hold on. The get ready.
Yeah.
The get
All
ready.
right.
On.
Yeah, the get ready. The get ready with me look for the most part is the black t-shirt, cross your arms. And
Yeah. And you're not really giving the spirits anything to react to at that point too, because I will tell you, one of the coolest things that happens to me is I wear different colored dresses to every event. Like I had a whole bunch designed just for ghost hunting, and the ghosts will actually comment on the color of my dress. They'll put in requests for colors that I wear next time over radios where guests are listening and they're like, they just told you to wear red. And I'm like, I will, I'll wear it next time. And then I'll wear red the next time. And the spirits will react to the fact that I actually wore that red dress for them.
I love it. Like all right. So this is what I want to get into this with you, because this is what the disruptor that you are. And you refer to yourself as the world's most unique trigger object. So break that down for listeners right now. Why do you consider yourself that?
First, I was the first drag queen, I believe, ever to step into a haunted location and go investigating in drag. Second, it's disrupting because I am the highest form of energy there is. I created this trigger object accidentally just by going ghost hunting in drag. And I didn't realize when I did it that first time just how explosive it changes every investigation. Like when we're there, we still get great stuff when I go investigating as a guy, but when I'm in drag, it's almost like I spill EMF into a location and it just can feed off of that. I'm very disruptive. If you want to change the course of an investigation or a TV show, throw a drag queen in it.
Do you feel, Monique, that it's because of you? Like when you're in this persona, in your drag queen persona, does it give you that lift of energy? It's not just the look of the outfit. Is it for spirits? It's internal for you,
Yeah,
right? Like
it's internal.
You preparing, am I wrong? Like that's a question.
Yeah. The look is feeding, the look is giving us something to play with and talk about. And it's kind of a costume. If you showed up to an investigation dressed up in costume, they would probably react to the costume too. But it's an internal energy. There's just definitely a huge spike of energy that comes out when you're dressed in drag. It's like putting on a whole new person, and you get to like leave and you just get to be someone else. And it's very freeing. So it's almost like alleviating my brain of anything that I would have taken to that investigation with me. I'm putting on a completely different person that I'm just investigating as.
Do you go by yourself or do you go with other people?
I usually host events now. I've become a little niche market up here, and I'm doing like sold out events all over New England. I host them in drag. They can come scream with this queen and experience the best trigger object ever in person.
Well,
And
I gotta say, when you're calling yourself a trigger object, right? And definitely more of a trigger person, right? Even though I get it, right? Obviously, but it's just amazing because I can back this up 100%. I can back it even way more. Think about it like this: you take spirits from the 1800s, right? We're gonna throw it out there, 1800s. How many of them have had desires, lusts, things that were taboo back in the day that they couldn't express? And then here you come, and you're just like awakening all of that, all of those feelings, all those desires, all that lust. It's pretty wild. I've noticed it just dealing with spirits. I've had a lot of spirits hit on me, both male and female, right? And it's wild. So I can only imagine what it's like to be in a room with you while speaking to spirits. They must look at you and go, wow, maybe I can be myself.
we actually had a location, Sweet Spring Sanitarium in West Virginia. They don't actually do investigation anymore. But I wasn't even in drag for this one, but we were drawn to the women's corridor or the men's corridor there. And if you knew anything about Sweet Springs, they had a men's corridor, a women's corridor, and then they had like the staff corridor. And there's 300 and something rooms in this building. It's shaped like the letter E, and it's massive. We got lost in there so many times this night. But in the men's corridor, I kept getting told to go to a room. And one specific room in this whole hallway. And so we go to this room, and I'm like, they're not going to leave me alone unless we go in this room. we go to the room and we're just like looking around, and this place has got like, it almost looks like it was just left behind. Like everyone picked up and just left with what they could grab. Well, inside this room was very large, tall sized women's clothes, and there was like little knickknacks, and there was like newspaper articles about cross-dressing, and I'm like, oh my god, there was someone here institutionalized for cross-dressing, and they're like making me come to their room right now because they see that in me and they want me to like possibly get that story out of them. So I've been wanting to go back since in drag and see if I can get led to that exact same room and if they'll give me more.
That's wild. That is, yeah. I mean, have you ever felt a spirit was confused?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
You get that a lot.
Yeah, and gender is something is more talked about nowadays than it was, and like you said, in any time period. Like what I'm doing right now probably would have put me in a mental hospital in the 1950s easily. For real though,
unfortunately, unfortunately,
yeah, and I've investigated mental hospitals in drag, and I mean the energy there can be really wacky when I'm there. It like is so weird.
Have you done a 50-50 yet? Have you done like half the night, you know, not in drag, and then be like, all right, everybody, I'll be right back, and then come, you know, right back in dressed up?
Yeah, so most of my events I change around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I'll continue to investigate with the guests until like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning until I really crash.
Okay.
But I have to warn my guests that I'm going to change because this and me as a boy are nothing alike. And I have to like warn people because I've actually scared people and they've tried to like report me to people that work at my events. And they're like, some creepy guy just showed up. And I'm like, oh my God, this is hysterical. I look like Pee Wee Herman as a boy.
Oh my God.
So it's
Paul
like
Rubin? You look like Paul Rubin?
Yeah. A lot of people will be like, you look like Pee Wee Herman. But people just they don't get it. So I have to warn everybody at the beginning of every event that I'm going to take this off at some point, and this random guy is just going to show up.
But does the whole vibe must change, right? Because I mean, that must the energy that you talk about really is not just from you at that point, right? The energy is also from your guests and the people with you. There's certainly hanging out with the drag queen, and your big personality and this persona is going to be, you know, I bet the party drops at 1 in the morning. It's like, listen, I'm taking this wig off. I'm coming back. Everything goes down, right? And it's got to be a whole different vibe, which then, have you noticed, right? Has the investigations gotten do they get a little lame at that point?
Not lame, but they definitely can get quieter. But I find that happens even when I'm not in drag at locations. I feel like we're going to get like a really good hour of stuff, I feel, every night. And then we're going to have about 5 hours of, you know, little things or quiet things. But it doesn't tell us ahead of time when that hour is going to be. So it's usually when I'm in drag, obviously, but it can also be later in the night too, after I change. Typically after I get out of drag, my energy level is dropping because I'm exhausted. I walk around in heels and platforms and covered in makeup.
Oh, hold on. How is it walking around in heels at some of these locations?
Some of them don't let me wear heels.
Yeah.
So I started wearing platforms because they don't want me to fall. Or scratch. Some of them have restored floors too, and they don't want me to scratch the floors with the heels. So I'll wear platforms to those events. But yeah, I want any ghost hunter that's on TV right now to get in drag and go ghost hunting and tell me how uncomfortable and miserable they are.
They have to be. I would be. I'm sorry. That's why when you said heels, I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Monique, how tall are you?
You're not wearing sneakers? You know, like.
Without heels, I'm 5'10". So with heels, I'm a little over 6 foot.
Right. It's a vision. It's amazing.
Yeah. I walk into ceilings all the time at locations. I've bumped my head on things, pipes.
Jesus.
I will do anything for a reaction too.
Oh my God. So, you know, look, this community that we're in, right? There's a lot of skeptics, and they like things scientific and sterile, where you like glamour and glitter. And the paranormal community, the field as a whole, can feel rigid. You know, everyone's real set in their ways. You know, how has your experience been with the community?
I would say like 50-50, 50% positive. There are a lot of, what I've noticed is a lot of gay people in the community, but they're kind of closeted, which is kind of, you know, back in the day for me. I'm not used to seeing people really closeted, and it's a very straight male industry, the paranormal. You don't really see any of the gay people on TV either. If they are on TV, you're almost very unaware that they're gay at all. They don't talk about it. They've never really presented it that way. I've had people laugh in my face at Paracons, like celebrities, like full-blown paranormal celebrities just laugh at me. I've had them stop me from getting bookings. I've had locations legit just say we will not work with you. We don't want that on our website. We don't want any of the press that we'll get for this. I've been shot down. Like I've literally begged to get into places. There are locations that I want to go to so bad, but they refuse to allow this. And there was I lost a booking in Tennessee one year because they were trying to make drag illegal in Tennessee. So the people were like, "We're afraid you might get arrested if you go out in public here. So we're just going to cancel until this all settles down." And I'm like, "What the fuck is going on with the world?"
Well, Monique, listen. If you're ever in New York and you want to come on a little ghost adventure with me, you are welcome to, drag or not. I don't care. You can look however you want, and I am down.
So why do you think that is? Why do you think that's the look? I mean,
because they got to be serious.
Yeah, but what do you think causes? I mean, look. Well, I mean, does it really stem back? Here's my theory. Look, it's like I don't know the Taps guys, but I mean they're really the first guys, right? They came out on TV, and it was the blue collar guy, right? It was plumbers, who are ghost hunting. So they set the standard for it. Whereas before them, what was it? It was like almost nerds, right? Just like scientists and parapsychologists were straight up nerds with like a pen and book. Then they come out and it's like we got gear and EMF, but we're plumbers, and that's what spawned a lot of the look and the idea that you need tech and all that stuff. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that's really still rooted there with that?
I really do. If you look at any of the paranormal TV, even on all the apps where the content's being created, it's almost like it's got a blueprint and it's almost identical. Even the girls that are in the paranormal, the women, even there's trans people as well. Even a lot of them are doing it the exact same way. They're all wearing black. They're all wearing, they all have their toolkits and their toolbox that they walk in with. And there's no color in the paranormal world. There's no glitter. There's nothing. It's so serious. And like paranormal is serious and it should be taken seriously. We should be respecting the dead and everything on the other side. But there's also an element of fun there.
Yeah, we're humans. We're humans.
Right. Exactly. I was going to correct you on that. It's like you could take the field seriously, but you could still have fun with it. That doesn't diminish what we're talking about. But like marginalized voices, in this community. I mean, even like African Americans too. It's like there's the Ghost Brothers. Marginalized groups in this genre are few and far between, or like you said, they're keeping quiet about it. And I love the fact that you're so open about it.
And I'm trying to force my way in. I keep telling people, I'm like, you may not want to work with me now, but if something does take off, because there are things in places that tomorrow morning could turn me into a completely different person, and people will be begging me to be at their events and doing stuff with them at this point.
Keep doing you.
Yeah. And if
keep
you aren't
doing you, don't change. Keep being you. It was like when I started. I like to joke around with my community, laugh, have fun, and everybody just hated me for it. I just kept doing me, and now look, just keep doing you. Who cares about everybody else? I care about the individual, right? Not the community as a whole. And you're a prime example of that because you are awesome.
Well, John gets a lot of heat. John gets a lot of heat because a lot of people think he's out there being a ghost investigator or a ghost hunter. And that's the one thing and they don't listen to him because he clearly always says, I'm not a ghost hunter. I document. I just talk to him. I do my thing, but I communicate. I'm not here to investigate and any of that. But they never listen to that part. So they always disavow what he's doing or what he says as evidence. They don't buy into it or any of that shit, which is always strange to me. It's like, who cares? Number one.
Right.
And so when you're out there, Monique, with this, you really are sort of a pioneer. You are this pioneer for your community. And so do you feel like a burden, or is it a responsibility now for you to represent the LGBTQ community in the paranormal space? Or is it more of your primary goal to find ghosts? Like, how do you balance that?
So I don't even really know what my primary objective is anymore at this point. I think I've started to get relaxed doing what I'm doing. And I think for the past couple of years, I was chasing the Hollywood dream of it all because I was getting a lot of those clicks for a couple of years, I filmed like 5 or 6 different TV shows that never went anywhere.
Yeah.
And they were all about me and what I'm doing and how I'm changing things. And it's just, it seems like nobody wants to pick it up. Nobody wants anything different. And that is really where it's coming from. A lot of people are saying they're too conservative for this kind of entertainment. Like, their entertainment should be fun.
Right.
This shouldn't be a
It's
thing
tough,
about
but
being
look, you're talking to
conservative.
somebody. I used to work at Discovery. I worked there for like 10 years, right? The studio side of things. So you're talking about that network and those people and those shows are very Bible Belt, middle America. It is the working man sort of thing, right? So all the ghost shows, it's to figure out how you break through. Like, where do I program you in this serious, funny, serious, like how do I sell it? And then is it because the audience for paranormal is very similar to the audience for true crime. It's almost like the same sort of thing, right? The people who like one usually like the other, and they're very avid audience for it. So, but when you try to change the tone for it, it's hard. They don't know what to do. They just don't know what to do. They know that they can't keep their eyes off you. You make them smile and laugh. They just don't know where to put you on the schedule. So it's better to try to figure it out in my opinion, figure it out on your own, which is kind of, how this whole thing started. It's one of those things. When it comes to, so outside of ghost hunting, I mean, is horror like a vibe for you because of Elvira? Like, what's going on behind you here? What's all that stuff? Is it like, is it still part of your universe?
Yeah, horror is pretty much all I watch. I've been obsessed with horror since I was like 7 years old, so I've grown up with it. The rest of my room is covered in ghosts. I'm very obsessed with ghosts. Legos. I love video games. I'm the biggest nerd outside of drag. I'm Barbie in drag, and I am definitely the nerd outside of it.
Oh, I'm the biggest pussy with horror. I cannot. I get terrified. My wife will put on it. She'll put on something scary, and then she sits there with her phone like secretly like this to film me while I'm gripping my dog and yelling at the screen, and like everything that happens, I'm like, this is insane. We talk about this all, like the last horror movie I went to the theater to see was The Grudge, and I was terrified. That movie, I felt like I ran a marathon. Yeah. And then the second scariest thing I've seen in a long time was the Haunting of Hill House on Netflix, which was terrifying, and I believe has the greatest jump scare in history within it. What do you think scary? What scares you? Anything, or what's the
very much nothing. I horror movie wise, stuff that bothers me is more like the guttural, like stuff that feels real, like Midsummer. Like I feel like there's a cult out there somewhere actually doing this.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, Swedes, right? I never thought I had to be afraid of Swedes before, and now I saw Midsummer, and I'm like, nope, they're no good. They're definitely
no in the woods anywhere, and nowhere where there's any kind of festival happening. No, anything cult related. I love horror, but like none of it really scares me. But cult stuff, definitely. I don't know. There's something to me that it's truly terrifying that so many people can follow and believe something so truly.
Welcome to America.
Yeah.
The biggest cult in the world right now. And it literally, it's so weird to me how it's so true to these people, like watching like the Kool-Aid cult with, Jim Jones and all that back. They believed this stuff. And like, to me, it's like, how do you get to that point in your head where you start to like, it's scary to me.
Yeah. I don't like torture.
Broken human mind,
I don't like torture porn movies. Like, I don't like the Saw movie. I especially don't like them. Like, I'm not even going in. Like Hostel and Saw and anything like that, like Human Set, like anything that stuff is just gross for gratuitously gross. I don't find it scary, Yeah.
I like it all.
What'd you say? Did you see Weapons?
Yeah, I didn't think that was scary.
I didn't think it was scary, but I didn't think, I gotta be honest, I didn't think it was worth the hype. John, did you see Weapons yet?
I didn't see Weapons. Right now, I've been watching Welcome to Derry.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
I don't find it scary, but I think it's awesome. I think they're doing a great job with the storytelling, tying it all in and whatnot, and to the whole Stephen King legacy with all his books. And there's a lot of cool stuff. If you read Stephen King and you watch Welcome to Derry, you're like, are they referencing what I think they're referencing? Are they bringing up The Shining? Are they bringing up? And you're like,
dude, I'm a straight white guy. Of course, I loved Stephen King as a teenager. That's what you did in high school at 15. We read Stephen King. It was like our first books.
Yeah, dude. I used to pull down your books off your bookshelf and read them when I go over to.
It was different reading them, and then now as I'm older, I can't watch them. And then once I had kids, forget it, I get scared even more. But Weapons, I thought Weapons was a little
comedy.
The marketing was genius because you didn't know what it was, but then you watch it, and I have a lot of friends who are writers, right? And they told me, he's like, he didn't know what the movie was, so it's like he had. I'm not going to spoil any plot points, but basically what happens is he got to a certain point, and then in the movie they start to retell the same thing from different points of view. Yeah, because he didn't know what to do. So the writer doesn't know what to do. So it's like he just retells the thing from different points of view, and then it wraps up, and you're just like, oh, that's what it is. It's just a monster, or whatever it is. It's like this.
And that's what killed me about it. The 3 stories. I'm like, we didn't need a whole hour of extra stories that didn't actually go very further into a different story.
Yeah, and it wasn't scary. I agree. It was just
Monique, if you were to pick a place, like what's your dream place to go and investigate?
Oh, and this hasn't happened yet, not even once anywhere. I have not been in a prison in drag yet.
Okay.
But my dream is Alcatraz.
Great. Alcatraz, yeah.
I want to do the escape route in drag. I want to crawl through the wall and like escape the prison in full drag ghost hunting.
Like Nicolas Cage.
Yes, but I want to be the first drag queen in Alcatraz. I want to go into Alcatraz and see what happens to me.
Have you ever just gone just to visit Alcatraz in drag?
Yes, I have definitely been in a prison before. Not Alcatraz, but I went to West Virginia State Pen. But I have never even been over near Alcatraz. I'm planning on going to Winchester next year or the year after.
Okay.
So I will definitely do a tour when I'm there. I don't think Alcatraz would really want a ghost hunting drag queen there if I called them and asked them, but
I don't see why not. It's remember where it is. It's San Francisco.
True.
And listen, anybody with a business mind knows that your money is green. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I try anyway.
No, it's a great. It is a great. I've been to Alcatraz a bunch of times for tours. I don't ghost investigate, but it's like I'm not going to sit there at night, and that's just not for me. I'd watch you guys do it.
I would do it alone in drag. Just to be in there.
So, outside of ghost hunting, you still host like Ghost and Glitter and Check Out My Equipment, or are those past shows or new shows or?
So I haven't done anything with Check Out My Equipment in a little while. And Ghost and Glitter, I had planned on doing a second season, and this year I got really busy with events. I ended up having a lot of events this year in just a lot less time. So like really outside of drag, I own a hair salon. I also am a realtor. So, I do a lot of stuff. I'm a parent. I do drag shows here and there still, but the ghost hunting stuff is kind of like my passion, my love, the thing I really enjoy doing.
What's the ultimate goal then for you, Moni, for your brand?
I honestly am just having fun and seeing where it goes, and I'm just going to keep being me and building my brand. And if people want it, great, come and get it. And if they don't, then I'm just going to explode glitter on them regardless.
There you go. So Monique, what about the drag community? How does the drag community feel about what you do? Or other people that are,
I've had a couple of drag queens reach out that want to come ghost hunting. I've actually found a gay paranormal investigator that also does drag that I'm going to do an event with next summer, and we're going to see what happens with 2 drag queens. But most of the ones around here that know me, like they all were like, "Oh, I would love to go ghost hunting," but nobody's ever really come. They really just aren't that fazed by it at all. Drag queens are very heavily focused on like doing shows and drag race and all of that. And my focus isn't on shows anymore. I don't perform on stage unless it's once a year and I take a booking. I more or less want to host. I want to be involved in doing something hands-on. I want to be in creepy ass locations and dress up as Elvira, enticing the spirits to come out and play. And
what outside of the drag that, and the hosting and the pop culture of sort of powerhouse that you are in the space, what do you walk away from personally when you go ghost hunting, when you're dealing with spirits? How does it touch you? You know what I mean? How does it touch you? How does it move you? Like, what do you feel you might be getting closer to understanding?
Well, I usually walk away with a lot of exhaustion. And I'm tired for a couple of days. You get like a really good hangover. But I think at the end of the day, what makes me love doing paranormal is you kind of get there and you're kind of have this expectation for what's going to happen that night. And I feel like it never is what you expect, and it's always a surprise. And it's almost like hearing stories from a time that I never was. And I hate history, so I'm not going to pick up a history book, but it's different when it's being told by the people themselves. And I get to share their stories. And I own a hair salon, so I talk about this all day with my clients. And it's so cool that I can go talk to the spirit of Elliot on Saturday. And then Wednesday, I can share Elliot's story with a client. Or for me, it's about sharing that experience. It's about making people fall in love with the paranormal, and also changing that view of what drag is, getting rid of like drag queens are scary. They're trying to take our children, like they're not freaking scary. I have a child. I'm not grooming my child. He does not want to do drag. Like we are not scary.
Great. That was funny. That was great.
Acceptance. I want to walk away with acceptance. I want to walk away with that.
Nothing for your children.
Have you ever gone deeper? Like, have you ever gone deeper when you've heard something or felt something and looked it up? Like, gone and tried to go, like what? Can you?
Yeah. So I have. So I'm on my fourth book right now. So the first one's already out. So first book out. Second book coming January 1st. But
wait, was this The Haunting of Emery Estates? Is that your first?
So that was my first book. And then the second one is Haunting of Hunt Memorial. This one's coming soon. This was where we had our book party. But we ended up, the second book took place over 3 separate investigations. So we got stuff, we went and researched, we went back, got more stuff, went and researched, and then we went back, and then we were led to a cemetery in this book. And in the cemetery, we got more story from this building that is probably like 4 or 5 blocks away from the cemetery. It was kind of crazy. And like Emory, I don't think I've been there twice. I only went there that one night, but it was just so good. It turned into a book. The Castle is going to have a book soon, Wilson Castle. We're working on that one. I have a very deep connection to this castle. It's the first place that let me in drag. And I fell in love with the spirits there. They look forward to me. I bring gifts for them. The grandfather of the spirit of the castle, the great grandfather of the owner of the castle, the current living owner, is he hits on me when I'm there. And I was like, nervous to tell the owner of the castle, because I'm like, what do? You tell them that your great grandfather's ghost is hitting on a drag queen, and what are they going to say about that? How are they going to react? Her reaction was, oh yeah, he was that dirty old man at the party that would hit on anything with legs. And I'm like, okay, I get it now. For me, it's just this experience that's completely different and abnormal, and I love the documenting of it.
I think you're underselling yourself, Monique. I mean, honestly, when we're sitting here talking about, like, it's pow and glitter and glam, but to have 2 books, a third coming out where you're going back and forth and digging in, that's legitimate investigation. That's that's what a lot of these people are that think they're doing it aren't doing, and they might be giving you shit for not doing it or looking down at you because of how you look for it. Possibly, I don't know, but that's real investigation. That's not something to just blow under the rug, right? I mean, it feels like you love that.
Yeah, and I'm not just getting weird comical reactions from the spirit world either. Obviously that happens. That happens with regular groups, but some people also think that's going to be the case. They're going to come ghost hunting with me, and it's going to be all heels and lashes and this and that, but it's not. There's really serious things. These books, I was in drag for both of these investigations, and there's really nothing related to drag in these books. It's not about the fact that I'm in drag. It's just the energy that was created those nights and how effective that energy fed both of these locations. The first book of Emery, we had a spirit communicating with a hot or cold device for almost a whole hour. That is a long time for a spirit to stay active.
Yeah.
And we turned the thing on and off. We were doing things to make sure this equipment wasn't working. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a TV show where something is working that long.
Do you do spirit boxes or apps or any of that stuff in here?
Some of them. I don't. So I take everything with a grain of salt, regardless of what it is. Mediumship and equipment. You nothing is ever 100%. Like I said, this is a parascience, but it's not a strict science either. That nothing is a fact. Everything we get is opinion based from what we're getting with our tools and our equipment. Like my books, I'm not publishing these as like, this is what happened at Wilson Castle. This is a story of something I got when I was at Wilson Castle. And this is a story that I'm sharing and I was asked to share with the world. So, but does that mean it's a fact that happened years and years ago? No, we really never will know, right? Unless we find that evidence in history.
And once again, you are, you are more of a paranormal investigator than you let on, because the one thing with look, I'm trying to learn about this world, right? And I'm meeting, I want to get different perspectives from everybody. And I've met a lot of parapsychologists and things like that. One of my favorites is this guy, Steve Parsons, John, the UK guy. He wrote this book called Ghostology, where it's just, people, for some reason, every dick who grabs an EMF meter or K2 thing thinks they're a scientist because they've got it. And it's like, well, this is what it is, right? I'm a scientist. And therefore it's like, no, man, you don't even know what it does. You just think, and that's not what science
lights up and makes noise.
Right. And it's like, that's not what science is. And even just what you just said shows that you think more critically and scientifically than half of them out there. Do you go to these para conferences and things like that?
I've been invited to a few, and I tend to do them. They're very exhausting for me because, like I said, I'm in costume all day, 2 days in a row normally. Sometimes I'm at a VIP party. Being in drag that much is very hard. I have signed on to do 2 next year, and it was just because I was invited. I typically don't reach out to them anymore. But I was invited to do one in Atlantic City. And I'm going to be investigating the Absecon Lighthouse as the VIP party.
That's cool.
Yeah, really cool. And then I'm going to be doing the main Paracon this year.
And how have those things been for you when you go?
So I've had positive and negative Paracon experiences, mostly positive. I've been yelled at by the owner of one of the Paracons in front of guests. Oh,
like,
yeah.
For what?
Oh, just being there.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, just being me, and got yelled at in front of a whole group of people. I've definitely had a lot of support from people. I've had people come up to me and be like, I've been following you, that are celebrities. And I'm like, why are you following me? And they're like, I love what you're doing. Keep doing it. Don't let anyone dull you. But you do, like I said, you get some that are great. And then you can tell the ones that are just laughing in your face as they're talking to you.
Oh, listen, we get, John and I are both, these partial Italian straight white guys who went to Catholic school who now are atheists. We get so much religious hate and for being that way, like sort of shunning how we grew up in so many ways. I can't even imagine what you have to go through with that, with those crazies. Because look, there's a lot of crazies in this in the paranormal space, especially the keyboard warriors online. Do you go? Are you active on social media still? Like, do you post a lot? Do you do your...
Yeah, I do. And I try to post a lot of videos when I do go investigating and stuff from the events. I'm not super active. One thing I've learned a lot about social media is people, like you said, they're keyboard warriors.
Keyboard warriors.
Yeah. Yes.
Can't listen to a thing they say.
Yeah. Something that I've always admired that RuPaul has always said on RuPaul's Drag Race is other people's opinions are none of my business about me. So, and that's kind of like, you just got to stay out of it because there is so much negativity. And I have people that will follow me and say all these amazing things to me on Facebook about how much they love what I'm doing or this. So they'll meet me at events. They'll be like, you're really just such a great person. And then they'll go on Facebook and post an anti-drag political thing about how they think drag should be illegal. I'll be like, what did you don't even know what you're talking about. You just told me you love me to my face. And now you're trashing my whole community on Facebook.
So crazy.
What do you, Monique, what do you want 10 years from now when they look at Monique too soon? What do you want your sort of legacy in this space to be?
I want
locations. You are unique.
Thank you. I really just want locations to take me seriously, to want to work with me. I want people to see the glitter in this. I want people to see that it doesn't just have to be black and white. There can be color. There can be different people. There can be different kinds of paranormal investigation. It's not always going to be this little cookie cutter thing that's been created by, television over the past 20 years. It's got to change. It's due for something fun, something fresh. And I have fun with paranormal, and I think everybody should have fun. I think everybody should be laughing at every event. I don't think it should be so serious and so cut and dry. And like I said, I think the paranormal world in 10 years, I would just like to see color.
I feel like we're all part of the island of misfit toys from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in so many ways.
Yeah.
And I put myself in that category too, where it's the elf that wants to be a dentist. And you remember, what was the guy's name who, God damn.
What's his name? not Yukon Cornelius.
Yes,
That's
Yukon
the minor.
Cornelius. Yeah, Yukon.
Yukon's the minor.
Yeah.
I can't remember the.
Sorry, it's in my head because we're so close to Christmas. And you remember what a dick Santa is in that? He's such a dick.
They're all a-holes.
Yeah, but hold on a second.
Rudolph's
People
father.
forget. Dude, oh my God. But really, do you remember this, Monique? I mean, do you remember Rudolph the Red-Nosed? Santa is such a dick to like when, he has Rudolph and he's like, you're going to bring that shit. You better cover that boy up. It's like, he's oh, if you don't remember what I'm saying, please go watch Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and you're going to see like,
oh, it's that whole movie is euphemisms for so many different things.
So crazy. And yeah, they are so mean and so nasty, especially Santa. And then it's like, oh, well, it's so stormy out. And then it's like, oh, now you need the kid with the red nose, you prick.
Yeah, right.
It's unbelievable how bad it is. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So funny how some television just didn't age well.
No, I know. I know. It's crazy. But the point being, like, they're the ones who saved it, right? Like, all the misfits save it because it does get so exhausting to hear the critics and the critique. And it's like, why do it this way? Why is it any less legitimate? Why is this belief system any less legitimate? Why is what I'm doing? And scientifically, everything what you're saying sounds like you're doing it even better than most.
But science doesn't care. That's the thing. Yeah. Science doesn't care, right? Like, and that's why what she's doing is awesome, because it doesn't matter if she dresses up in drag, if she dresses up like a big fiery red dragon and goes to these locations. The science of it doesn't care. Doesn't care what color we are, what we sound like, what we look like. It's the people. It's the people in the community that care. And sometimes they can be quite horrible in their, responses and to the stimuli, if you will, Do
you think everybody, Monique, has some sort of ability in paranormal? What's your experience been with around other people or some of the people you take on tour, or have you?
Yeah.
What do you think that is?
I think everyone fits in somewhere. And I've spent probably 15 years building a team of people that I personally think we work good together too, because I feel like some people battery other people in this world.
Ooh, who's on your team? What's your team made up? How do you do that?
Yeah, so I always have my husband with me, and then I have my friend Lexi, who is a medium. She'll be with me at the Abscon Lighthouse.
Well, wait, don't jump ahead. What's your husband do? Why is he a good part of the team? I mean, outside of being a life partner, I'm talking about what makes him a good paranormal investigative partner.
Not really much, to be honest. He's he's good at bringing things up the stairs for me.
Yeah, I was about to say, he carries your bags, doesn't he?
Heavy lifting.
He's the heavy lifter. Hey,
yeah, he's the heavy lifter. He's gonna kill me. He's probably listening and he's going to murder me. And then I have a medium named Lexi that I bring everywhere. And the thing with me and Lexi is we did a show of Dark Echoes together and we finish each other's minds. So like, we'll be thinking the same thing and then we'll just start talking about it. And then people will be like, what are you talking about? We'll be filling in answers to something. And we were filmed blindfolded at a place and we were pulling out a whole story blindfolded. Ooh, like, it was crazy. And then I battery up with another medium like that. And then the co-author of my books.
I'm sorry, what did you just call that? You battery what?
Battery up with another medium. It's
that.
Almost like our charges connect the correct way and we make even more action happen. It's like you feed images to each other. And it's only happened with two people before. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of people, and it's only happened with two people and me. And one of them's a dark witch medium from Florida, and the other one's my friend Lexi, who lives in Vermont. And I don't know why it does it. It's just really weird. If I sit back to back with Lexi at the castle a couple of months ago, we were unfolding someone buried in the back of the castle. And I would say one thing and she would be like, oh yeah, and the leaves are on her face. She threw up, she got hit in the head with, and then I'll start feeding something else. It's so weird, but it doesn't happen every time. It happens so randomly. And then other than that, on my team, like I said, that my friend Nora, who's from Florida, it's just our perfect.
What's a dark witch? You said she's a dark witch?
Yeah, so my friend Nora from Florida, she's just a darker medium. I think she's just someone, you always hear people that are like, I'm a light witch, I'm a dark witch. She's just someone that is curious about things that other people are afraid of. So she'll tend to walk closer to those lines versus, like someone else will step away from things they're afraid of.
Mm.
I am one of those investigators that's not a big demon person. I'm not necessarily a believer in things that are more biblical created things. I am more of it's a ghost, it's a person, or it was not a person, but I don't really believe necessarily in that
Right.
stuff.
You mentioned that before, that you think that there are spirits that are non-human. What do you think it is?
I believe that's land, elemental. That's really what I'm talking about with that.
Okay.
Elemental. Yeah, so things that are connected to the land, and you find a lot of those in like where there was heavy Native American history. Like the Conjuring House is one of those, and that's a place I hosted New Year's Eve for a couple of years, and that has a very weird elemental energy to it. There are psychics that have gone there and said it's made offers to them. When you enter the Conjuring House, it's almost like you drive into like a jelly mold, and when you're in there, everything just shakes and you're stuck in this jelly mold of energy, and it's so heavy, but it's not one specific thing. It's like the land is feeding that whole house. Like I don't think the story of The Conjuring, everything's Hollywood. The real story behind it is just this eclectic amount of energy, and then they threw in all these kids and a family, and they just fed the energy more and more and more, and it grows when you're feeding it, right?
Yeah, we had Andrea on the show, and we did an interview with her, and she's such a pleasant human being, such an awesome soul, and
One of my
basically
best
telling
friends.
us the same thing,
And John, but this jelly mold vibe.
I know, and so everybody listening to is going to be like, "Wait a minute, John, you talk about the jelly."
Yeah,
It's jelly mold.
Well, see, I think like my thing is when I download the apps that John uses in his live feed to get the feedback he gets, I don't get the reaction he gets. I just don't get it. I think that's me. I think I think these are all tools that play off the user, and John gets good reaction because I think he might be a witch or whatever he is that's got whatever he's got going on. But
it's that witchy sauce. That's it.
When he feels it, he is constantly describes it as exactly what you just said. Like he is inside a jello mold that's shaking, like that's how he knows something atmospheric. I want to jump back though to when you're talking about elemental, but are they, why, they're asking for things like what? I guess I'm trying to get my head around what that means, or how you see it or feel it rather.
Yeah, so that's not something I have a lot of experience with. I have experience with elementals, but I'm not someone that's ever been given an offer or any of this, but I heard this story from a medium, and it kind of always resounded with me because I was a big fan of the show Supernatural. And do you remember in the show Supernatural where they would have the Crossroads demon, and the Crossroads demon would give you that option, like, I'll give you this if you do this for me or something. And there was a really well-known medium, I won't say the person's name, but I believe this person is really sensitive, and they had made a post about after going to the Conjuring House about how they had felt like they were given an offer and from this land spirit. And I mean, do I 100% know that's true? No, but I want to believe in my head that could have actually been a real thing, because if you think about elemental, it's a heavy, big energy. It's not a little spirit energy. It's not a human. It's land. It's earth. It's fire. It's water.
That's
existence.
John, have you ever heard
older than us?
Have you ever
elemental? So of course.
Have you ever feel like you've come across something that could be elemental as opposed to interdimensional or like things that you believe in?
I can't say that I have on that aspect. However, I have come across places where the land seems to have its own heartbeat, if you will.
You're in New York, right?
Sense. Yeah, I'm in New York. I'm right near New York City.
Hinsdale House.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry. What did you say?
The Hinsdale House in New York. That is one of those properties that has a pulse.
Yeah. I've heard. I haven't been there, but I've heard of that place. Buckout Road, for example, is one of those places that has its own heartbeat, if you will.
Yep.
But yeah, no. As far as elementals are an interesting topic. So many people believe in different things. But one thing that is always described with elementals is this separation of human spirit to actual like power and energy, and how different and almost monumental it feels compared to say something minuscule like a regular spirit. So,
Yeah.
Are there anybody who are some of your mentors, Monique, in this space? You read anybody? Who taught you? And
Nobody. TV taught me. I kind of taught myself, and I started learning the equipment. And I've been kind of taken under the wing of some people like Sam Baltrusis, who's a
he's
medium
been a
that you see
guest.
on TV.
Yep. We've had
Yeah.
Sam on. Sam's a great guy.
Yes, we've done a lot of events together. Heidi's been great with me. I'm very close with Andrea Perrin as well. I talk to Andrea on the phone almost every day by text message. But two of the people that have really been really good to me are the Groffs, Nick and Tessa. I'm really close with Tessa Groff. Nick Groff is one of the original Ghost Adventures guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they've really just been some of the kindest people in this whole world to me. And the kindness goes so far with me because I put on this facade. I walk into a place with my head held high, but things do get under my skin here and there. And you got to kind of like almost like not show that, because if they know they're getting under your skin, you kind of got to like you can't let them know it. Because then it's going to get worse. So
all you got to do is next time just tell them how disappointed you are. That's it.
Yeah.
Next time something starts to get under your skin, just be like, you know what? I'm so disappointed in you. You're really showing just how like bad humanity could be. How disappointing is that? That really gets to people. Like when I deal with trolls, you kill them with kindness. You tell them how disappointed you are. They lose it. So that's something that, a little technique I've done, because I'm always dealing with people trying to get under my skin. And I can only imagine for you, just being yourself and being this, what's the best way for me to put it? You walk into a room, you're like a bright light, multicolored bright light,
especially in this black t-shirt world we're living
yes.
in. It's so fun. I love it. I love it, but I'm a bit of an anarchist. I think I do enjoy
me too. I just that rebel attitude.
And especially with an anarchist and a disruptor with credibility. Just makes it that much more awesome to me.
Yep. Agreed.
I think you're so great.
Yeah.
Monique, what can we promote for you? Where do you want the people to find you? I mean, outside of your books, we will put links to those books in our link tree for sure. Do you have like what's the go-to website where people can find out about your events?
MoniqueTooSoon.com has everything from Paracons to events, and any tickets will be available through there as well. My books are available on Amazon, and honestly, Monique Too Soon on all social media. You can find me anywhere. Just type my name in.
I can't thank you enough for taking the time with us. We really
thank you. It's great.
Thank you.
I think you have a unique voice. I think you are skilled, and it really is interesting to hear your perspective on not just what spirits are, but the paranormal world in general. I find it refreshing and I just find it interesting. I think it's really cool. Man. I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's one of my favorite ones I've done. This is a great podcast.
Oh,
I appreciate that.
We're trying to figure it out as we go a little bit, but we're doing all right. We had a really good Spotify wrap up. Gave us a really big ego boost.
It really did
for us. Like the top 5% of all videos watched on Spotify. Not to brag, but
that's amazing.
90. We were all news shows. People watched us more than 95% of all other new podcasts launched in 2025.
I love it.
We are, we're gonna wear that. We're gonna brag about that for all through 2026.
Spray that glitter everywhere.
We are. We're gonna revamp it all. But it's people seem to like how we're doing it. We're trying to do more, and I think the key is I want voices like yours.
We want amazing guests like yours, like you, 100%.
Unique 100%. Perspectives. Everyone thinks they knows what ghosts are, but no one knows what the hell a ghost is. I mean, it's like if we knew what a ghost was, the world would change as we know it. It'd be bigger than AI. So it's like it's fun to figure it out and hear people's personal experiences with it, and I really value your time and your unique perspective on this, Monique.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you
guys so much for having me.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious. I mean, who else talks about, guys, and it's a great place to go. Where did the most people die at once? Oh, here we go. Welcome to Splintered Spirits Live.
Splintered Spirits.
The only spirits that are fit to be splintered.
Hey, get it
How you
here,
doing, man?
get it hot.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
We're going into our first full year. You know what I mean?
I know. Coming up,
It's
right?
crazy.
What,
February
13th?
11th we dropped.
11th.
February 11th we dropped.
Yes.
And we've got we've got some fun stuff for February lined up, and
we got a lot.
Got a lot. So we've got a fun thing happening. What's up, Roxy on Instagram? Everyone joining. Welcome. Let's see, how do I get the chat lined up? We got a fun thing we're doing
I'm
today
gonna get
too,
the chat
John.
lined up too. Yeah, tell me about that, Gary. What's popping off with that?
John, let me tell you about what's popping off. we're doing a John, let me tell you what's popping. John, you want to know what's popping?
Yeah,
Let me tell you what's popping.
What's popping?
We are doing a podcast collab today with Realm of Darkness. So they got two people over there that are running that place, Ashley Marino and Nate Koger. These guys do it's a true crime / paranormal series, right? So Ashley, and I'm about to bring him in the room. So let me tell you a little bit about it. Ashley's a producer, writer, paranormal investigator, who works at the crossroads of true crime and the unexplained. She is the founder and writer of Realm of Darkness, the Dark Travel Chronicles, is host and producer. She, of both of these things, she's got years of hands-on field experience into stories that are as emotionally grounded as they are unnerving. And her partner, Nate, also founder and editor of Realm of Darkness and the Dark Travel Chronicles. I want to ask them the difference. I don't know if they had these two ideas and they combined them together. Sort of one thing I want to know what's going on. He sort of has a more filmmaker's eye to things and an investigator and instincts. And he's a Western New York native, and he spent over 2 decades researching and investigating paranormal across the country. So, they brought two great tastes together here to make this podcast. So I'm excited to have them on. They're about to join us in just a second.
Cool.
And, well, Roxy, thanks for stopping by. Sorry you got to go. You're going to miss it. But they are going to come on here, guys. And then we are going to go over there.
Yes.
The interviewers become the interviewees.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be fun. It's going to be really fun. And they are at Realm of Darkness on YouTube. You can check them out. We'll put that link up there in a sec before we split. Just a little show business for Splintered Spirits business while we're at it. We had the Lauren Hellickson episode drop this week. I hope you guys checked it out. That was a super fun one. Coming up next is Monique Too Soon, the drag queen ghost hunter, which is unbelievably fun.
Yes, it's so awesome.
She was so awesome. And then we've got then February comes. We've got Chip Coffee. We've got our group Estes experiment. And I think what else? We got there might be one more in February that I'm totally blanking, but because it's February, I intend to put all of these episodes up early. And if you're a subscriber on YouTube, you can watch them before anybody else. All right. Without further ado, I'm going to bring in Ashley and Nate. John, are you ready?
I'm ready.
You sure?
Positive.
All right. I hear you're ready.
I was born ready.
You was born ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me let everybody in. There we
Can you
go.
hear me?
What's up?
Oh, nothing. How are you guys? Just trying to stay warm in this god-awful weather.
Where are you? Where are you guys located?
I'm Northeast Ohio.
I
Northeast
am
Ohio. Where are
wonderful
you, Nate?
Western New York.
Western New York.
Western New York.
Where give
Yeah.
me a terrible city in Western New York.
I am 45 minutes north of Buffalo, so I'm in Middleport area.
I didn't know there was such a thing as north of Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I went to school in Syracuse, so I'm somewhat familiar with upstate New York, and and I hated it. I mean, I love the school, I love my experience there, but the weather was just. I remember it snowed at my graduation in May. And it's this is not right.
Yeah.
Every parent
I
here should
often ask myself.
Every parent here they need to call CPS. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I saw snow in May.
My
I get so
birthday's
depressed.
in May.
Oh,
Well, my birthday is in May, and it has snowed on my birthday before. It's terrible.
it's terrible. That's not right. It's not supposed to be that way, guys.
No.
Climate change is
No.
real.
No.
Except for upstate
Mhm.
New York, where it's just always miserable. It's the
It's
worst.
always miserable here. I just today, I'm like, we've probably got a foot of snow outside already, and now they're calling for another foot to 2 feet of snow come this weekend. And I'm like, why am I still here? Why do I
Well,
still
that
live
storm
here?
is huge. That storm is huge because we're getting
Yes.
that here. They're
Yeah.
calling for 2 feet here,
Mm-hmm.
close to
Mhm.
New York City.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
storm's massive.
Guys, when
Yeah,
you're
they're
getting
telling us
when you're
we're
getting
supposed to get it.
snow in feet, it's time to think about all your life choices and question them.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I
Exactly.
think right now they're telling us, at least in my area, I'm more like toward Cleveland, and they're saying we can get anywhere between like 6 to 18 inches. We're like, well, that's a big gap. So
Yeah.
Jesus. All right,
Wow.
guys. Listen. On that pleasant, fun note of your weather, now you're trapped indoors. Thank you so much. This is a lot of fun. I'm glad we're doing this. I've never done something like this before. John and I are always talking about, we want to build community here, and I think it's really interesting to find like-minded individuals and sort of have some fun with it and see,
Mhm.
do some crossover stuff and dive in. So let me dive in here first for both of you, and it's a question for both of you is what was the specific moment in each of your paranormal sort of adventures where you were like, okay, now I have to take this seriously and I'm going to make this a thing for myself? Ashley, you
Nate,
can
do
go
you want
first.
to go
Ladies
first?
first.
Me?
Ashley,
Okay.
ladies first. Yep.
So when the whole thing that started my paranormal journey was my mom had passed away when I was 7. And the night she passed away, we had gone home. It was just my dad, my brother, and I. And I had gone out in the middle of the night and I saw her standing in my living room. And she just kind of started talking and she's like, listen, baby, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be fine. You guys are going to be fine. And the way that she looked, because she passed away of cancer, she looked perfectly healthy, normal, kind of like she did before she had gotten sick. And then she just disappeared. And that was kind of my moment. Even being little, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is real. And this could help people. This could be almost like a closure when they lose somebody. So it was kind of then where I started kind of getting into it and dabbling in different things. And then of course, you're so young, you don't really know what you're doing and you kind of believe all things are real. So I would say it was probably when I got a little bit older, I went to my first location and that's when I'm like, okay, you need to start kind of deciding what's fantasy, what's movie, and then what's reality.
Gotcha.
My
That's
story is
and,
not,
and that realization happened at 7. So that's a
Yeah.
very early start. Was it that early for you? Are you going to one up her here, Nate, and go, well, for me, it was 6.
No, absolutely not.
For me,
no,
I was in the womb,
Yeah.
Yeah. I
No.
came out knowing.
I came out as a ghost.
I vaguely, yeah, right. I vaguely remember like being little and seeing things at my house, and my uncle had passed away after I was born, not too far. I was probably like not even a year old, but I could tell you where like he passed away in a car accident, and my mom always tells me this story where we're driving, and I told her, hey, this is where Uncle Danny got his boo-boo. And I'm like, how would I know something like that? And like just thinking about things like that, the house he grew up in, my grandparents' house, my parents got divorced when I was probably 8, 9, and I'd go there every other weekend. And one weekend I remember waking up on a Saturday, everybody else was gone, and they left me home because I'm old enough, kind of. I'm trustworthy, I guess.
Sure.
But I'm sitting at the computer, searching stuff, doing whatever kids do, and upstairs I hear walking, and it was like cowboy boots, like the dun dun dun.
Sure.
I go up there, I'm like, oh, somebody is here. I run up the stairs, I get up there, nobody's up there. It's cold, and this is like the middle of summer. Cold as could be, no air conditioning on in the house. I got my stuff, went outside. It's like, no, I don't know what this is. It scared me. But then, you start seeing come, early 2000s, like Ghost Hunters and those kind of shows pop up. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is a real thing. Like people actually like look into this thing. So that's kind of like where I started. I'm like, you know what? I kind of am curious what actually happened to me, and I want to find out a little bit more. So, you start doing stuff and, meeting people and trying to find answers for, what was going on.
And trying to figure out,
Mm.
is it your brain or is
Yeah.
it real? Because I
Yeah.
know that was my biggest thing, is trying to figure out, was it a coping mechanism or was it more of an actual paranormal experience?
Well, those are both. I mean, look, those are both your kids. For both of you, that seems like one of your first memorable experiences. So when you're more of an adult, did it hit you again later as an adult, or were you like, I went through a Stephen King phase in high school. I was reading him all the time, and I'd gotten into horror and shit like that. But it's, to really say to yourself, I am going to make paranormal my day job, or like, my true passion. What was something you
Ooh.
went on, or an adventure you went on more as an adult and said that?
So, one of the first locations I ever went to, being in Ohio, was Ohio State Reformatory. I am a huge fan of that. I'm a huge fan of Shawshank Redemption, so I couldn't wait to get there. And when you're doing the initial tour, they're laying it on you. They're telling you all the horror stories, all the ghost stories, all the activity. And they had told me a specific story about a ghost who was an inmate, and they called him Mr. Salt. And he would stick around in the toilet room. And they called him Mr. Salt because he would poison people with Epsom salt so that they would die. And he hated women, was the claim. So, of course, being the only female on the team, I'm like, I have to go down there. I have to see what this is about. And I go down there and I'm asking the typical questions, is anybody there? Can you say hi? And with my ears, I audibly heard, hi, like real lightly. And I'm like, okay, that's really cool. And I made the comment of, all right, you're not as much of a dick as everyone says you are. Because he was apparently this horrible person. And within seconds, now this was dead winter. Ohio State does not have windows, they don't have heat. So I had on a tank top, a t-shirt, a hoodie, an Eskimo jacket, gloves, scarves, the whole 9 yards. And within seconds of saying you're not that much of a dick, I felt burning going all the way down my back. And I had someone lift my coat up, and I had a scratch from well, you guys won't know, but where your bra hits, all the way down to where the top of my pants hit. And
We've seen bras.
I mean, I'm just saying.
We know where they go.
We know how to take them
Well,
off with one hand, all right?
We're not like,
Okay, well,
we're not a bunch of
where it hits in
incels.
that bag. You're going to close your eyes and be like, okay, I know what she was talking about. But yeah, it was from right where that hits all the way down to the top of my pants. And it was a full hand scratch.
Jesus.
And I was excited.
And actually, that's what kept you in the game. That didn't get you out of the game.
That was for me. That was the moment where I'm like, oh my God, this could truly be real. Because, with my mom, it was more of, okay, is this, trauma? Is this, different things, coping? But this, having it happen in a natural, no feelings attached environment, it was so cool. And I remember I was excited and I ran out and I turned around and showed everybody. And I think that was my moment where I was drawn in and I was like, I need more.
Amazing.
Beat that, Nate. No.
Yeah, Nate.
So
what about you,
obviously
Nate?
mine's
For real,
not
what was the
as
It's like, well, I was wearing my bra, and
I took my bra off and
be comfortable.
Right.
So, obviously you told you the stuff with the kid and stuff like that. So come senior year in high school, they brought us this thing for senior year. They want you to do this senior project in school, and they pick a topic, whatever you want to do. And, you got to do a presentation, you got to do a physical aspect to it and all this stuff. So this is right after the show Ghost Hunters came out. So I'm like, you know what? I want to try that. So I do some research. I find a group in Rochester, New York, about an hour away.
Sure.
They come, they drive up, and around here in Western New York, we have so many haunted locations that one was associated with somebody that was associated with my school I went to. in Margin Manor. It's in Somerset. It's been on a few of the shows and whatnot. So we hook up. They come. We investigate the place. And that first little bit, 20 years ago, I'm like, all right. The one that really hooked me was, actually getting to do it, one, but like getting that first EVP. And I remember we were up in the very like high part of the house. And why, the typical question, why are you up here? And like listening back for the first time and actually getting that first EVP of something you have no idea where it came from,
Sure.
that's what really like dragged me in. And then, from there, you start going to other places and doing different things, and it just keeps building and building. So
Now, both of you guys you're both paranormal investigators, right? Do you consider yourself psychic mediums or, intuitives of any kind?
That's kind of a tricky question. So we don't technically claim it because when you do, everybody wants a reading. But we definitely consider ourselves more open, and we try to tap into that side. We've definitely I've trained with a couple people
Oh,
um
oh, she'll come back.
yeah, she'll come
on
back.
some things, but
Oh,
I don't like to take that. Oh, was I
Right.
cut out?
You were cut out for a little bit. It's
bit.
okay. When I redrop this
But
tomorrow, it'll be
yeah.
just fine. Um, I hear what
But
you're saying.
yeah,
Listen, I accuse John of being a witch all the time, and he's like, no, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not magic in any way. But I believe he is. I believe he is more intuitive and is more
Yeah.
connected. For sure.
Yeah, maybe
What
the
about you,
devil
Nate?
talks.
Yeah.
So it's funny because
Well, you know,
I
Sorry.
don't think I personally am.
Okay.
But it's weird because when I'm around certain people, like Ashley, for some reason I'm like picking up on stuff that I shouldn't. And I don't like when I'm by myself, nothing. But like when I'm around like certain people that are gifted, like it brings it out of you for whatever reason. I don't know. I can't explain it, but
See, that's an interesting
I did a
point.
walkthrough of my own the one day. We went to this one location. She
yeah.
had been there and knew everything about it. I had not. So she told me, go walk around and see what you pick up on. I'm like telling her things that actually made sense. And I'm like, I really have no idea how I could do that. But it's just when you're around certain people, they're like a beacon and they give you that little bit of extra, it feels like.
Well, and
I
it's
like that.
people you feel
There's some.
safe with.
Yeah, there's something to that. I think there might be something to that. That is an interesting angle, right? Because I always say I never get anything
Yeah.
on, and it's true. I never get anything on these devices unless and nothing really comes through unless I'm with John when we're together. And it's
Mhm.
sort of one of those things. I've played around with certain things. I've gotten some stuff sometimes, but not on the level that John gets it when he goes out. Which is that's an interesting an interesting angle, like proximity to
Mhm.
or calling them a
Yeah.
beacon. I like that word. I'm gonna steal it.
Mhm.
100%.
I do feel
Yeah,
like,
and do you guys ever notice it's kind of like the connection you have, because I've been on
exactly.
investigations with a lot of people and it doesn't happen, but when I'm with Nate and our other team member, there's times that we walk into places that we can read it like a book. But then I go with somebody else and I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm broken. I can't read anything." So I think it's that connection and that sense of like safety you have with them.
Well, John, you could speak to that a little bit because you hate going really with other people when you always say it ruins it, right? I mean,
It doesn't ruin it. What it does is it changes the atmosphere. I mean, let's
Yeah.
be real. How many times have you been
Yeah.
with a group of people and all of a sudden one person walks in and the entire atmosphere where you're at changes? That
Mhm.
person doesn't even have to say anything. It could just change. It doesn't matter where you're at, in a house, in a bar, anywhere. It just changes. So it's a more of an
Mhm.
atmospheric thing. But
Yeah.
I have heard so many people say, hey, when I'm with this person, all this activity happens. Or if I'm with this person, I almost feel like I'm getting downloads or more sensitive to the area. Maybe a part of it has to do with being comfortable and being, in a safe place and trusting the people you're with. Or, the location just isn't as vibrant at the moment. It's so many factors and variables go into it. But there is something there. There definitely
Yeah.
is.
how
Well,
do
and
you
I think too, it has a lot to do with intention. If you go in with the right group of people with the right intent and the respect, I think it opens doors versus going in and, screaming, "Do this now," like they're circus monkeys.
Mhm.
Intent is everything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Intent is
I,
everything.
I keep, that's another theme that certainly keeps coming up, is intent. So, guys, how do you describe Realm of Darkness for those that might be watching or that are going to be listening and that don't know it? How did it all come together? And what's the, how would you best describe it to someone who's never heard of it?
Yeah, so Realm of Darkness is a podcast, and what it is it's a true crime paranormal podcast. And we kind of created it that way because when you go into these locations, a lot of it starts with crime. There's like the Idaho murders, or there was a tragic murder or a tragic death of some sort. So a lot of these locations and a lot of the hauntings do come from something more crime related. So we had the idea of throwing it together and covering both aspects of it. There's some people that are more driven by true crime and more driven by paranormal, but why not combine them when in reality they kind of go hand in hand?
And that's your filter, right? Is that how you would rule out a location to talk about? Because it's like, oh, we hear there's ghosts there, but it's just some old school, nobody was killed, or is it just, like we have to have a
No,
crime and no,
No, we're open to anything. So
got it.
we like to cater to both. So we have locations that have no record of crime because we also think sometimes, a location can be haunted due to the land. I'm not one that thinks that it has to be haunted because somebody died there, but it could be the land that's there. It could be somebody, a spirit that's a passerby, or it could be somebody did something they shouldn't have been doing in the location, which depending on who you ask and what religion you're from, that could be a crime. So,
How do you balance what you tell more of? Did you just figure out like what, do you ever, how do you weight it? True crime versus paranormal? Does it just depend on the story?
So it just depends on the story because a lot of times we'll see, like last week we did the Diddy case and P Diddy and all that stuff because it was back in the news with the Netflix documentary and stuff like that. So like sometimes we'll talk and be like, hey, this is in the news, it's relevant, let's talk about it. Or we've got somebody that comes to us and wants to talk about a book, or location owners. We talk to pretty much anybody. Sometimes we're just like, hey, let's find a case and let's go over that because it's interesting to us. We find some random things just come up to, and we have a group chat. I'll send her this case and be like, hey, this one seems kind of interesting. I haven't really heard about that. Let's, do some research and talk about it on the podcast. So it all depends on
yeah.
circumstances and stuff like that, what comes around and what comes to us.
How do you
Yeah,
guys?
we've even had
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Ashley.
we've
Sorry.
even had we've had police officers on, we've had anonymous detectives on so that we could get a kind of behind the scenes of like a missing persons case. And
Mhm.
missing people, it's thousands and hundreds of thousands, and people always say, well, the cop didn't do what they were supposed to do. So we try to get a perspective and we try to show people both sides of that as well. So I would say our range is pretty much anything that Nate and I find interesting.
Yeah.
We bring it on and we talk about it.
That's perfect. And how do you describe each other's roles in this partnership? How do you break it
Go
down?
Nate,
ahead, Go. So
I would say Nate is probably more of the graphics, the production.
the technical guy.
He's more the technical scientific guy, and I am more of the dreamer and the wish list of, hey, can we make this happen, or can we do this,
Mhm.
or hey, let's do that. And Nate sometimes has to reel me in. So
Is it hard, Nate, to reel her in?
Sometimes, yeah, but it's just easier sometimes to let her go and do what she wants to do,
Right.
and I just go with whatever she says half the time. It's just easier.
No, that makes sense. I mean, look, you have to. I think the only way things last is if you have those kind of lines. You know what I mean? It's otherwise you
Mhm.
just get frustrated. You have to understand what what everyone's lane is, and accept that
Mhm.
lane, and then just try to make the best of it, right? And then obviously there's always
yeah.
audibles that you're going to call to get things done, but
Mhm.
for the most part,
Mhm.
When it works well with us, we're both pretty easygoing. So, either one of us can bring ideas to the table or be like, you know what, I'm gonna handle this week. And we're like, okay. So I think not to toot his horn or whatever, but I think we have a pretty good dynamic between the two of us.
sure. Who's more likely to push into a risky or intense situation, and as
Oh,
opposed?
Ashley.
Oh,
Ashley,
that's all
100%.
Ashley. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's like I could see him, John. I could see it like a situation where it's like they're at a bar and Ashley's the one who like starts yelling at someone, and Nate's sitting there. It's like, I'm the one who is the one who's going to get into the fight here.
Yep.
Can you please stop yelling at the bartender? It's like, I'm the one he's going to punch. Please stop it.
No. Ashley would be doing the punching too. That would all be Ashley too.
But you know what, though,
So
Nate?
we have different definitions of easygoing. Then.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I guess. But you know what? I'm going to rat Nate out because he is an instigator. If I message him or we're together and I'm like, oh, I'm a little irritated, he's like, oh, why? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to say something? So he pushes it. And then he always tells me, I love if you get petty, just get petty. And I'm like, Nate?
Wow.
It's understatement.
So he's my instigator.
Say no of that.
Oh my God, it's great. What investigations have you guys done or research have you done that has changed you the most? Either, just in your craft or spiritually or psychologically, like for example, I just watched Adolescence and holy shit, I'm like, I haven't fully recovered from it. It's so fantastic and it's just, it takes a lot. So is there, what has been for you guys? Cause your pod is definitely, you do deep dives into these stories and everything else. So what discoveries have you made in some of those stories that you're like, wow, this is outrageous?
Ooh, Nate, you can go first on this one.
I mean, as far as like maybe going out and investigating places,
anything that's moved you, like, that's been, wow.
Probably about a year ago, we were in Indiana at a place called the Monroe House, and that place was one of the wildest places I've ever been to. I remember we were filming because we do some filming and stuff too. Like there's on our YouTube channel, we have Realm of Darkness, the Dark Travel Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
And like we'll go and film places and put it together, edit, and it's part of what I do because I'm the technical guy. But we were filming for a different network at the time, and that's kind of how Ashley and I met. And we go, and I remember this place was just a bonkers place. If anybody's ever heard of the Monroe House, there's like, we saw each other, like that we weren't actually there. Yeah.
Wait,
I remember one time,
what?
like,
what do you mean?
Yeah.
You saw each other, but you weren't there.
So we saw mimics
mimics
of each other. Well,
that's the technical term.
So
I don't know
we
what that
had
is.
seen one of our teammates in the first floor when she was actually outside.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Hold on. When you say you saw her, is it just you saw her or did you interact with her?
Both. So it was weird. So it was her. We'll say the real her had on like a white shirt and black shorts, but the mimic her had on a black shirt and white shorts, which is where we realized it.
Okay, that was my thing.
So we knew it wasn't her.
You guys are all like super casual, like, oh yeah, of course it's a mimic.
Yeah,
like,
mimic.
What the fuck is
See,
a
no,
what is
it's
a-
nuts. Well, that's a clear tell sign that that's a mimic.
What is a mimic? Is this a Is this some sort of a ghost? What is a mimic? I think a mimic, and there was a movie with Mira Sorvino, and there were giant bugs.
So hold on. Here's the thing. A little disclaimer. A mimic is definitely different for everybody. It's either two things. It's either an entity that's pretending to be somebody, or it's a certain type of interdimensional entity that's all it does. And the problem is that when you see these things and you interact with these things, you just don't know what you're dealing with. You just don't know what you're dealing with. Because it could be a spirit mimicking, and then, oh yeah, it's a mimic, or it's a mimic. And if it's a mimic and that's all that thing does, they're extremely dangerous.
You just said the same word, mimic, 3 times, like as if it was 3 different things.
Because it can be. Because it can be. Well, 2 different things.
Well, if it's a mimic, it's this. But if it's a mimic, it's that. Like, how am I supposed to fucking know what a mimic is?
Because we don't know what to call these things. That's so it's, the mimic is the action in which it's doing.
And the crazy thing is,
yeah, go ahead.
More than one of our teammates saw this mimic throughout the night. So it wasn't one time. It wasn't just one individual. And then it was also mimicking voices too.
Yeah.
which was insane.
What's the lore behind it? Is it like some Native American lore? Like, what's the history of a mimic in terms of that?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. It just it's
I
something
mean,
that people have seen.
yeah.
All
And
right.
another reason why I asked, and she said the color difference is, if she saw her teammate and they were identical, everything was identical, the way she was acting was perfect, there was no discrepancies. That could also be an interdimensional issue, which I've experienced here at the Breck Estate, where you walk in a room and you're no longer in that dimension that you think you're in, and we've caught in that on film. So that's why I had to ask, like, what does she look like? Was she normal? Was she herself? And yeah, no, when you said that the clothes were switched, that's a telltale sign you're dealing with something that almost got it down but didn't,
Well, that sounds like a definite answer to my question, which is, yeah, that would pretty much move you to like, that's a weird sort of.
Just the whole place was weird. Yeah. I remember like on our way out, we were packing up to go, and I just happened to look into the doorway and I see a little kid standing there with pajamas and nobody else saw it. And I'm like, well, I can tell you what I just saw. It's a little boy there. And I'll remember the day Ashley does a lot of the evidence review on the static cameras and stuff. The one static camera that was in the kitchen down the hallway kept catching a little boy's voice all night. And I'm like, there it is. I saw that, but that's like validation for me that, maybe I wasn't crazy. What I saw should be caught on the camera. And that was probably one of the greatest days of my life because I'm like, hey, I'm not crazy. Like I saw that, but now we caught it here too. So
wow, man.
Yeah.
So look, we ask all of our guests this because that's really the whole tapestry we're putting together here on this podcast. And it's simply this. It's what do you each think spirits are? What do you think you're seeing? Not a mimic, and don't answer with mimic.
Ooh.
But what do you think spirits are? What is it? Is it a state of consciousness? Is it a soul? Where do you guys land on this? Nate, you
ahead,
go
Ashley.
first.
So for
Me?
me,
Or Ashley. I just
okay, go.
no one
Yeah,
was
just keep
speaking,
going.
so I threw it out.
Okay. I think that's part of why I do this is because I don't have an answer. I don't know. I've had this conversation with Ashley. I'm not like a super religious person, but do I believe that there's something bigger than we are? Absolutely, because I've seen things to know that there's something going on.
Well, nobody knows what it is, Nate. I mean, but what do you
Exactly.
think it is? You know what I mean? Like what do you think you're taught? What do you think you're spotting? What do you think you're hearing? What do you think made those footsteps?
It's I do think partly it's your being, your soul, leaving your body and like just hanging out. As I do think spirits can come and go. The souls of these people can come and go because I've seen like recently, like family members who have passed, doing certain things to, kind of show you they're around, like just things that you can't explain other than things that you associate with them, like different smells or different things you see randomly, signs and stuff like that. So I do think it's partly the soul, but I don't know what would keep people around as far as like, being here after.
Right.
That's part of what I'm doing a lot of this.
That begs the question, do you believe there is another place like a heaven? Or are you in that camp? Because you just said what keeps them around. Where do you think they're gonna go?
Yeah, I guess. I'm like I said, I'm not religious, so I'm not sure between like a heaven and a hell and stuff like that yet. But like the more I've had conversations with Ashley about this a lot lately. Like we've been to places and she'll do like she'll call on the angels and stuff like that. So I'm starting to lean more towards that being more of a possibility. Just being around Ashley and like some of the stuff and like the feelings you get after she does some of that stuff. Like I feel safer and it's hard to describe, but like I do think I'm leaning more towards that being a possibility. But I still like part of the research and stuff and trying to figure that out, I guess, is where I'm at.
What about you, Ashley? So what you sounds like there's angels, or you believe you're in a religious angle for this?
So I am, but I'm not. So I was born and raised Catholic, but I like to say that I am my own type of religion now. It still kind of follows Catholicism, but For spirits or for ghosts, I kind of think it depends on the person and depends on the place. I think a majority of it is kind of energy. And I think that our energy can be imprinted on land. So it depends on if you have an intelligent or if you have more of a residual haunting. And I think that certain events can imprint on land. I do think that most of the spirits, like I said, are energy or some type of consciousness. Um, I don't necessarily believe in heaven and hell. I think it is a different level of vibration. I think that when you pass away, if you die on, I don't want to say on a happier note, but if it's a natural cause or you're more of a positive person, you're on a higher vibration, which kind of puts you on a higher plane. I think if you're a terrible person and you're a murderer or a pedophile, you're going to be on a lower vibration. And that is kind of the difference of heaven and hell. And then there's kind of that middle. But when I say I think it depends on the person, I also think that sometimes the brain is a powerful tool and it's a very, very powerful thing. And I think sometimes
You said the brain?
the brain,
The brain,
yes.
okay.
So I think the brain is a very powerful, magnificent
Sure.
thing. And I think sometimes when you go into a location, some of these entities that people catch could also just be manifestations or them projecting energy. So it's kind of a really hard subject for me because I'm like, I do believe that it's energy, but I do believe that people are possible of kind of manifesting their own hauntings at the same time. And it might not necessarily be a true haunting. It might be that person somehow projecting it.
Okay. I mean, look, I met a few people where the brain is not that much of a big of a weapon for them. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah. Oh, me
Like,
too. Those people, they.
I don't think they're leaving much of an imprint on anything, you know. Or the only thing that they might actually be the ones where you hear banging of pipes. It's because they're just banging their head against the wall because that's really all they can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
That's the only sort of thing they can leave behind. What responsibility do you guys feel you have when you tell some of these stories, you know, in regards to like the victims, the families, the spirits? You know, how do you approach it from that angle for yourselves?
So I think for us, we always try to approach it in a respectful manner. I, not to sound morbid, but I try to look at a case, especially if it's a murder or something kind of more tragic. I try to picture it as if it was a family member. You know, I'm not going to go in and say, oh, they deserved it. They were this, they were that. I think we try to give facts, but then we also give a lot of our opinion on the case. One of the biggest cases that we covered and probably one of our favorites is Ellen Greenberg. And she was a young female who she was in her apartment, locked in her room or locked in her apartment, and she was stabbed like 23 times to the back of the head, the neck, severed her spinal cord, and they ruled it a suicide. So I feel like these people, they need a voice. I know, right? That was
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
like,
That's
how,
our
I don't know
reaction
if I'm
too.
allowed to
Yeah.
cuss, but how the is that? Yeah, she had where the cut was so bad it severed her neck, and they said it was a suicide.
I'll tell you how that
It's
happens.
insane.
I'll tell you how that becomes a
Yeah.
suicide. I can solve the mystery right there. Power and money.
Mhm.
Whoever
Yep.
committed that
And
crime, whoever committed that crime
the,
was connected somehow.
Mhm.
the
You know?
crazy thing, I am so glad you brought that up. So her boyfriend is the person who Nate and I, with our opinion, said did it, and his uncle was like a judge somewhere or
Mhm.
was a lawyer,
High, yeah.
and it's crazy.
All it
So
takes.
when these things, yeah, so when these cases come up, you know, we do try to approach it respectfully, but we do throw our opinion into it because, you know, once the police rule it a suicide, and this was years ago, they're still ruling it a suicide. So
I
we
just
just
want to
try to
say
be
to
their
Ellen's
voice.
boyfriend that the thoughts projected here on Splintered Spirits, it's Ashley and Nate who think you did it and said,
Oh, I'll say I think
I
he
don't
did it.
know
Allegedly.
if you
Allegedly.
allegedly you may have done. That's I just want to be clear. I don't know you. You know, maybe she could have gone real hard. It's like, you know, that's what the cops say.
Listen,
I
These
want to know.
thoughts-
I want to know where she got the suction cup knife. You know?
listen, on my TikTok, we have the police call. Listen to it and tell me you don't think he did it.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah. Listen
so
to
wait,
the call.
saying.
this is a great question. Have you guys ever gotten a phone call, like a call from a listener or anything after you've done something like that and been like, "Yo, better watch yourself," or "That's not right," or has that ever happened?
Yeah, so we covered a case out of New York about a guy who went missing, and he's never been found. He's still considered a missing persons case. And we covered the case, and there's not a lot of detail behind it. So it was very opinion based. And it was, oh, well, this person could have done it, or maybe this is what happened. And these are the steps that we think. And their cousin reached out to me, not their cousin, but one of the people we said could have done it. Their cousin reached out to me and was like, I'm sick of you YouTubers and you podcasters blaming my cousin. And I was like, did he? And then I got blocked. So.
Right. I mean, it's funny, man. You got to be, you do. Look, I come out of the production space, right? And I used to work at Discovery and all the true crime stuff. And you really have to be careful, saying like, hey, man, that person is a killer, especially if they're still alive.
Yeah.
I mean, you do put yourself at risk, not just for
There's
physical
one magical
safety, but,
word.
allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
And we always
now,
say
Netflix gets away with it because they don't care, right? Good luck suing one of the
They've got
biggest
money.
companies in the world, right? That's that's why. I mean, it's just a fact, right? They just come at me, bro. That's their whole thing. But
well, and that's what we say. We always say it's very opinion based, and and we always say you have the ability to do the research on your own and make your own, form your own decision or form your own opinion. But this is our opinion, and we are not experts. We are.
Okay, no, I was curious. Yeah, that's interesting how you covered that and handle situations like that. That is a wild story about that for sure. What's we're getting here towards as we start to make our big switch towards the end of the hour. What's the dream location? Where's Realm of Darkness and the Dark Travel Chronicles? Where do they want to go? What's a case?
We talk
or
about this a
story?
lot, actually. We do. To me, I remember one of the first places I ever heard of was the Myrtles Plantation down south, and I think to me that might be bucket list for me, one I want to go to, just because it's the typical story of death, murder, all that stuff, and it's one of those ones that everybody knows, and I to me that's the one I want to go to more than any place, just because I've heard so much about it.
So mine's a little more of a dream list. I would love to go to Pompeii just because of how quickly everything happened. I think Pompeii would be an incredible place to investigate. And then also the Colosseum. Because I also am a history nerd, so I would love to see those two.
Somebody just wants to go to Italy, I think. That's all.
Somebody wants to
that
travel.
too. I mean, I heard they have great wine.
Well, to add to the Pompeii,
Italy's amazing, by the way. It's my favorite.
They recently, there are people that believe that the people of Pompeii suffered.
Really?
That it wasn't instantaneous. There's new evidence coming
Really?
out that they may have suffered, or at least some of them suffered, being
that's great.
baked. Isn't that
Thanks for
wild?
that. That's a
So
real
back to-
uplifting tone.
Yeah.
It's like we were all thinking like,
Pompeii.
at least they all died.
Well,
and John drops a bomb of nope. They felt that
They
quick.
felt it.
Well, listen, those types of locations are awesome, right? I always talk about wanting to go not where the Titanic landed, but where it sank initially. Just on a boat and just run the equipment and see what pops off. And then of course, either dead forest, whether it's Japan or Romania, take your pick.
You mean like the bamboo forest you're talking about, right? In Japan?
Yeah, where all the unalivings happen.
Yeah.
Where they unalive themselves.
Yeah, I've been there. It's wild.
Another great location, I think, if it was possible, would be able to investigate in Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Something
for
like
sure.
that.
Yep.
How it's like, okay. I mean, who else talks about, gosh, it's a great place to go. Where did the most people die at once? Where can we all go that had the most death? The most
But
deaths?
see, I need an expiration date. I wouldn't do because people have been bugging me for years.
Yeah, to go to 9/11, right?
To go to 9/11, and I refuse.
Yeah.
Not just because I was a firefighter for 20 years, just because in general, like I don't like to do the new death thing. I stick more to the old death.
He likes his old ancient deaths. He likes his sword and sandals deaths.
Like Pompeii.
muskets and such.
Yeah, muskets.
I have to agree. I have to agree because I think those kind of locations that that we lived through that event, I think we have an emotional tie that would just either make us way too open or it could push us right over the edge. Like
No.
I think 9/11, I don't think I'd be able to do that one.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
without tears just streaming.
No,
Well,
it's terrible, dude.
pl-
It's dark.
plus-
That's
plus
too
the other
dark.
thing,
Even for the
too,
Dark
is-
Chronicles, it's dark.
It's
That's too dark.
doing locations like that. If you're going just for like 9/11, you're not just going to get things from 9/11. You are going to get things throughout history on that island. I mean,
Yeah.
when after 9/11 was done and when they were building the Freedom Tower, they found a boat. I believe an enslaved boat that took enslaved over that they threw in just for fill.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I mean, think about it. Like, it's just yeah. It's interesting, but some areas are just I
Off
can't do
limits.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you
off limits.
see? How do you guys see what you do evolving? Like what's the what do you want the next few years of Realm of Darkness? And is it two separate things? I'm sorry, because I was trying to figure this out. Is it Dark Travel Chronicles, Realm of Darkness? Is it one big thing? Like, do you separate the two things, the two parts, or what do you want the evolution of this to be?
The Dark Travel Chronicles is an extension of Realm of Darkness. It's, us actually going out into the field on these haunted places and stuff like that, and like investigating and like putting it together in our way to show people, so that way you can see, like, I like to say we have a personality, and people see it on the podcast, but this is a different way for people to watch us like out and about in the field and not just sitting in front of our computers. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I'm very happy in front of my
just,
computer, but go ahead.
Which is great, because you'd be surprised how many people
Here.
just sit behind a computer,
Mhm.
and actually don't go out into the field. No, Gary, you raised your hand. Even you went out into the field.
I've gone a couple
You've been
times,
into the
but I'm
field,
not going
right?
to. I'm not going to the
You'd be just surprised
the
how many people
Ohio
have
Reformatory.
podcasts.
I'm not going to
Yeah,
spend the night in
Hey.
Shawshank.
No, I'll take you. You come to Ohio, we will go. We will go to Ohio State.
That's like an hour from you,
I'll
right?
go, but I mean, I'm not staying overnight.
Oh, I'm gonna introduce you to Mr. Salt.
Okay. Yeah, we get scratched. Get those bra
No, he
scratches.
just hates women. Yeah,
Oh my
make sure
God.
you wear a bra though, or
I
he's
will,
not gonna
right.
pay attention to you.
I wonder what would happen if like Monique too soon.
I
lived
was just
there.
thinking that.
Right?
I was just thinking
I
that.
don't know.
I was
Yeah.
just thinking that.
Right? It's gonna be wild. We have an interview with her
another
coming up.
episode coming up with a she's
With
a
her.
drag queen.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah,
they,
we
you
know
know. They know.
Monique.
They
Oh,
know
you know
Monique.
Monique. Oh, all right,
Yeah, yeah, they
So
know.
imagine, like, I wonder what would happen. See, now the wheels
Yeah.
are starting to.
Yeah, she's wild.
Now you know what? I would be interested because I know the chapel. We had an individual who was kind of along the same line, and we sent them to the chapel, and they were attacked.
Oh,
Hmm.
Wow.
That's half the fun with the paranormal, though. Like just spitballing ideas like that, and like going out and trying these
But
things.
you meant getting attacked.
that's what I
Yeah.
thought he
Well,
was
first of
getting
all,
at
hold
too.
on.
I was
No,
like,
yeah,
you know
yeah,
what?
yeah.
I
Right.
was
Yeah.
I get angry when I
We're
get
sitting here.
attacked.
We're sitting here talking about throwing somebody else in as bait.
Oh yeah, just do it and try it. See what happens.
Oh, I
You
wonder
never
what would
know.
happen if you throw that person in as bait. It's terrible. We're awful.
Shit, you know what? Maybe I'll cross stress and I'll go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll go
Right.
Give it a
Be like-
shot.
right. Well, let's be the white. Let's be like white chicks, but for paranormal.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Mr.
And I only live an hour
Salts!
from there.
You know?
Oh my God, that'd be funny, man. That would work.
Oh,
That'd be funny.
Mr. Salts.
Hello. That would be funny.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Guys, what do you want people to feel or think differently about after watching Realm of Darkness? What do you hope they get out of it?
Ooh, I think on the paranormal side, I want them to get more of the reality of it. I want them to realize that what they see on TV is not always true, and not everything is a demon, and not everything is going to possess you. And I want them to learn to do investigations on their own. Every time you hear a knock, don't assume that it's a ghost. Is it the ice maker? Is it the heater turning on? Like, I want people to kind of get the fear out of it, because I don't really think paranormal is something to fear. So it's hard to explain, but I want them to see that. I don't know if I can say his name, but the demon screamer is not how the true paranormal field works.
Listen, let me just touch on that real quick because I talk about this all the time on my podcast.
Mhm.
When people bring up, I'll bring up. People bring up Zach Baggins, right? That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And he gets labeled as fake because he's always screaming about demons. And this is what I say. I disagree. I don't think what he's experiencing is fake. I just don't think they're always demons. I think he is
Yes.
experiencing something and he's communicating with something. Labeling it a demon? Well, I need a lot of data for that first before
But
I
also, but you
throw
got to
the B
remember,
word out
guys.
there.
You got to remember about the nature of the business, right?
Yeah, network
that's
the works. I mean,
Demons sell.
It
Demons
sells,
sell.
and he is running a TV
Fear
show, and it's like,
sells.
yeah,
Yes.
fear sells, and demon is clear. Like you understand that this is a
Yeah.
bad thing, and it's like I don't knock the guy for,
Mhm.
but I agree with you, John. I think you don't get to where he is by being. Milli Vanilli got found out pretty quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you can't be that. It's not.
Well,
But
that's
you do have
Plus,
to do things when you're.
we've also had
Yeah.
gentlemen on this podcast that have worked with him.
Yes.
I mean, incredible, but like credible people that would never sully themselves with someone that was fake.
Yeah,
So,
he's not. It's just there's a nature to when you get a TV show that you have to do what you have to do, and that's just the way it is. And I don't knock anybody for it, right? I mean, you can't be liberal with
Yeah, I
other
ain't mad
people's
at
money.
him for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am not mad at him for it, but
Right.
I think like the average person, if you
Sure.
I just don't want people thinking that every knock or every, footstep is a demon because I think that just puts a lot. I think that puts a lot of fear into it, and that makes people close their minds out, and they could be missing out on some really amazing things being closed-minded. So it's like, and like I said, I ain't mad at Zach for it because I mean, if we all had the opportunity, we probably would do it too. But I just want people to see like the real side of it, that not everything is going to drag you to hell.
I'm telling you straight up.
I'd like to add that me and Nate here, we're not going blind because of the demons. All right.
No.
I'd just like
Listen,
to add that.
But actually, I'm going to tell you straight up.
Realize too.
If someone starts throwing money at Splintered Spirits to give us a TV show, I swear to Christ, everything's a demon. I'm going
Hey,
demon.
and you know what?
It's like,
I'll buy the first shirt that says, "Was it a demon?"
yeah, that's right. It'll be called Splintered Demons.
One thing,
I'll just straight
Hey,
out of
I'll
it.
support it.
You know what I
I'll
mean?
support it.
I'll sell out faster than anybody ever thought I would. I'm not even embarrassed by it. It's like, yep, ass away. I sold it. That's straight up selling it. That's funny, man. Guys, because I know I think you guys got to split soon as well, and
switch.
we'll have about what's the one episode of Realm of Darkness for the crossover folks here that have just discovering you that they should absolutely check out to really get a good handle. What's the one?
Ellen Greenberg.
That's yours.
That's mine.
That's the one.
Ellen Greenberg.
Stabbed herself, right?
Yes,
Okay.
because we have the police, we have the 911 call, we have pictures, diagrams, we go really into it. I reached out to the family. They were under a gag order, so they wanted to come on, but they couldn't because they were under a gag order. But once that's lifted, they're going to come on. So, Nate, that was a surprise for you that he just found out with you guys.
Nice.
Oh, we got an exclusive.
You did.
My personal favorite episode was one where Ashley was gone and our other co-host at the time was not with us, and I was going solo. Wade Kirby, he's with Nesper. He worked with Ed and Lorraine Warren, and like some of the stories he told me about like demonic cases and Annabelle doll and stuff like that. Hearing him, like he was a wealth of knowledge on all of that stuff, and I thought it was such an interesting conversation to have with somebody. And like just the things that were going on with my computer was going haywire, and then once I brought it up to him, he said, "This could be because they don't want you to hear what I'm telling you," and stuff like that. The wildest conversation I've ever had.
The best part about that is Wade actually gave us the opportunity to work with Annabelle, which was, and a couple other items from the museum, which was insane. So yeah, that's a good one too, Nate.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, check that out at Realm of Darkness. You can see them you guys are on Facebook, you're on YouTube. YouTube, it's at Realm of Darkness 04, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Right? I'm going to put that up there real quick for everybody. That's where we are going to be in about 5 to 10 minutes.
as John and I hop over to Realm of Darkness with Ashley and Nate. Guys, that was so fun. That was great.
Yeah, guys,
I had a good time.
for coming on.
I thank you for coming on.
I can't wait to switch seats now.
I know. I've never been on another podcast. So it's really going to be fun for us, guys. We're gonna say our goodbyes here. Thank you so much, and we will see you in just a few minutes over on Realm of Darkness, and hopefully we'll get some people to come over there and follow us to keep the conversation going. I love it.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right,
Thank
folks.
you guys.
Thank
Thank you so much. See you soon.
Super fun.
Thank you.
See you in a few. Just
See
keep
ya.
that browser window open until it says upload complete. All right, and then
Gotcha.
all right, I'll see you guys in a few.
Cool.
Sounds
See
good.
ya.
Thank you.
That was fun. They're
Yeah.
very, very awesome. I think this
Yeah, that was fun. A good
interview
spirit. Yeah,
coming up
right.
is going to be great.
It's really great. I'm excited to go over there. So we got a few minutes.
me
We'll
too.
head over there in like 5.
Yep.
And then guys, that was Ashley and Nate from Realm of Darkness. We're about to go over on their podcast, onto their channel. Come on over, give them a follow. If you're here at Splintered Spirits or you're watching on Santa Paranormal on our Facebook, please like, share, and subscribe wherever podcasts are available to Splintered Spirits. We're on Spotify, YouTube, Apple, everywhere. We've got some really great ones coming out. The Lauren Hellickson episode just dropped. We've got Monique Too Soon, who we talked about a little here today. That's coming out next. We've got Chip Coffee coming up. We've got the Estes experiment coming up. Our group Estes project. And we've got a couple skeptics. We've got a lot of episodes in the can, dude. Oh, I just did an interview with Patty Negri. The incomparable and super, I mean, that woman has just, if you don't know who Patty Negri is and you're in the paranormal, then you just don't know. You're just not in the paranormal. That's just really what the bottom line is. That was super fun too. That's gonna be a good one. She was great with me. Gave me a crash course on divination. And yeah, man, we've got some more good guests for the lives in the works, and we'll tell you more as the weeks go by because we know your attention span is
it's
that
really
long.
funny.
What's up?
When you were saying the first episode, we just dropped the Lauren Hellison episode. When I went and did the little promo, and put it out there, dude,
Yeah.
there was literally 15 takes of that because I could not say her last name for the life of me. And then I finally got so frustrated. If you go and you watch the little promo, it's like, yeah, we have Lauren. She's awesome, dude. I didn't even say her last name.
You just dropped her last name.
I was like, it's it.
Right.
I tried.
I don't know what it is about Lauren, but just her presence made us dumber. In every possible, if you can see it, it was like her question. She was asking this basic question. I was like, oh, and it was so fun. I mean, she's great, but yeah, it's like you can't even say her name all of a sudden. You're tripping over your own tongue. You talk for 6 hours live a night, and you can't say her last name for 2 minutes.
Yep. That happens all the time.
I know, man. It's great. It's great.
Tripping up on words.
So
all the
funny,
time.
dude.
Well, I guess we're switching over, huh?
We're gonna
One
switch
more
over
time, real quick, for the good people, Gary. Where are we going?
We are going to, I'm going to put it up again. Realm of Darkness. At Realm of Darkness 04 on YouTube is probably the best place to watch us.
Okay.
And to give them a follow. Yeah, John, first of all, dude, I've never been interviewed. Never.
You've never been
My first
interviewed?
one.
Okay.
No. Probably most of their questions I got to imagine are going to be for you. I mean, you're the one who's out there with these friggin' ghosts, dude. You know what I mean? You have more to say on it, but I'll do my best. We'll see how it goes, but it'll be super fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that's it for Splintered Spirits for today, folks.
Yeah.
Ladies and
Awesome
gentlemen.
episode. Awesome
I
episode.
appreciate, yeah, nice, high and tight, fast and furious, but we are keeping the conversation going.
Yes, we are.
And yes, Tats and Kitty. Yes, the name of the podcast is Realm of Darkness.
Realm of
04.
Darkness 04 on YouTube.
I just put it up, but yeah, but it's Realm of Darkness, but it's at Realm of Darkness 04, and you can see it right there on YouTube.
I'm gonna put it in all the
put it in all your places.
I'll put it in all places.
Slap it up, rub it down. You guys, it'll be fun. We're gonna keep it going. Those guys are great. They're super fun. Who else? I'm just rolling up the chat here before we say goodbye.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna handle that so everyone knows where to go.
And just see if anybody had any questions. What's a demon screamer? I don't know. Someone's talking about a demon screamer. I don't know what that is.
I think they're talking about Baggins. I was out screaming about demons.
I see. All right. Who cares?
Yeah.
Yeah,
who cares?
Okay. Justify that. Say burp, burp, burp. Instagram, thank you for being there. If anybody from Facebook, we thank you for being here for our live. And please like, share, subscribe, and comment. Comments. If you're on Spotify, you can leave a comment, leave a thumbs up. That really helps us out, man. Even if you're not a paid subscriber, that kind of stuff really helps us out. John, I'm gonna hop us off here.
Okay, perfect.
Goodbye.
Everybody, thank you. I'm getting that link in the chords and everything now. So,
Realm of Darkness. See you over there in just a few minutes, folks.
bye.
Bye. Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Idiot.
Who's an idiot?
Who's an idiot?
Hey everybody, welcome to Splintered Spirits. I'm your host Gary, along with my nephew John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to answer the question, what are spirits? John, we did something different before the holidays. We did a Estes method in your old office.
Yes.
Tell us about this office and the history of it and what we are about to show and let the good people hear.
So, back in 2023, I got a very small office, size of a closet, here at a factory in my hometown. This factory was originally built in 1865, and by 1902, it became the largest factory of its kind in the United States.
Doing what?
It was a textile factory. You name it. They made it there. It was the biggest of its kind. It had over 900 employees by 1902, and it's the size of 4 city blocks.
Now, other than it being a cool office space, you had some great experiences in there.
I had wild
the couple
experiences.
years.
Yeah.
What were some of your biggest and most notable?
So there's a couple that come to mind. The first is Peter. Peter was a factory worker here who ended up falling to his death.
Okay, wait a minute. Now, was Peter the same guy that our psychic, our friend Catherine Nadal?
Yes.
Like, she had the vision of him falling in the splat?
Some guy looks like a janitor to me. I don't know if he has a wrench in his hand or he's got something metal in his hand, and he looks like a janitor, or he looks like a plumber, but he's carrying something metal in his hand. And I feel like you would say, I heard tapping or metal pipes tapping, but there's a distinct metal sound that he could make, or he could make the sound metal sounding because he's this plumber or this janitor man. Do you know the man I'm talking about?
I do know the man you're talking about. What do you feel from him?
So I feel like he's a little bit lost. He wasn't too happy with his life.
Mm-hmm.
He felt like he was stuck in a rut. Mm-hmm. And I feel like he was misunderstood.
Mm-hmm.
I feel very odd when he talks about himself. He says he's like not a smart guy,
Mm-hmm.
or people said I wasn't a smart guy. And he just felt like people rolled over him.
I was stopping myself from saying, do you feel that he's been taken advantage of?
It's amazing, because what he just showed me is, when you see, like, when somebody says, cartoon, when somebody says splat, and they show this thing splat on a cartoon, that's what he showed me, like the arms and the legs splat, like that.
Wild.
Her exact words were splat.
Right.
Yes. And
his name was Peter. And you've heard from Peter?
His name was Peter. Now, I never got his last name, but this is where it gets really eerie. When I went to management and said, "Hey, um, I'm coming across a factory worker here named Peter. Does this mean anything to anybody that works in the office or management or maintenance?" They went pale. Everybody in the office went pale. The manager at the time for the entire building went pale, and they told me the story about a man named Peter who worked here for decades. And then in the 80s, the late 80s, when it was time for him to retire, something happened. He felt like he didn't get his just desserts, or, he wasn't being treated properly, and he decided to break into the office via the courtyard to steal money. And in doing so, he fell to his death.
Now, did you ever hear from Peter directly?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Oh,
So,
it was
yes.
directly. I've heard from Peter directly. What's interesting, though, is we never heard about Peter speaking about his death directly. It was other spirits that spoke about his death. He would always be working. He would tell me, "John, I only have 5 minutes on break." Like, he would say these things. "Hey, John, I'm working right now. I can't talk. Hey, John, I'm on break right now. Let's talk." And,
Wow.
and I talked to Peter, and it was just wild. He became a very well-known spirit here to my documentation.
What about Sam? Because I do believe we hear Sam when you're about to watch.
So Sam, is something that I brought into the factory. It's an artifact I have. It's an old mask, and we're unsure of the origin of the mask, exactly where it came from. It looks like a bunch of different things combined, if you will, bunch of
Mhm.
different like cultural styles combined. So we're unsure exactly what the origin of this mask is, but it's an entity attached to the mask that basically had a lot of control over the spirits here when it was here.
Well, listen, dude, this was a really fun thing that we tried to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And
Well, and there's one
uh,
one other thing real quick that's
oh
super
yeah,
important
tell
too.
tell me. Tell us
Um,
that we should keep our
this
ears up.
one of the first things that was ever told to me by the spirits was rituals that happened in 1997.
Yes. What is that?
Okay.
That comes up and you ask about it and what is it about?
So the rituals that happened in 1997, we're unsure of all the details. We know it had to do with a pregnant woman. We know it had to do with an unborn child. We know it had to do with blood. And that's about it. We also know that whatever rituals happened here also ended up releasing other entities in this factory. And these entities present themselves in many different ways. Um, they feed off sadness and fear. They almost present themselves as beast like, if you will, and animalistic in nature. So that's a very, prevalent thing with my documentation here at the factory.
All right. So there's what I want everybody to understand what you're about to see. What John and I did with the help of silence activations, which is what people might know them to do silent discos, is we did a group Estes method. So we had a bunch of people. We started out with about 15. Five of them dropped out at the last minute, and we ended up with 9 because one of them was killed. No, that's not true. Nobody died in the making of this at all.
Nope.
One of our guests did get up and quit halfway through, though, and you'll see that. What you're about to watch has its flaws. We learned a lot from doing it. I noticed that while they can't hear us asking questions, which is sort of the typical uh, process for the Estes method, they can hear each other when they were yelling out answers. And sometimes you're going to notice somebody yells out something and then the group follows suit. Uh, People who have certain names tend to hear their own name more than other people tend to hear what that word is, which is a great, reason for this test for that
Yeah.
audio pareidolia, right? Like,
Audio
you know,
pareidolia, such a
you
big
hear
prevalent thing.
so you really notice when one person keeps yelling out their own name and somebody else says something completely different. That's not what they heard at all. And that's wild. And the last thing I want people to know is, yes, this is edited for time and time only. I didn't move things around. You may not believe me. I can't help that. but I did cut out big gaps because, as most people know, in the Estes method, you could ask a question and you might be waiting for a while before you hear a response. So I trimmed that up for purposes of time. This is a podcast and we don't want to be here all day. So that's really the only thing that was edited in this. We got a lot of inaudible stuff, but when we do get stuff, remember, John, right? It was wild. I mean, when it was questions and answers, it really got, there's some real
right
fun
off the
stuff and
bat,
some
right
wild
off
stuff.
the bat, it started. And
Yeah,
you know,
man.
I don't whether you use this or not, that's fine. My expectations going into this was we would be lucky if we got one thing, right? One thing that
Yeah.
had anything to do with the factory and my documentation for the past couple of years here at the t-shirt factory. It wasn't like that. There were
Yeah, we got
moments. Yeah, there were
we had a
moments
few
where I was
things.
like,
There were some. It was fun. It was weird, man. Funny too,
yeah,
and some of it's wild. And it was really felt like a Q&A, and in unison. And
yeah,
it was really, that was where it was cool, when it was like,
yep,
whoa, it was in,
yep.
So without further ado, let's jump in to the Splintered Spirits Estes group experiment.
The first of its kind.
I think it is the
Multiple
first of its
person.
kind.
It is. I looked into it. No one's ever done this before. We are the pioneers.
Pioneers.
The pioneers.
Record. Okay.
That was just a low frequency.
It's on. Everything's
Things
here.
on.
All right, everyone.
This is good.
Yeah, that's going.
Okay.
Guys, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Round of applause.
Yeah.
All right, everybody knows I'm Gary. This is John. Welcome to Splintered Spirits Estes experiment with multiple, I guess, peoples and subjects. And
Technically, I think the first one of its kind.
I can't.
I don't
imagine.
think I looked into it. I don't think this has ever been done at a scale like this.
So we've got 10 people. All right,
Yeah.
it's a good showing.
Cool.
We had more, but some people were terrified.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait.
They really were terrified.
Which I guess we'll start with that. Listen, guys, at any point
Yes.
while you are doing this, you feel uncomfortable, you need to take these off. Just take them off, put them on your seat, and walk back there.
Take your blindfolds off though first.
Yes. Yes. Take that. We don't need
Don't.
shit. Yep. Yeah. We want to see the
All right.
fear. But seriously, at any point that anybody feels uncomfortable, just get up and walk away.
So John, first, I think we also does everybody know what an Estes method is? Does anybody who doesn't?
I think we all watch here.
We all watch our stuff. Why do you know?
Yeah.
Well, we should probably explain it a little for the people at home who've never seen it.
Yep.
So John, why don't you explain? You're probably better knowing what it is.
So, in a nutshell, what this does, it's sensory deprivation, okay, and spirit communication. That's basically what it is in a nutshell. However, it also, and I've experienced this, can put you in a very, trance state, if you will, where you're under. All right. And it's different for everybody. You know, some people, it can be very overwhelming. Some people, it can be very relaxing.
Now, why do this to yourself? Why do people do it?
For science.
For science. The idea being that
Curiosity.
Yeah.
maybe, but the idea being that if you block off the outside sounds and you can't hear the questions, then you can't be influenced by the questions or what you're hearing, and the answers you're saying are then as legitimate as possible.
Mhm.
So John really is. I'm not talking to any spirits. John will ask the spirits questions. When this happens, you guys just yell out what you're hearing. Okay? So it doesn't matter. There's no wrong answer. Just yell out the word that you're hearing, and it'll be wild if it matches what happens. So, all right. Now everybody grab your headsets. Thanks to our partners here in Silence Activations. All right. All right. Thanks, Silence. You'll see there's it says right side, left side on the outside, right, left. Okay. On the left side, you'll see two green switches. One of them on the bottom turns it on. Okay, everybody turn it on. Don't put them on yet. We're going to get there. You're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead. And now, if you switch to the other one, make sure till he gets to the color green.
I was already on green.
Okay? If it's already on green, then you don't have to switch anything.
Everyone headphones green?
Everyone headphones green? I guess let's see what happens.
You ready?
Hold on, let me see if I can hear it. Let's now let's see. Well, now wait. Before you start, John, you gotta put their blindfolds on. Once you gotta get your blindfolds on, then put your headphones on. All right. No peeking.
Is what I'm hearing now normal?
I don't know what you're hearing yet.
As soon as I put mine on, it said death.
Death.
Whoa.
Death.
Yeah.
All right. Are you on?
Nope, I didn't start it yet.
All right, let's get it started.
I don't hear anything.
I just heard
Mine
Amy
up
and
here.
John's voice.
Me.
Hail.
But
They can hear it.
now. Die.
Out.
I would like to speak
Leave this.
to a factory spirit. Is there a factory spirit that's willing to come through and speak to us?
Peter. Here. Here.
Peter, are you the one that I've spoken to many times before?
Hi.
Brother.
Leave.
I remember.
It's something.
Two together.
Peter, are you working right now?
I can hear.
Say.
I'm busy.
Talk even quieter. Whisper.
It's him. Yes.
Peter,
Hi.
Talking to your mic. Just hold the mic
No.
up so the mic can hear.
Peter, how much work do you
Hi.
have to do today?
She.
Get
back to work.
Hello.
Hello.
If you hear the same answer
What's
that you're
here?
asking, like say
We
it.
already did. We already
Okay,
did.
but tell everybody. Like tell them.
Okay.
Say loud for the mic.
Okay, so far, I asked for a factory spirit,
Yeah.
and we got Peter.
Okay.
Okay, which is huge because we've been documenting Peter for over 2 years.
Hail.
Spirit.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
How many factory spirits are with us right
It's
now?
gone.
It's gone.
Death.
Death.
Can any of
Whoa.
the spirits in
That
here
was weird.
Chicken.
tell me about the
You need to
rituals
schedule it.
that happened in
It's all on me.
1997?
Right? Leave.
Can any of
Now,
the spirits
That's
here
him.
tell me about the rituals that happened in 1997 here at the factory?
I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna try it myself.
Leave.
Leave. Leave.
Here.
They're making me.
Here.
Here.
More.
How many spirits here
Boys.
Boys.
find us threatening and want us to leave?
Okay.
Spirits,
No.
You.
who is your favorite
Me.
person in this room?
Inhale.
Ooh,
Come on in,
come on in.
bitch.
Spirits, can any of you tell me
Me.
my name?
Stand.
What the hell is that?
That was weird.
Ooh.
Sleeping.
Home.
Home.
Die.
There.
I can't hear John's
Yes.
questions from here, so
Can any
Me.
of the spirits in here tell me about Joe C?
Or. Yeah. Or. John. Yeah. John.
Nice.
That was the answer to my question before. I asked the spirits to tell me my name.
Eileen?
Eileen.
Come on, Eileen.
Her. Yeah.
Here.
Spirit.
What's
Here.
this?
Who's the sexiest motherfucker in the park?
Hi. Hi.
How many spirits in this room do not want us
John, did you
to
see?
be in here right now?
Spirits.
I see.
Who's the best dressed?
It's here.
See it.
Come back.
Spirits. Who's
Booby.
spirits? What was your
Blink
favorite?
that time.
What food are we serving?
Touch.
What are we eating tonight?
Bees.
Bees.
Leave.
Say beans?
Out. My dog.
I asked what we're eating tonight.
Is there beans? Oh, string beans.
So much.
The string beans.
String beans. Spirits, can you name something else that we had to eat tonight?
And
It's us.
there she is.
Spirit.
Chill.
And I heard pinch him.
What's over there, spirits?
Snippy.
Snippy.
Snippy. Moan.
I heard that moan.
Spirits,
Bitch.
Heads.
why would you call her a bitch?
Leave. Alright. Just
Spirits, who's the sexiest person at the party right now?
Yes.
Stop.
Stop.
How many spirits in this room
Indeed.
wish you can partake in the food?
Wish.
That's wild.
How many spirits in this room
Us.
can tell me how many offices I've had in this building?
How are you?
How many offices have I had in this building?
Receive. Ring the bell. Been here.
How many spirits in here can tell me what this factory was once used for?
Me. You.
No. You.
Oh,
Nope.
oh,
This.
okay. We've lost one. We lost one. A little too
Me?
much for one person.
That's what happens.
It is. Alright.
We are Legion. What was that? We are.
Yeah, we are many.
Yeah.
Out.
How many spirits are still working in this factory right now?
Christ.
The power of
Leave.
Christ compels you.
Not me.
We're here.
Good tunnel.
This
Tunnel?
room.
How many spirits?
Ew.
Mine.
Is there a spirit in here who worked in this factory
The roof.
for more than 20 years?
Right. For their
Free.
Fantastic. Loser. We could try.
How many spirits?
Do you like that?
More times.
How many spirits in this factory would like to leave if they had the opportunity?
Leave.
Leave.
Ally.
You got a lot of good ones.
Yo.
How many? Can any of the spirits tell me the name of the man who owned this factory?
Shit.
Spirits, name a state that somebody's
Eddie?
from.
Here.
Here. Kid's voice.
Yeah, from a child.
Is there a child here?
Brother.
Is there a
Ed?
child here? If there's a child here, may I have your name?
Your state. They're on it.
Turn back.
Leave. Leave.
Is there a spirit here who can tell me who owned this factory?
Out. Out.
Neil. John. Love you.
I didn't own the building, spirits.
Right. Bill.
Are there any spirits here who can tell me what we are doing here right
Look.
now?
Man. Who's that? What's this? No. Hail.
Yeah.
Oh. What do you think?
We get real crazy.
Spirits. Right now, John's changing the app.
I would
No.
like to speak.
This
Moist. I would like to speak
going on.
to an evil entity that is in this factory.
Hi.
May I have your name?
Oh.
Listen, I know I asked that question about the evil entity, and I set myself up for that. I ignored it. I ignored the answer we heard because this was still a party. And the last thing I need is to bring the energy and vibe of that party down. So we stayed away from that topic.
I've been there before.
Stand up.
What if?
Servicing.
Sexy. No, that was sexy.
Sexy.
Well, thank you very much.
Leave. Aaron.
Is there an entity here that has something to do with the rituals in 1997?
Sounds like they talk backwards sometimes.
Funny it does.
I think it's us. Dude. Leave.
Whoa.
Can you hear this sound? Calling. Pulling. Don't you? And Lisa.
All right, I wanted to stop things right here because this is an interesting moment. This one woman's handle on TikTok is Mama Lisa. She heard Mama Lisa, but you can hear a couple of the other people in unison say and Lisa. So it's interesting how Mama Lisa heard Mama Lisa, other people heard and Lisa, but you're going to hear Lisa is a name that does pop up and even in more specific circumstances later on.
And Lisa. Yeah. And she. Huh? Who are you? It's Alan's mom.
Spirits, who's Alan's mom?
Cold.
Yes. Who are you? You guys know I'm a.
My name
It's
is
not
John.
necessary. Where you live?
Spirits, can you tell me what I had in the tower before I moved out?
No.
What was the scariest thing in the tower
Move.
before I moved out?
No.
Good luck. Dickwad. Noise.
No.
Please.
Spirits, can you tell me the name of the person who died in the courtyard?
This.
What? Four-wheeler. Anthony. 10.
This is.
Are Anthony and Tim
Turn it off.
factory workers?
Please. Fail it all.
Why do you want us to turn it off?
No. What?
Why do you want us to turn this off?
The look. One.
What do you mean the
Name.
look?
And she needs.
Can you hear me? What?
Hey,
I think Deuce fell asleep.
I won one.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
Deuce fell asleep, right?
Yeah.
No.
Spirits, is Deuce asleep?
And. Ah! Believe. What? Vincent.
Does that mean anything to you? Vincent? Does that
No.
mean anything to you?
3.
What?
Focus. In the dark. Girl.
Spirits, can you tell me the name of this factory?
Is it? You need it?
Yes.
12.
12. We started with 12.
Me.
I.
I think we lost Mike too.
My name is
What is your name, Spirit?
Jizz.
That's an awesome name.
No.
I think it is. That's
a soundbite.
Yep. If I ever have another child, I'm naming it Jizz.
Shoot. 1.
Spirit, how many of our participants are asleep right now, Spirit?
How many people have fell asleep?
I see. Who's? Lead.
Sleep. Just said sleep.
Nexus.
Nexus. Spirit, what does the Nexus have to do with the factory? Oh, yeah, no, that has everything to do with me. My bad.
Here you are.
Action.
Maxine.
All right. Go ahead.
Spirits, can you wake up either Dews or Mike?
Oh.
Wake.
Oh.
Whoa, dude.
This is wild.
How are they?
Wake. Whoa.
Yes. Bob.
Can you tell me who
Yeah.
Bob is?
Bed. Magic.
Please back.
Spirits, can you tell me? Can you tell me what's between Mike's feet right now?
Sam.
It's a beer.
Listen.
It's bougie.
I mean, Modelo is pretty bougie. Depending on who you talk to. How many rings? Sugar bra? How many rings is Mike wearing?
Hey, you.
Mike is wearing 7 rings.
Patient. Something you are witnessing?
Inevitable.
Yeah.
When I asked to wake up one of those, Mike still has it. Spirits, can you wake up Mike right now?
Did you have?
Mike?
These.
Spirits, what do you want from
I
me?
want you.
Oh, you watch me? Good, thank you.
All of them. Fat.
Spirits, I'm not going to stream here at the factory anymore. How do you feel about that?
Nice. Sam. This.
How do you feel that I won't be here anymore?
Ashley. Show him. Up.
Spirits, this may be the last time you speak to me. Are you
Beer.
talking about Sam? Oh,
She got
here. When I asked what was between his feet.
Love you.
Sit there.
Yeah.
What time is it? Leave me.
Everybody, can you hear me?
What?
Everyone take off your headphones real quick, not your masks.
Okay.
How are you all feeling?
Just fine.
Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. Mike, you fell asleep, but that's great. No, because there was a lot of, it was great. It was great. Yeah. It got you relaxed, right? All right, but everyone's good. Everybody's good. Okay, put them back under. Put them back under.
Back on.
We'll do another 5 minutes. Some of these responses are insane. So,
Okay.
Do we get to hear them?
You will eventually, yeah.
They're saying.
They're saying.
Okay. We gotta document this. I turned this off while I was talking to them, and it turned on by itself, and it only went to one channel. I didn't touch it. My hand was like this literally the entire time. When I do this, I always hit this. I always hit channel, and it scans through all the channels. Instead, it got stuck on 3. That's why.
Adam, the wolf.
Who's the wolf?
Quit. I'm out reading.
Who's the wolf?
Meow. Please.
Can you meow for me one more time?
More soft, small.
Spirits, can you give me one more meow?
Which she is around us.
You're gonna do without you.
Rest.
Who's around me?
My eyes. My eyes.
Us. We see him. Yeah.
What do you see?
Medic.
Why is there a medic
They
here?
will all feel.
Why is there a medic here?
Alice?
Glass.
I heard Alice.
New.
What? Arnold.
Please.
The spirits.
The memories.
When I'm here
It
working
gets
at the factory,
all.
can you tell me what I'm doing?
Yeah. She. Zach.
Spirits, can you tell me who Zach is?
Let me see. Boys. Funniest.
Which one of my mods is from Canada?
How many mods have a tail? One of John's mods is wearing a squirrel outfit.
Tail.
But her tail.
Yeah, that was the answer to the first
You.
one.
Just that.
This is classic audio pareidolia. I heard the question, so thought that they said tail, but they actually said hail. Hail is the name or the handle of one of John's guests who is from Canada. So one question might have been answered, but I thought they were answering the other.
Do you have a message you would like to tell us?
Okay. Idiot.
Who's an idiot?
See him.
Spirits, who's an idiot?
Who's an idiot? Us.
Us. Yeah.
Spirits, last question of the evening.
Try one more out.
You want to do one more?
Try one more out.
You.
I don't think I have another good
Do you have ghost up with it? Do you have ghost fox or box or one of those?
Yeah.
Use that one. One of you always get one of your go-tos.
Spirits, I have a question. How many candles are on the table?
It's a yawn. Neck. Men keys.
Spirits, just so everyone knows, now we're on our third app. We're trying a third app.
How many candles are on the table?
See what response we get.
This was great.
Interesting.
Well, thank you, Spirits.
Missed the train.
Did somebody miss their flight?
Spirits, how many of you?
I want a snack wrap.
Spirits, the desserts are out, bro.
Yeah. Spirits.
Sobering.
Spirits, how many? Which dessert is your favorite that's out right now?
Take a look at what those desserts.
There's no rest.
Whose breast?
Protection. Wow.
Spirits, how many of you work long hours?
100%, John.
Wow,
That was crazy.
I thought I was gonna get it.
I'm sorry you had to work so much, Spirits. Was your boss good to you?
Trumpet horn?
Aldi William.
Spirits, was your boss good to you? Spirits, was there anybody you worked with that you didn't like?
It's Morgan.
Why didn't you like working for Morgan? What was wrong with Morgan?
Married.
Yeah, married's a problem for a lot of people.
Yeah. Can you tell me exactly why? Can you give us details?
Tuesday.
Can you tell me exactly how many people are sitting down wearing headphones?
See how Hale just jumped right there? Remember that. That's going to be important later.
Spirits, can you tell me?
F you, Lisa.
What?
Whoa.
That was rude.
Yeah, that was rude, Spirits.
Him first.
It's funny. 'cause
Yeah.
my wife, Lisa,
She just got up to leave.
She just got up to walk out. Yeah.
I just want to quickly show you this in case you missed it when they were saying F you, Lisa. But look in the background. The woman who's pixelated, who stands up and walks away the moment that everyone unanimously says F you, Lisa. That's Lisa, John's wife. Crazy.
Spirits, can you tell me?
F you, Lisa.
Leave. What's your problem with my wife? What's your fucking problem with my wife? Answer me now. Don't go fucking silent on me. What is your problem? What is your problem with my wife?
You guys.
Why won't you answer my question?
Leave me alone.
We're not going to leave you alone.
No, you started this one, Spirits.
Anywhere.
You on my radar now. Answer my question.
You've been drinking.
I'm always drinking. What the fuck's the point?
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, exactly. Answer my question. What?
The noise.
How is she annoying you? She's not bothering anybody.
What did you do, Lisa?
After premise.
What did Lisa do?
Spirit.
Just got up to leave.
Yeah,
Why are you jealous, Spirit?
Why are you honing in on my wife,
In the back
Spirits?
seat.
Are you jealous of Lisa, Spirit?
Oh.
Just one more question and we'll call.
Okay.
That's a good one. One to end.
I'm high.
I'm not Spirit for once.
If it helps. If it helps.
All right, everybody.
All right, everybody. Take a break.
Take yourselves out. Oh, wait. That was something.
That's pretty wild, guys.
Pretty wild.
We had a couple really good.
There was one point I felt like somebody would like reach down and right there.
Really? What, you
And then I
too?
was like, oh yeah, I can't see them.
All right, so hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this organized real quick. Desserts are out. But before we tear
Before we
into
get
it,
up,
one by one, real quick, just tell us briefly how you were feeling during the entire thing. Let's start with the front row. Squirrel, go for it.
Oh, I felt just fine.
Okay.
all good. Okay.
Felt kind of into it.
Were the words clear for you guys when you were listening, or iffy for you, Mike?
Clearly for everybody else, for me, I'm like, I suck at this. You know, that 1 second of a song clip, I'll feel it, but then I was like, and then you're like,
What about you, Mike?
Some was clear, but I mean, like, a lot of it was fuzzy because I found myself
Trancing out?
thinking and
Yeah. Yeah. What about you, Hal?
Okay.
I was super relaxed. It was kind of like electric feeling. And there was a couple times that I got cold. And then the one time that felt like literally somebody was just standing behind me. I heard a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I heard my name a lot.
Yeah, you were.
I heard a snippy.
There was a snippy, but I heard it was a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, Hale was said a lot. You were the loudest, I would say, in terms of like most responsive. Right? No, I mean not in a bad way. It was just like it seems like you
Brian
were.
too, and then Brian was behind her.
Brian was right behind.
Brian had a lot
like,
of.
you guys had a lot. Did you fall asleep?
No.
I could have sworn you fell. Mike, you fell asleep.
No, I didn't.
You 100%. Like,
Like it was very calming. All I heard was a very faint buzzing sound.
Yeah, there was a frequency.
And it felt like somebody
Yeah,
came up on my left shoulder.
that might have been me at one point. I did walk around at one point. When you freaked out though, there was nobody there. I saw that. I have that on camera.
But then I was like, I went to go look and I'm like,
Okay, so Jess, you got up.
Yeah, Jess, what happened?
Tell us what happened.
Will you tell us? Will you share?
She grabbed the back of my neck, but then I didn't think it was her, and I was like, I felt like something right here after that, and so I was like, no. Once they start touching me, no.
Something grabbed my knee.
Really?
You felt something grab your knee physically?
Squeezed my right knee.
Guilty. No, it wasn't me.
I was super calm, relaxed. I just heard a buzzing sound. It felt like somebody was standing on my left side. The whole left side of my body was extremely warm, and it just felt like somebody touched my thigh.
Wow.
I didn't have any need to speak or anything. I was chilling.
there was a woman's voice that came through a lot, and it was always the the boys, man, and it was always this woman, young woman's voice.
Wow.
And I would like get goosebumps every time she came in.
How about you?
Did I hear Mama Lisa once?
Yeah, you did.
Or somebody did.
Well, I heard Lisa.
Where's the end? There was a real like. There was a whole like.
There was like
F you, Lisa.
Yeah.
So
They didn't say the F word. They actually just said
F you.
Yeah.
Lisa.
at the end, my wife gets up.
At that moment she got up to walk away, they said it.
She said, yeah. And then it said leave, and then I got up.
Yeah, and then back seat, 3 men.
I too felt like I had like you guys peeking over.
I'm glad I'm not the
See if we were okay.
Yeah.
No.
So what? I didn't. I walked around once. We had another camera walk around once, but not.
Yeah, nothing
intense.
That was in the
Nobody
first,
walked in
literally the
between.
first 5 minutes. After that, we were just literally just standing right here.
Yeah, there's a couple times I walked over, but not like a lot.
Nothing. Yeah, it was.
You wouldn't have that kind of thing.
Yeah. Wow.
Kind of distracting hearing everything too at times, and then other times I felt like I was totally in this.
So we also switched 3 times. We went from necrophonic to spiritus into Vox. Yeah, Vox was at the end. Yeah, Vox was at the end. The spiritus is when you all were like, "Whoa!" Yeah, and I had the volume like a little bit lower, and it.
It's way different than Gettysburg.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The whoa was
Yeah.
because it was this high pitched frequency, like it hurt. It was so.
Oh, I heard the frequency the whole time, like no matter what.
Well, I could hear that one, but when whatever close to the end was that high.
Wow.
At some point, you were starting to talk. I heard you started talking. Everything just went like completely silent, and then you.
Yes.
Wow. Well, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Really, this is awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah.
You can just leave your headphones on
Yep,
and
leave
share.
right there and go grab some dessert, everybody. All right. Hey, listen. That's pretty wild. There was a lot of good responses.
A lot of good responses.
When me, like, full disclosure, when me and Gary were talking, we were like, it'd be awesome if we get one
good thing out of it.
We got a lot of work to go through with that.
No, it's gonna be a lot.
That's gonna be a lot.
It's gonna
That
be a
was
lot.
awesome.
We'll just set it. It'll be fun.
Good day,
Sounds
man.
good.
Right?
That's a good one. All right, guys.
Wait,
See you next
yeah.
time.
Well, that's it for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time, stay curious.
Melissa, have you ever had a spell that you performed? It worked, but it had consequences. Say, got you ill or made you tired for a couple of days, brought on some strange illness that faded away, something along those lines.
That's a good question. I like that question.
I do.
Welcome everyone to Splintered Spirits. You guys are jumping in quick today. We got we have a guest today. We got a guest.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Robin? I know Robin. Robin always shows up. She's devoted.
I like guests.
Yeah, they're fun. I'm just gonna give the people a minute to jump in. The good people.
Good people.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits Live.
What's going on, everybody?
Week. Hello on Instagram. Anybody? Any Facebookers here? I see a lot of YouTubers.
The Book of Faces.
Book of Faces. Instagram always is, the live always runs weird. At a certain point, one of the frames will go in slow motion, and I don't know why that is. I think it's just an effect of having to run it through like 3 different things.
Could be.
But I like to be on there live, and guys, if you want a better experience, go check us out on YouTube, Splintered Spirits on YouTube.
Yep.
But if you're here, you're here. And welcome. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
They don't
So
stick
what's going on,
around too
Gary?
long.
What's going on in the world
It's going
of
really
Splintered
well,
Spirits?
dude. It's going really well. And oh, wow, we got a big jump in folks. All right. Hey, everybody. We got a guest today in the world of the paranormal. We have another witch, an American witch, if you will. And she's a lot of fun.
A witchy sauce?
Yeah, I got to tell you, it's like, I like meeting these witches. There's something about these witches that are really fun. And, you know, I sat with a really popular one off of TV, Patty Negri. That episode's coming up. I guess we'll talk a little business first. You know, Tuesday we got a new episode with Monique Too Soon.
She was so fun.
And also this week, since it's February, and that is our 1 month, that's the month where we started to hit our 1-year anniversary. I'm going to drop 3 episodes in advance on YouTube. So if you're a subscriber, you will get to see early our Group Estes experiment, our Chip Coffee interview, and our Skeptic interview with James Underwood. I'm going to drop all 3 of those.
Awesome.
So those are 3 ones that only if you're a subscriber on YouTube, you'll get to see in advance. But don't worry, they will be out over the course of the month.
Yes.
That's fun. And our guest today, let's get her. I don't want to keep her waiting too long, and we want to get into it, and the people don't want to hear us talk all day about nonsense.
Let's get her in.
Let's get her in. This is Melissa St. Hilaire. She is a witch, a medium, an animal psychic. I've always wanted to meet an animal psychic. Look, she shares spells, witchcraft, tips, and magically irreverent memes with a massive online community she has. She's a professional writer. She wrote this book, which I read, 30 Real Signs from the Afterlife. I hope that's not coming up backwards for the people, you know, like how it does when you flip the camera around. But it's called 30 Real Signs from the Afterlife. Best-selling author. She helps people recognize and interpret the subtle ways the other side reaches out. So all of this, her whole book is about like how to recognize what you're seeing, right? How to recognize these signs. Through private readings, custom spells, teaching, Melissa bridges practical magic and spirit communication, making the unseen feel a little more familiar. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for Melissa St. Hilaire? I think she's got some fans in here already. People who know her, which I love.
Oh, very cool. Very cool.
Let's bring her in. Let's bring her in.
Yeah, let's bring her in.
It's time. It's time.
It's
right?
time.
It's time. It's time. Melissa, welcome to Splintered Spirits.
Thank you for having me. Happy to be here.
Oh, it's great. Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
Well, you know, it depends on what you mean by good and bad. No,
I like
that answer.
I know, right? I sat down with Patty Negri, right? And she told me about this bad witch that she met once. Cause like Zach Baggins likes to punk her a lot or try to dunk on her by like surprising her. Like, guess what? We brought the bad witch this week, right? You know, to do that to her. And then it gets funny because then that bad witch died. So it's, you know, she's outlived her, but you know, Patty considers herself a good witch, right? But I've never met bad witch.
Yeah.
And all these witches I meet, look, they're all like they're all super good looking. And it's like, I wonder if like there's one out there who's like, I need to find like a sea hag with like the big wart who's gonna hex people. Like that's my next. I want to come in like from the dark side of things. But I don't know.
Well, I could probably hook you up with people.
Do you know some? Do you know some dark witches? Like some real evil shit?
Totally, yeah. I mean, I personally think of myself as like a gray witch. You know, I try to be good. I think of it, I'm sort of, you know, if you look at like, you know, there's chaotic good, chaotic evil, chaotic neutral. I'm like chaotic good. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But like in the grand scheme of things, I don't ever want to hurt anybody. I don't ever want to, cause it hurts me to hurt others. I can't even step on an ant. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So, I'm more of like a protection witch, but I can get angry and I can do little reversal spells and things like that. I personally, and I've learned about hexes because I think it's important to study everything and know what people can do. But I do know several witches who do very, very
dark magic,
what you could call harmful. Yeah, harmful
Wow.
magic, you know what I mean? And, and some of them with good reason, maybe they're fighting, for justice or what have you, you know what I mean? But, and I support them, you know what I
Now,
mean?
I've been
Like, go
listen.
for
Wait a
it.
second, though, Melissa. I've been checking out your feed as of late. Have you not tried to put a couple little hexes on the old folks over at ICE? I've seen these sigils you're dropping.
Well,
I don't blame you. Is that? I mean, are we
Yeah,
starting to
well, mine aren't
embrace
really
the dark side?
I wouldn't call these dark though, because I know that because all of us witches, we all have our fortes and we'll do different things that we're good at. And I'm kind of a weird whiz at sigils. I've been doing them since like the 90s, And but I kind of come at it from more of a protection side. But the sigils that I have right now, I do have an anti-ice one. I have two anti-ice ones. One of them is just to remove them from our streets, and it's designed to be a shield and just push back. Do you know what I mean? Kind of like old warrior style. And then the other one is started as an anti-you-know-who spell.
He shall not be
And
named.
then it kind of expanded into yeah, I don't want to say his name because but it started with just focusing on him, and then I added Project 2025 and I added ice to that. But really I wasn't hexing him or anything like that because I personally just don't want to do that and others are better at it than me, honestly. But I'm super good at protection and I'm super good at like truth will out spells, like getting people to reveal things that they don't really want to reveal, things like that. So
shit.
that was my focus with that spell, was to kind of get him to um trip on his own feet, if you will, and lose followers because of it.
So, Melissa, look, where
No.
you know
Did you lose
you've
me?
no,
No,
I'm
you're
here.
good. You're good.
No, you're good. You're good. No, I love it. I love it. And the fact that this is the kind of thing that you do, and that you've really developed a craft for this angle of your witchcraft for sure. What was it? Tell me about the start of it for you. Like, when did it start from like just feeling witchy and being into this, going through your Stevie Nicks phase into this is a real thing. This is something I want to focus on. This is, an ability.
Right. Wow. Good question. I hate using the word dabble because it can be kind of negative, but for a long time when I was a teenager, I was dabbling basically. I did do research, but I didn't have a teacher. I was a book witch basically. Honestly, wasn't until I was an adult and I sort of stumbled into a couple of witchcraft stores in California, and there were, elder witches there who were like, you have a gift, you have something. And at first I was like, oh, whatever, shut up. And, but they were like, no, you have something, and, take classes, learn under us, hone your skills. And so I just dove headfirst into classes. And that was about, I don't know, 15 years ago, I want to say now.
Okay. And you are also a medium. So you communicate with spirit, correct?
Correct. Yes. And for many years, not on purpose.
Really? What is that like?
Do you use any of the communication with the spirits for your craft?
All the time, to the point where I kind of started calling my craft spirit craft, just to myself, and because what I found was prior to merging the two, like I used to think there were two separate things. I thought witchcraft was here and mediumship is here and never the twain shall meet, and then one day I was kind of experimenting and I was like, well, what would happen if I called on this particular spirit or whatever to help with a spell? Like, would anything happen? And the spell was like 10 times more potent. I mean, it started working like that. And I was like, oh, I see. But then but there's like it's a touchy thing because you don't want to take advantage, or at least I don't want to ever like make a spirit do something against their will. That's not my thing. So the way I kind of work it is, if I'm doing a spell for myself, I talk to my own guides and I just say, can you boost this? If I'm working for a client, I'll call on their guides to help.
Interesting. I see. Now, was there an early experience for you, Melissa, where an experience with spirit or the afterlife that anchors how you work today? Can you point to any particular moment that sort of said, okay, this is how I do what I do?
Wow. I feel like that's a combination of things because it's really like multiple moments all kind of wrapped in one. So I'll do my best to explain it. Because the biggest kind of rewarding thing for me, I would say, in my practice and dealing with spirits is helping certain spirits to ascend and cross over. And I feel like that anchors everything that I do, because even though I might do, help someone with, maybe their marriage needs a little love boost spell or something, or someone needs a new job, even though I do those spells for living people, my real goal is to focus on helping spirits because they come to me all the time. And many, many years ago, way before I would have ever dared to call myself a medium, I lived in this little 1-bedroom apartment in Koreatown, and there was a young boy spirit that kept popping up in the apartment, and
God,
very
those
clear
are
to
the
me.
worst kind. They're the worst
Right?
kind. I'm
Very
sorry.
clear. I wanna say
Those little boys and old women spirits are the scariest, without question.
super scary.
Super scary. The
He was
worst. I'm
probably
not
like I
kidding.
want to say preteen.
Yeah, terrifying. I get it.
Yeah.
It's awful.
He had dark hair, right?
I saw The Grudge.
But he would appear all the time. And for a while, I kind of thought like, am I losing my mind? Like, is this real or am I like cuckoo? And then one day I turned to my husband and I was like, do you see the little boy ghost here? And he was like, you see him too? And so that was a moment where I realized, okay, so I'm not crazy, or we both are. And I talked to a dear friend of mine. Her name is Amy Wallace. She's no longer with us, but she was a student of Carlos Castaneda, if you've ever heard of him. And when I told her about it, she said, if they're coming to you like this, then your job is to help them pass. You have to help them ascend. And she taught me how to do it. So I did this whole little ritual, and then we never saw him again. And then one day, many years later, she passed away. And I kind of went through the same thing with her. And it was after that I realized, oh, shoot, this is my calling. Like, I have to help people with this, whether it's helping the living with the dead or helping the dead to go on.
So, Melissa, what do you think spirits are? If that is a big part of it, that you think they're here and they have to move on, what do you think spirits are and where do you think that they are going?
That is a really good question. I wish that I could tell you like a definitive answer, but I really truly believe that none of us really know. I think
Well,
that
of
we all
course not.
kind
Nobody
of
knows. Of course
an
not. Nobody
idea.
really knows. So what do you think? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I kind of feel like, so I have this weird theory that the center of the universe from which the Big Bang and everything comes from, that in that very center is this sort of like super condensed, if you want to call it heaven, you want to call it the beginning and the ending of everything. To me, the center of the universe is where all spirits come from and all spirits go to. And those who have sort of accepted death and allowed themselves to ascend would sort of go to this place. But the weird thing about this place is once you're in spirit form, at least how I see it, there's no time. If a human tried to go to the center of the universe, we would make it, but a spirit can, in a blink of an eye, faster than I can even explain any of this, travel from there to here. Now, the reason why some spirits, get trapped is, there's lots of reasons for that. But typically, I feel like there are some spirits who for whatever reason, they can't let go. They cannot go to that place. They're afraid of it, or they don't understand that they're dead, or whatever the case may be. And so as to what they are, what they're made of, to me, it's some sort of like, it's weird to describe, but I see it as sort of like a sentient, energetic plasm, if you will.
That's interesting. Sort of, look, that plays into a lot of what, of an idea of consciousness or energy, and a collective consciousness seems to be more of your angle into it, which is listen, it's no
Total.
stranger than anything else. You know what I mean? It's not, who knows what it is? That's what I love asking people, especially people who communicate with spirits, what they're finding and how they interpret it, right? So in your book, 30 Real Signs from the Afterlife, which is interesting because it's like you really try to help people understand what it is they might be seeing and how that relates. So when you sat down to write this, what was the problem or confusion you were seeing a lot of in people that you were trying to solve for them?
Great question. Really, it was that I truly believe, I know this is going to sound a little bombastic, but I truly believe that we are all mediums. I really do. And I truly believe that we are all being contacted by spirits, but that we shut it off. Maybe it's, when we were children going and learning language and integrating into society. I know when I was a kid and I went to school, I was teased relentlessly for being very weird. Like I would know things about people I shouldn't know, and I would say things that it just didn't make sense for a child to say. And I know I was channeling. Now I do. At the time I didn't, so I feel like I really kind of just wanted to normalize it. And I wanted to make it like easy, practical, digestible. So I went and I took like a bazillion books, all these esoteric, complicated, hard to read, books. And I just took all the information and tried to distill it down into the simplest steps. So anybody with any degree of ability could potentially, communicate with spirit, or at least interpret signs from them.
What is there any one particular sign that you described that people consistently overlook or misinterpret?
Oh, wow. I would say there's two, actually. I would say one would be flickering lights. I feel like a lot of times people misinterpret flickering lights. Obviously, you have to rule out any electrical problems. Like, I'm a big, big proponent of debunk first. But once you've done that, sometimes people will be like, oh, it's just haunted. Well, maybe there's a message. Why are they flickering the light? What could that possibly mean? And why the light versus anything else that they could do? Are they shining a light on something? Are they trying to get your attention? Are they trying to get you to see something you're missing? So I feel like a lot of times people will poo-poo a sign, but they're without reading into it. And then another one would be like birds and butterflies and flying things. Yeah. And also wind. So sorry, there's three. I find that, obviously if it's a windy day, you can't, that's not going to mean anything. But on really calm days, I started doing this experiment where I would go, okay, if there are any spirits present, can you just whip up just a little bit of wind? Just make this one tree just wiggle, and it works. And it's bizarre, and then another would be birds, like I had a client that I spoke to earlier today, and I was like a little mediumship moment, and I can't go into details, but it had a bird thing to it where I was like, oh, I see birds
some
all of a
HIPAA
sudden,
rules or something? Does it violate some HIPAA
It's
rules?
just personal,
you don't have to say it. All right. All right. Tell us.
Yeah,
No, give us the dirt.
personal. There's certain
Give us the tea, man. Don't say their name, but just tell people want to hear,
but
like,
it's
what are they
just,
coming to see?
like some people. Well, what it is, here's an example. Okay, this happened to
Okay,
my
please.
mom, and I can share this. She won't mind. So and she doesn't believe in any of this stuff at all. Like, she's like, no, there's no such thing as afterlife. You're making it all up. And I'm like, you know me. I grew up as the worst liar you've ever met. Like, I couldn't, like, I was in trouble because I would just be like, oh, I did it. So, like, she knows that I could never, fake this stuff. If I could, I'd be a freaking A-list actress. Hello. She's like, well, Melissa, do you think that this could be a sign? And she says this whole thing about how after my grandma passed, she went out into the yard and she just kind of talked to the plants and the flowers and said, well, Mom, if you're here, can you give a sign? Well, that spring, a bunch of violets blossomed. And here's the weird thing. Prior to this, my mom has never had violets in her yard. After this occasion, she never had them again. My grandmother's favorite flower, violets. And so I'm like, that's a sign. Do you know what I mean? That's like, come on. but she's like, no, it was just a weird coincidence.
All right, but wait, I cut you off on the birds thing. What is it about birds that people misinterpret? What's so weird about that?
Right, yes. So the thing about birds, I think a lot of people just assume that, if like suddenly a flock of birds shows up and you're thinking about someone who's passed away, maybe their anniversary is coming up or the anniversary of their death. And, that's a sign, like I think a lot of people just ignore things that seem just super like normal daily occurrence. But if you've never had a flock of birds in your yard and all of a sudden you do, and it's tied to someone you're thinking about who's passed, or it's tied to a special day or something like that. Or maybe you're, going through something and you feel you're, calling out for help or praying. To me, when those flock of birds or whatever it is shows up, that's a sign. They're saying it's the spirit sending, it's called psychopumps in Greek, ancient Greek. And basically it means messenger of the dead. It's beings that the spirits sort of send to the living world to send their support or guidance, what have you.
Melissa, how do you then sort out, and then, well, look, you're an expert in it. So then how would a layman sort out what a sign is versus, the brain, pattern making? You know what I mean? How do you distinguish it?
Right. No, that's a great question. And it actually addresses a negative review I got in my book. Someone went in and reviewed my book on Audible and was like, oh, I was totally into this book until I get to this one point. And she's like, everything can be a sign. And I was like, well, you're missing the discernment. Yes. It's not that everything can or is a sign. It's that anything can be a sign. It's the situation and the circumstances around it that determine whether or not it is a sign. For example, if you get a bunch of hummingbirds in your backyard all the time and they just show up, well, then it's probably not a sign. But if you never get them and you say, oh, grandma, please, please, please give me a sign. And then 2 seconds later, you step outside. And then 2 seconds later, a hummingbird swirls around your head and zooms off. Sign. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, one feels it right. One is, you have to look, it's not just a coincidence if you're feeling this way and it happens when you're feeling it versus, and it's unique to where you are somehow. Okay. I could buy into that for sure. I mean, that's wild.
Exactly.
Another thing that you talk about a lot in your book, which I loved, is animal communication. And how does that differ from human mediumship? Are animals talking to you like they're people now? Like, are you literally hearing a dog talk as a person, or are you still hearing, like, do you know what I'm saying? Or is it like an ET situation where you feel what they feel, not hear their thoughts? You know what I mean? Elliot could feel what ET was feeling. He didn't know what ET was thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I want to say it's a combination. It's kind of all of the above. My funny story about animal communication is when I was a kid, our neighbors, I grew up in Upton, Mass, very rural, cornfields and woods. And my neighbor had a German Shepherd. And I told my whole family, everybody, that the German Shepherd's name was Skippy. And so my whole family called it Skippy or Skipper, And then one day they heard the neighbors call the dog and the neighbors are yelling, Timber, Timber. So my mom comes up to me and she goes, Melissa, Missy, that's what they called me. She goes, Missy, why on earth did you tell me that the dog's name is Skipper when the people named it Timber? Like what, And I go, well, that's what the dog told me his name was.
All right, now, okay. All right. No, but Melissa, for real, like how did the dog tell you its name? Like in English, was it like a Zootopia thing? Like listen, I love my dogs. If you're telling me I can talk to my dogs after they pass, it would mean a lot. But like, is it a real conversation, or how do you know, what are you feeling or sensing when you say the dog told you?
It's a combination of things. I get pictures in my mind, and I get, so clairvoyance, basically. I will also get claircognizance, which is where you just know things and you cannot explain why. You don't hear it, you don't see it, you just know it. You're not even feeling it, you just know it. I also get clairsentient, so I also feel things in my body. But I also have clairaudience, so I will also directly hear words. more often than not with animals, it's pictures and feelings. Sometimes, lots of times with cats, it's claircognizance. They just, I don't know how they do it. Cats can just beam stuff into my head and I just know it.
That's because cats are awesome.
All you witches, all
Yeah,
you
then they're
witches and
aliens.
cats, all you witches and your cats. That's the whole thing.
It's true. Dogs,
That's a different vibe.
I feel dogs. Yeah. And
That's
then
because they care more.
with certain animals, I do get.
100%.
Yep. True.
I have a couple more. I have a bunch of questions for you on this stuff because
Gary's like, I just want to talk to my dogs.
No, I just want to talk to my dogs. Are you
Talk to my
kidding me?
dog. That's it.
I would love to talk to my dogs. I had my last dog, man,
It's
lasted
awesome.
17 years. My last dog lasted 17 years.
That's
It's
actually
crazy.
that's
He was a miniature pincher, dude. He lives a lot. You know, little dogs live a little bit longer than most, but it was
that was the I think I remember. Is that the one my mother painted the picture of on the
Yeah.
table?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I have the
Maximus. Yeah, man, I would love to talk to Max. It's great.
as he's like, "What's up, fucker?"
Yeah. Hey, you tell me like my name's not Max.
Yeah.
You gave me that
My name's
stupid ass
Steven.
name.
Yeah, my name's Steven, Gary.
Yeah, Steven. It's like Baron von this the third.
Oh, totally.
You know,
Cats have
Melissa,
wackadoodle real names.
like what are they Egyptian? I feel like cats. Something about cats reminds me of
I mean,
like they're
all
all
kind-
Egyptian or some shit.
I
Like from
get,
the
you know,
pharaohs.
like I have a tendency to name the names that they tell me. So my cats end up with weird names. I had one cat that showed up and he was like, "I'm Jupiter." And I was like, "Okay, you are Jupiter."
Oh, I see. So you're not all the pets you have, you never name them. They've told you their names.
They've named themselves.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's so
most of them.
great.
There's a couple that I did name because I couldn't get anything from them. There's one who we call Lulu Momo, who she chose her name. The Lulu Momo part is a nickname that I gave her because the name she chose for herself was Lucifer Morningstar. And I was like, we're gonna change that a little bit. Thanks.
That's a great name for a band. Lucifer Morningstar.
Right.
That's a great name for a band. All right, I want to get serious with you for a second.
And she's the devil.
Oh, is she Black Cat?
She's
Is that
a
Black Cat?
tortie, and if you know anything about torties, they have tortoiseshell cats. Tortitude.
Wow. All right. I want to get serious for this second because you're also a teacher, Melissa. You teach this stuff. So,
Yeah.
you know, you share spells, witch tips. How do you balance, you know, a serious side of magic as a teacher, but still, you know, try to have a sense of humor when you're making memes and videos and stuff like that? How do you create a sort of sense of credibility and sincerity in that for people who are doing it? I find that to be very difficult.
It's very difficult. A lot of my scrutiny comes down to the fact I'm always joking around and having a good time, and then people are like, "Oh, this isn't real. Look at the way he's acting," and it's like, wait a second.
We get it constantly even on this podcast because I'm trying to educate myself and ask questions and have fun doing it, and people are like, "You're not serious," you know. So, but that I don't think these two are necessarily the same. How do you do that? How do you do it?
Well, it's kind of simple, actually. I don't take myself seriously, but I take the work seriously. And that's really how I differentiate, you know? I'm a goofy, silly person. I really am. I'm a dad joke extraordinaire. I love puns. You know, I love memes. Like I could just sit and make memes all day if I had the time, you know? So like, I know I'm a goofy person. And so I kind of I just allow myself to just be myself, you know? And I think a lot of that is like, you know, growing up in a household with like, you know, dad with a temper problem and a grandpa with a temper. You know, I had to make my mom laugh. I had to make my grandma laugh. So it's like, I just, you know, I learned very early that if you could make people laugh, you could cheer them up and you could disarm them, you know? And, but when it comes to the work, to mediumship and to witchcraft, that I take extremely seriously. And I try very hard to only share good information that I've vetted. You know, I try to share only sigils of spells that I've actually done myself and checked. You know what I mean? Like, so even before I shared my anti-ice shield sigil that went viral, I had worked on that a long time previously and been slowly using it and incorporating it and what have you. And I didn't post it publicly until I was called to, you know.
Melissa, how do you test a sigil? Like, how does it like, first I'm going to work on this, like there's a group of, here's a couple of dicks I know, I got to push them away, so I'll test it on these guys. And then if it works on them, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, how do you test a magic spell to make it so big, to make it bigger, to know that it's going to work?
Well, it depends on the purpose. So most sigils originally were intended to work on the self, so it was meant to, like, maybe you wanted to break a bad habit or whatever. So you created it to work on your own subconscious, and then it would over time kind of rewire your brain. But when you are doing something like this, where I call it sigil craft for activism, and you're trying to literally create a symbol that is meant to go viral. It's meant to go into people's subconscious and create change on a fundamental level. But the only way for it to work is if it goes viral, because it has to reach a lot of minds. So how I start that is I send it to friends first. I send it to my fellow witches. I have this one friend. I don't know if she would want me to say her name, but she's I'll say her handle. Her handle is Blacker Magic, and she's a very cool witch. And I'll send her sigils way before I send to anybody else, just to get her vibe. I'll be like, what, like, does this feel good to you? What do you get on this? And she'll use them and report back. And I have a few other people like that. So, and then I'll kind of branch out. Like, I have a private group, I forget what it's called, but on Instagram, like, people can sign up for just certain, like, announcements or whatever. I rarely use it, but I will periodically throw a sigil in there and just be like, oh, like, let's see if this does anything with just these 500 people, And so I kind of work my way up. And then once I get to a place. Exactly.
Right.
Totally. That's it. Yeah. Thank you.
It.
You nailed it.
All right. So some just quick questions in the chat. People are saying, what's a sigil? A sigil is a symbol in another, it's basically like a symbol with some, in your case, you're putting witchcraft behind it.
Listen, you don't have to answer with your words, okay? You don't have to answer with your words. Do you sneak sigils in your memes?
I do.
Out to the public? You do? Okay. I figured you did.
No shit.
I figured you did. I figured you did. That's actually, but they're probably positive ones, right? They're probably all like just to, better help your community and.
Yeah, it's all positive.
Look at you.
All right. It's
all positive.
Abundance.
Thank you for answering.
Right. Now,
your secret safe here on Splintered Spirits.
No, we're not going to tell anybody. Now we're all going to be, no, it's smart. That's smart, she said, because now we're going to look at every one of her memes that comes out and try to find the hidden sigil in it.
Yeah, right.
Keep time on it.
Yep.
Keep that, attention. Do you deal with a lot of people who are grieving, Melissa? I feel like for mediumship and witchcraft, a lot of people come in that respect, and a lot of people we've interviewed, a lot of people I've interviewed, it's usually the starting place for a lot of it is grief counseling and everything else. What is your approach to that when it comes to what your work with symbols and sigils, and how does that play into your work?
I hold space. I've lost a lot of people that I loved more than anybody else on the planet. And so I know how it feels, and I also know that we all grieve differently and we all need space to grieve. And I feel like our society doesn't really give us enough space to grieve. And, I feel like that is one of the that's one of the part of the struggle for people, right? Is they need more time and more space and more support. So I just try to hold that space as best I can. I really listen. I read people really well, so I learn very quickly how to hold space for them and what I need to do for them. Some people just need to talk and other people just need to listen, and many a mix of both. So I just do what I can.
Sure. Do you ever go on ghost hunts or things like that? Do you investigate places with teams, or you ever go into that space?
I do. That's actually my favorite thing to do. I was obsessed with it when I was a kid, and I would watch the original Ghost Hunters show with as Grant and Jason, right? I loved them so much. I just thought they were the coolest, and I wanted to be them so bad. And then when the pandemic hit, I got this amazing opportunity from Susan Slaughter. I don't know if you know her, but she's amazing. And she invited me to go on Dark Zone and do like a live streaming ghost hunt at the Los Angeles Police Museum. And
Oh.
it was the most fun I've ever had in my entire life. And I'd go on as many ghost hunts as people will invite me to.
Really? What do you discover? What is it? What do you get out of it? You know, when you're out there, especially, are they all looking to be crossed over? I mean, you know, you said, because earlier you said, you know, spirits come to you, but now when you're on a ghost hunt, you're going into their space, right? They're not coming to you for your help.
Yes.
You're sort of forcing yourself into them. So do they want to be crossed over? What do you feel different, if anything?
I mean, it really depends on the space. It's vastly different. There was a hotel called Glen Tavern Inn in Santa Paula, California. And I've done several hunts there. I actually kind of like to call them investigations because ghost hunt sounds kind of like, but but I've done several investigations there, and we actually kind of got into like a rapport with some of the spirits there. And we had this amazing experience where where spirits basically came to us and asked for help. And I felt that. And then I shared it with the team, and they kind of use me as a barometer, and then they get out the gadgets, you know? So I say what I feel, and then they kind of validate with, you know, EVP or whatever they're using. And we were able to get, you know, voices asking for help. And we had quite a few mediums that day. So we created sort of a prayer circle, if you will, and we just opened up a space to sort of help usher them through. And weirdly enough, as we were, you know, sort of nudging them towards ascendance, if you will, there was a whoosh sound in the EVP.
That's weird.
And then it went quiet after that.
Well, that's fun. That's like fun when you catch that.
Yeah. It was weird. It was really
Some
weird.
people in the chat some people in the chat are asking, they want to know, how do you know where they are crossing over to? Is this part of what you believe they're crossing over into that center of the universe zone? You know, for sure, but right? Or is there another possibility that we don't?
Yeah.
Right? That's Cass, I hope
Honestly,
that answers
I've
your
only
question.
ever seen one. Yeah, I've only
Okay.
ever seen like one place that people kind of go to. But there are degrees of that place, if you will, tiers, hierarchy. So, you know, some people pass and they were horrible, rotten, despicable people. And so they're like low in there, you know what I mean? They're like they're in the trenches. They've got to, you know, their spirit needs training, you know, and a lot of times
Okay.
I've, from what they've told me, lots of times those souls have to come back and reincarnate till they kind of get it right. And that like, and then there's sort of like a hierarchy of like, if they've gotten it right, then they can become, you know, spirit guides or ancestors or whatever you want to call it. And then according to my grandmother, who's on the other side, that one of them, the other one's still here, 102, but still here.
Wow.
But the one on the other side, she told me there's even a place that the dead then go to. Like when you're in the spirit realm, some of them do come back, but some of them, once they've gotten through their training on the other side, that they even have a place that they then go to. But they don't know what that is. So it's like they have their own version of a death that we have. So, I mean, I'm still trying to figure that out. I don't really even totally understand it.
So that's something you picked up. That's like that's just from some communication from the how do I say this? From the communication you've received, you are starting to believe that there is even another level for within this other
Yes.
side where spirits are. That's a really interesting outlook on
Totally.
what's going on and what you're hearing. What do you
Yeah.
use any
Yeah.
tools in your divination sort of work? Like, do you have any go-to, you know, what do you use anything to help you
Yeah.
communicate? What are your go-to tools?
I do. Well, when I was younger, it was tarot. That was my gateway tool. And now I love dowsing rods. I don't know what it is. There's something, they're so simple and pure. So I feel like if I get stuck, or I feel like if I'm, you know, having trouble getting an answer for somebody, I will grab the rods, and it removes my ego, my consciousness, my because it's the human that's infallible, or that's fallible. I mean, it's the human that's fallible, right? So like when I use the rods, it kind of bypasses the fallible human brain and just gives the answer.
Right. Right. No, it's those dowsing rods are interesting because I held them once, and you would have thought I had like Parkinson's or something. I couldn't hold them steady. You know what I mean? Like but I wasn't. I was trying to hold them steady, and they just kept doing it. So it's like then I watched somebody like hold them, and I'm like, how do you hold them? Like so steady. Without, and then to be able to then say to me, not only can I hold these steady, I can make them move on command. I find like a really hard to believe that you can move these on command because they're so sensitive to movement. Like you would have to, like the mic, I just don't really, it's weird to be so precise. To be surgical with those things would take a whole other level of skill. To me, I don't know. It seems odd. But yeah, a lot of people. Well, that's why they're called witch sticks, right? I mean, that's what the witches dig them. What's coming up next for you, Melissa? And where can people find you?
People can find me on AmericanWitch13.com. That's my website. It's a little behind right now. I need to update it. And they can also find me. I'm very active on Instagram and Threads, and that's also American Witch 13. I'm also on Facebook and miscellaneous others, but I'm on TikTok and whatnot, but I'm not as active on those. I'm really like deep diving into politics right now. So I kind of like tell people like, if you don't like
It's hard not to.
politics, follow me on Facebook or somewhere else. Yeah.
Right. Well, it's hard not to right now. It's a little bit hot. The world's a little bit hot right now, so it's hard not to do that. But is it? And well, sorry. So American Witch 13. Can people go on there and get readings from you via online? You do that?
I don't do online readings because I like to talk to people. I like to be personable. So I do Zoom. I do phone readings. I can do in person. That's very rare though. But they can book me through the Green Man store in Burbank, California. And then also there's forums on my website too if they want to. Yeah.
Got it. I look at Zoom as online. I don't know what other version of online. Like that means, like they don't have to go in the room with you. They can do it via the thing. Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's great. I mean, look, I don't have, I like your energy so much. It's you're very fun. You keep everything upbeat, and it's how necessary is that to have right now because of how you maintain that, considering what you're trying to fight against versus what you're trying to help people is interesting to me. How you keep, I like how you do that. I like how you create your own sort of, sigils and spells. What's a good go-to spell for people? What's your like most requested spell?
Oh, honestly, I would say, gosh, what is my, money spells are pretty, a lot of people right now are struggling.
Probably money and romance, right?
Yeah.
Probably get money and romance like crazy.
Right.
Exactly.
Money,
Yeah. That's,
right. I guess
people are struggling now.
What's your favorite spell?
Oh, my favorite spell. Oh gosh, it's gonna sound a little silly, but it's a glamour spell. It's not, but it's not what people think. If you watch The Craft, they do the Hollywood glamour. And oh, I changed my hair color, but which is cool. I mean, I love don't get me wrong. The Craft is one of my favorite movies ever.
Sure.
But really, the way that I think of a glamour spell is more about working on the inner to give yourself confidence, to build yourself up so that when you go out into the world and accomplish whatever it is you want to accomplish, you can hold your head high and you can win people over with this inner confidence that glows out. And I love doing that spell for people.
What is it? Can you tell us what do they have to do, or what can they do at home? Or?
Yeah. There's a couple of different ways. If I do it through the Green Man store, we do either candle spells or charm bags. The candle spell is more bombastic. It's fire, so it's immediate. You know what I mean? And a charm bag is more like you put all the little doodads into a little bag and you just carry it in your pocket. And, it depends on what they want it for. But I typically, for things like glamour, I recommend charm bag because you're carrying it with you. It's like you always have it working on you. And if you want me to share my secret ingredient, I will.
What is it? What's the secret ingredient?
Yeah, so the secret ingredient is so at the Green Man store, they have this blend, this incense blend. It's not even really like meant for spells. It's just an incense blend. But it's called Bell Book and Candle, and it was created because some friends of mine had this amazing burlesque show, and it's the same name. And that's Pleasant Gaiman and Shauna Leilani. But anyway, so their blend, it has this sort of like musky, sexy, kind of strong, earthy scent, and then it also has glitter in it. And I just find it just every time I don't even know what's in there, to be honest. It's a store secret. But man, it's potent, and it just makes you feel powerful.
No shit. See, that's cool.
Melissa, have you ever had a spell that you performed? It worked, but it had consequences. Say, got you ill or made you tired for a couple of days, brought on some strange illness that faded away, something along those lines.
That's a good question. I like that question.
I do. I'm like, wow, I've never shared this with anybody before. And it's kind of it's actually kind of dark. Yeah.
Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Okay. I apologize if it gets dark. So many years ago, I desperately wanted to be famous. Like I moved to LA to work in film and the whole, I got over that. But that's what I wanted. And so I did this massive spell to make myself famous. And I can already feel so many witches roll their eyes at me. But, the thing is we all make mistakes and it's a learning process, right? And this was like 30 years ago. So I've evolved. But that spell literally made me go crazy. And when I'm not exaggerating, I was put on medication that altered my brain chemistry and made me go psychotic. Literally, I had to be like institutionalized. It was I'm no joke. It was a whole thing. And when I came out from the other side, they were basically like, yeah, like you were misdiagnosed. You're not crazy. You should have never been put on anything. You're just a medium. Like there's other ways to deal with this. You don't need, you know what I mean? And they were like, so you never should have been put on any of that stuff in the first place, because that was what caused the medication. It was antidepressant, and that's what caused the problem. And then shortly after that, like once I kind of worked through all the, it was and then, therapy and, nutrition, exercise, meditation, yoga to fix myself. Then I got published, like things started happening. Do you know what I mean? Like the
law of equivalent exchange, you had to pay the piper.
Yep, exactly. The coin was hard on that one. Yep.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah.
That's what I always found interesting about
no famous spells.
Spellcraft, witchcraft, whatever you want to call it. You can put many labels on so many things. When it works, it extracts a toll.
Yep.
And some people just aren't ready to deal with those consequences. It's almost like a be careful what you wish for sort of scenario, but you're still wishing for it. So, Melissa, you wouldn't change any of that. If you were able to go back in time, you would literally do the same thing all over again.
Yep.
Right? And that's why it worked in 10, but it took a toll. Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love it.
I have to say it also like opened my mind to mediumship, because prior to that, I was very much like, I tried to be in the real world. You know what I mean? Even though I had all these experiences, I would oftentimes doubt myself or second guess myself. And I literally had to lose my mind to find myself. And when I came through the other side, there was a brief period of time where I actually was like atheist. When I came out of there, I was like, nothing, none of it's real. It's all crap. And then shortly after that, my friend Amy passed away, and she came to me almost immediately after she died, whispered in my ear, clear as day, like you couldn't deny it. And I was like, okay, all right, fine. I've gotten I got the stamp of, seal of approval, the sanity stamp, right, on my forehead. So now when I'm experiencing a spirit, I can say, this is like real. Whoa. you know.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate that.
No,
I know
it's
sometimes the harder stories are, a bit much to say and, bring back into the forefront of the memory. So thank you.
yeah, that's great. Listen, Melissa, thank you so much for
Yeah, really, thank you.
jumping on live with us today. It's a pleasure to meet you and hear your story. I loved your book because I love it's a book, guys. Again, 30 real signs from the afterlife. And what's great about it's one of those things where you're like, oh yeah, what the hell is that? What's that? What does that mean? It's very clear cut in that sense. And it's a good, to get, one person, Melissa's perspective on this could be what this is if you are here in this stage of your life and this is what you're experiencing. You should definitely check it out. I will have links to all of these things in the link tree in my bio and links to Melissa, the American Witch. Melissa, look, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It
Oh,
was
thank
wonderful.
you. I love what you both do. And you're amazing, and you're so friendly and welcoming, and just thank you so much. This is so fun.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. It's been an
Thank
absolute
you.
pleasure.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers.
Bye now. It's fun.
Yeah,
Dude,
definitely.
I find witches are super interesting to me.
Love witches.
They
I
gotta
always
love
love the
witches.
witchy sauce. They're always, listen, yes, I've come across some witches where you're like, all right, ugh. But for the most part, the majority of them are just very, very fun, bubbly, and interesting people.
I gotta
They
find
really
a dark
are.
witch. I do have to get a dark witch up on here though. We got to talk to a dark
Well,
witch.
well, you know what's crazy? Like a true dark witch, they're insane. They're insane. Like I came across one, and I didn't even get to see her face to face. She was just, you would think she was schizophrenic. You would think that like they literally fall into that role, and give her another 10, 20 years. She'll have the warts and the dirty look and you know what I'm saying? Like they
Yeah. That's what I
literally
want. I
fall
want a
into
sea
that.
hag. I
Yeah,
want to
but
get a
you'll
sea
never
hag
find
on
one
here.
that'll come on because they won't have the mental capacity to do it.
I
They're
don't
in the
know.
woods right now. They haven't showered in 100 days.
They're like they live in like a candy house. They're
Probably in a brush with the coyotes.
They're trying to lure in. They're like ginger. They live in a gingerbread house. They're trying to lure in Hansel and Gretel. We're very
Yeah.
welcoming.
Yeah.
I mean, we could bring on. I would listen. I want to hear about dark magic. That's
Oh,
what I want.
I'd love to get a dark. I'd love to get a dark magic witch on, one that dabbles in a lot of dark magic, and a sex witch. I want to get a sex magic witch. Ones that use sexual energy and the works and all that.
Yeah, sex
So
witch. That sounds
that
cool.
would be wild to
Is
hear.
that a whole separate witch?
That's a
thing?
whole. Oh yeah. Well, some witches practice in all that, right? They dabble in everything, but some just specify to that one thing. So
Right, a general practitioner is a doctor versus
yeah,
right.
Yeah, but witchcraft,
Right, but for witchcraft. All right, chat. What do you guys got? You got any questions for us today for our live? Anybody want to jump in? Again, that was Melissa St. Hilaire at American Witch 13. You can find her anywhere online. We will have links up in the link tree in the bio here. We hope that you are, if you haven't already, smash that like and subscribe button on YouTube or wherever you're checking us out. If you're watching on Stand Up Paranormal, hop over to Splintered Spirits and make sure you like us there as well. What else? Hey, Melissa, everyone likes her. Anyone else? Yeah, what's not to like? I mean, she's...
what's not to like? She was.
How could you not like her?
You could completely disagree with everything that woman just said, right? You could be like, nah, that's not a sign. No, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Even her political views were nice. She's still an awesome person. Yeah. She was so friendly and so, definitely check her out. Even if you guys disagreed with some of the things she was saying, check her out. Who knows what she might be getting into that you might like.
John, we have someone here who needs you to say. I'm not going to say it because she wants you to say it.
Okay.
But she wants you to say it because she's new here.
Okay.
I'm going to put it on screen. Can you see this?
Let me see. Is it up?
Yeah. Can you see it or no?
Let me log back into because it's not showing up on the. Give me 1 second. No, hold on. Give me 1 second.
I got to put it back up.
Put it back up.
Are you ready?
Yep. Well, it should pop up twice now. So I got, hold on. We got the little delay.
Jesus. We got to get you a better system.
Yep. Well, I'm going to have the computer soon, so that's going to be all set up.
I've been hearing that shit for 3 months. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I want John to say it. Hi, Landon. Is that how you pronounce that?
I
Landon?
think it's
Landon?
I think it's London.
London? Hi, London. Welcome. Thank you for checking out my podcast, Splintered Spirits.
We had to
I'm
work for
John.
that
This
one.
is my co-host Gary, and we we get into all things, well, spirits, paranormal, witchy, you name it. You know.
Hey,
And welcome.
London. Sorry that took so long, but thank you. I hope you're still
Is
there.
that really London? Is that how you say that? London?
I think it's London.
horrible
I think that's London. I think it's London. It's just spelled with a Y.
But I would never be able to register that, and I'd keep calling her Layden every time. What's up, Layden? you know.
That's funny, man.
Yes.
What else? Anybody else got anything new? Again, what can I tell you, good people? You know, just remember Tuesday, brand new episode with Monique Too Soon.
Yep.
The drag queen paranormal investigator. She just wrote a book too, and she's a lot of fun. That's a whole different vibe, dude. The things, the energy,
yeah.
the energy that, and this is where, you know, you start talking about the just changing the atmosphere, right? Of walking in
is
and
the
that
person to do it,
and that reacts. It creates a new energy for everyone in the room with her and the spirits, which is pretty. You know, how can you deny it? You just can't deny it.
I tell you this, guys, the guests that we have coming up, if I had to put a super team together, she would be on that team.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that way, right? I mean, right? She would be on that team, 100%. So
we have so many, and we've been really getting booked. We have been booking episodes.
We're booked up till April, May, something like that.
I think we're booked up till April, May on our Tuesdays. Our lives are getting booked as well. We've got some great guests coming up on the
some
lives.
big names, some great guests. We got a lot.
And again, we are going to drop this week when February hits 3 new episodes for subscribers on YouTube. We've got Chip Coffee, Patty Negri. We've got our Group Estes experiment. I know some
when
of you were there.
Subscribers, you mean the
those are paid. If you want to see, if you want to say, if you want to
subscribers, not regular subscribers,
not regular. If you want to see episodes in advance, those are for paid subscribers, and we are going to put those up. But other